Girl Meets World, was it an underappreciated gem that was unfairly criticized, or a complete disgrace to the legacy of Boy Meets World? The last episode of the original run of Boy Meets World aired on May 5th, 2000. The finale took place before the girl from Girl Meets World was even born.
I was born in 01.
I wasn't even born when the series had ended.
Boy Meets World ended in 2000.
Mr. Feeny had said his goodbyes to Corey, Eric, Shawn, and Topanga, and so did we, the viewer.
And Friday, you'll watch them say goodbye. After 7 years, it's time to say goodbye to Boy Meets World, Friday on ABC.
Or so we thought.
I remember I started getting real confused about things when I was 11 or 12.
When does that end?
No!
The original kids were all grown up, and they were ready to do something else. Danielle Fishel is on record as saying by the time we got to the last few seasons of Boy Meets World, she was ready to have a real life. On the podcast Pod Meets World, Ryder Strong said that he spent most of his 20s trying to run away from his Boy Meets World past. Ben Savage would hardly act.
I wanted to take that time to just sort of grow and be a normal kid.
Did you go back to acting?
After Stanford, I moved back down to LA, started acting again, did a few pilots, did some independent movies, wrote a lot, produced some stuff.
No, he did things like intern for U.S. Senator Arlen Specter. Even with no new episodes, the popularity of Boy Meets World would grow in syndication.
The show never went off air, and the fandom continues to grow each year.
I felt that it was something special.
Yeah.
I felt that every week we were doing things that I thought were memorable. I thought we were doing things that were special.
It was a popular show, but it was also kind of flying under the radar, and so we sort of felt like no one was watching. Also because it was mostly kids and families, so we weren't getting a lot of mainstream press like other shows. So we sort of felt like we had our own corner of the sandbox to do whatever we wanted, and I think that's what's led to this fan base that's lasted so long, is that there's lots of in-jokes and self-references, and all that stuff was so much fun for us.
It found a great life in cable and reruns,
So the kids
the
have
internet.
seen it.
It's never been off the air in 21 years.
On Disney?
Not just on Disney.
ABC Family, MTV2.
I know all of their stories. They keep on repeating over and over.
And as the people who grew up with the show got older, the original cast would start appearing at conventions. Sometimes even at conventions that were specifically designed for 90s kids.
Someone telling you you're iconic ever really registers? Right. I mean, maybe for some people it does, and that's why people end up with big heads.
I love you! I love you more! Are you fighting over me?
You got a little gap where you want to entertain people for a couple minutes during your morning show? Well, Boy Meets World cast reunion.
Boy Meets World.
Now, 13 years later, class is back in session. A generation grew up along with Corey, Shawn, Topanga, and the gang as they graduated high school and headed to college.
And on the surface, there didn't appear to be any major drama that would keep these guys from wanting to reunite with each other.
It's been a long time, and you're still together. What else do you need to know?
Welcome to the Boy Meets World cast reunion.
We get along with each other. We always had so much fun on set.
Well, they are so true to my heart and so part of my heart that a lot of them are sitting behind you all. I think Ben and Ryder and Trina and Maitland, I think a lot of the Boy Meets World cast is sitting in the back row. I don't think that any of us would miss any part of each other's lives. I think that you meet people and you fall in love with them as family.
And nobody seemed to have any question that was off limits. They'd even answer the most trivial questions.
How many siblings does Shawn actually have?
I don't know for sure. I know he mentioned a sister in season 1, and then we never heard about her again. And then there was Jack.
Probably a lot, yeah.
Like the kind of stuff that I covered on my Boy Meets World documentary years ago.
Where's Topanga's sister, Nebula?
So if Boy Meets World is still popular, why not bring it back?
One of the executives there said, "There's really nothing on TV that did what you guys did. Don't you want to take the chance to do it again?" And I said, no.
What's the gang doing this many years later?
Sequels are usually not very good unless you're Francis Ford Coppola. But I said, what we would do is, in real time, there's been enough time and travel that Corey and Topanga could have had children. And before I got the sentence out of my mouth, they said, "When could you get here?" And we started the series. I watched children's TV, and I thought to myself, if I could do something that was unique to that genre, and what seems to be unique to the genre is real people and real feelings, and that's what we're going for. And so I told Corey, if you'll let me do it this way, I would be happy to do it. And they've agreed, and they've been flexible about that.
If they were bringing back a show like this, you know, they weren't going to mess up the picture of the original. And once I knew that Michael Jacobs was involved, I knew it was just going to be, you know, a very real and honest show.
The greatest love story ever told, Corey and Topanga. How's that relationship going?
I wouldn't change one moment of anything we ever did.
Are they still together?
I don't think it is realistic.
Do they have kids?
One of them's a girl. Why can't we do it from a brand new point of view?
And then you have a daughter.
We sure do. Here she is.
Yep, I'm their daughter.
Would the OG cast even want to do a reboot? How would you even follow up the main show?
Usually stories have an ending, and Boy Meets World did. And now to be able to add on to that story and have these new characters evolve and for people to meet them is such a cool experience.
Basically picking up where we left off in 2000. Corey and Topanga got married in 99. So when the original show ended, we were already married, and the season finale showed that we were moving to New York so that my character could pursue law school. And so the idea was 14 years later, where are they? Are they still in New York? Do they have a family?
Show creator Michael Jacobs is on record as being a firm believer in the sitcom, even when the sitcom isn't as popular as it once was.
Because I think that we've leveled down. I think that there's wonderful things on television. But if we want to go back to Cheers and Family Ties and Night Court and Cosby.
So he was interested in making a new show.
I would say that the idea was formed collaboratively between some folks at Disney Channel and our executive producer, Michael Jacobs.
But for this show to work, he went on record as saying, you can't just do Boy Meets World again. Though he did know that if you wanted to get people to watch your Boy Meets World reboot, you gotta have Corey and Topanga back.
Corey and Topanga, you remember, well, they're back, and they're more in love than ever. Ben Savage and Danielle Fishel, they are co-stars once again.
We are checking in on Corey and Topanga right now and seeing what they're up to, and they've been busy, obviously. They have 2 kids.
They've been busy, obviously. Have you seen that they've been busy?
Yeah. Because by the way the ages worked out, it seems as though, like, the minute Boy Meets World went off the air, they found out they were going to have a baby, and then they had Riley.
Let's have a kid. Let's have another kid.
Well, you listen to me, you big stupid.
They're living in New York. Corey's a teacher, and he's focused on being a very good dad and trying to be a very good teacher.
I think Corey and Topanga are exactly what you would expect them to be as young parents.
Cool, hip, awesome.
But what if this time we focus on Corey and Topanga's kid?
I'm going to have my own stories.
And I can't wait to watch them.
The show couldn't just be Boy Meets World in name only. It had to have the same feel, the same core values.
When people feel real things, an audience associates with that. And in Girl Meets World, as well as Boy, there's at least one moment of reality that you'll be able to take away and know that these characters are feeling something.
You can definitely expect the same realness and, like, genuineness that Boy Meets World had. Definitely in Girl Meets World. I assure you won't be disappointed.
The same writing style as the original, but modernized.
And I think kids like to be treated as not only adults, but as fully fleshed out human beings. And I think if you talk down to them, you are dismissed immediately and forever. And I think if you make them believe you care about what happens to them, they're receptive forever. I want the parents to be parents, and I want Corey and Topanga to evolve to that.
So we are going back to the classroom.
You said a show in the classroom because it's what kids know. And nobody responds neutrally to a classroom. You know, you either love it or you hate it. And I hated it, and so I wanted to use it to my advantage.
The appeal to Boy Meets World was that even though we are watching kids growing up, it never felt like kids programming. As the kids aged, so did the storylines. It went from a kid just wanting to stay up with his dad and watch a baseball game, to the struggles of being a young married couple who no longer get to live at home and have to figure out how to make it in the real world.
Tor, this is real life, not a TV show.
So as we left off on Boy Meets World, Corey and Topanga and Shawn, they were moving to New York. So where are they 14 years later?
Oh, do you think they got married too young? They got married too young. I think they got married because that was the right thing for the two of them.
I wonder how many people the idea of Corey and Topanga has ruined.
Before Girl Meets World even started production, if you had asked anybody what they wanted in a Boy Meets World reunion show, they'd want to know what happened to Corey and Topanga. Corey and Topanga is the couple. Just ask the internet. If Corey and Topanga weren't still in love, this audience would be very angry.
Back together in Girl Meets World tomorrow on the Disney Channel.
And I think they would have rejected the show on principle. And it's a good thing that the people who put together the show knew this. We actually logically followed up where Corey and Topanga would be almost 15 years later.
Boy Meets World was about, the trials and tribulations of a young 13-year-old finding his way in the world, and now here we are 13 years later, and that young boy is now a father.
Topanga would be a lawyer, which makes sense. She was going to law school. And Corey would be a teacher, which isn't that far-fetched of an idea. You can absolutely believe that Feeny had such an impact on Corey that this was the career path that Corey would eventually choose. On Girl Meets World, Corey and Topanga would be young parents. Older viewers who grew up on Boy Meets World would get to relate to Corey and Topanga as they're now struggling to raise young kids. And Michael Jacobs is on record as wanting the young kids who were going to watch Girl Meets World to always know that the parents are in charge.
I don't want the kids to run the household.
The initial interest to reboot Boy Meets World came from a superfan and at the time Disney executive, Corey Marsh.
And he didn't sense anything on the air that had a mix of sensitivity to character and reality of situation. And that's how this all was born.
Corey wanted to get a new show from Michael Jacobs. And Michael Jacobs had an idea to do a show about a teacher.
Who would teach real life. Very different.
But if you're going to do a show about a teacher, why not just do Boy Meets World again?
At the end, I said, would you ever do Boy Meets World again? And he goes to me, no, absolutely not. And then I felt like a complete idiot because I was like, why would I ask this guy? The show's so iconic. There's no way that he would do it again. And then after I said that, about 5 seconds, he goes, what about Girl Meets World? And I go, what about Girl Meets World? He goes, what about Girl Meets World?
Girl Meets World took a little while to fully flesh out.
It's not your world yet. It's still my world.
In the original pilot, Riley actually had an older brother, who was played by Teo Helm.
I wonder what it would be like if Riley had a brother or sister.
She does! It's me!
You can even see him on red carpets around that time period, promoting that they had just shot Girl Meets World's pilot. Teo would have played Elliot Matthews.
Elliot is kind of the guy who's a bit lost. Yeah, he sometimes gets lost in conversations. He's funny, he's very outgoing.
But due to creative changes, his character was cut from the show.
So guys, Disney decided that it wouldn't work to have an older brother on the show. I won't be on Girl Meets World. Thank you to everyone.
I was really sad. I don't know why I got so sad.
Disney Channel rep explained to TV Line that Teo's departure from the show was simply one of those things, saying various creative changes are often made as a project transitions from pilot to series. Teo, you are an incredible talent, and I adore you. You may still call me Mom.
Other things that changed from pilot was Maya Fox becoming Maya Hart. In the original concept for the show, Riley was going to be a 16-year-old girl. Having Riley already be 16 would have undercut the mission of the show.
And then Danielle, who plays Topanga from Boy Meets World, brought up that you can't really have a coming-of-age story with somebody who's already come of age. So then Michael brought me back.
You can't do a coming-of-age comedy about girls who've already come of age.
I'm of the belief that the reason Girl Meets World has such a split consensus is because the creators wanted a show that would speak to young boys and girls, while there was a whole other side of people that tuned into the show hoping that it would just be a continuation of Boy Meets World.
I'm most excited for older fans of Boy Meets World to be able to watch this and bring back some nostalgia for them. And I'm really, really excited for younger generation of fans to fall in love with Riley and with Maya and with Lucas and with Farkle and Augie the same way that we all have.
That fan base just wanted Corey, Topanga, Shawn, Eric, and the rest of the gang.
I hope our fans give it a chance. And they don't compare our pilot episode to 7 years of Boy Meets World, because that's kind of an unfair comparison.
We all had to find out what we were and what we could do to make this not only palatable, but liked by what we used to refer to as a bimodal audience.
So Michael Jacobs and his team had to figure out how to balance catering to the old fan while having us fall in love with the new generation.
You know, you see all these people that love the old show and now they're coming back to the new show.
Especially to hear the reactions, like after whose new character they particularly like or how they love to see Corey and Topanga come back together.
People genuinely have grown to really care about Riley and Maya and all of the characters, and they already cared about Corey and Topanga, but it's nice to know that, like, the Boy Meets World audience accepts all of our characters and cares about them.
They had to figure out a way for everybody to meet in the middle. Is Corey Matthews going to be the new Mr. Feeny?
I had a teacher who cared enough about me to make sure I knew.
Is this Riley character our new Corey? The cast started filming season 1 on November 11th, 2013, and ended filming on May 23rd, 2014.
Now get ready for a spin-off pilot, Girl Meets World, following up on the life of Corey and Topanga's 12-year-old daughter.
You close a chapter on your life, and now it's like 13 years later, you're reopening something.
Well, we shot the pilot. It went very well. We're very excited about it. We're really looking forward to it, and I think it's going to be very good.
The first episode would air on Friday, June 27th, 2014.
Friday, June 27th, you're invited to the premiere of Girl Meets World.
Grab a shovel.
We're digging up the past. Yay.
I can't even wait. June 27th, I'm there.
Girl Meets World premieres June 27th.
And Girl Meets World premieres on June 27th at 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time on Disney Channel.
The show debuts Friday on the Disney Channel, 14 years after the original ABC series went off the air.
We're getting really excited for the premiere of our new show, Girl Meets World, on Disney Channel.
We cannot wait for you guys to see it. It's on tonight.
We're gonna do a show.
Girl Meets World would follow Riley Matthews as she met the world.
I've already met the world. It's your turn.
Girl Meets World follows the life story of Riley Matthews, the daughter of Corey and Topanga.
She's got me as her dad and history teacher, which is probably a lot.
Riley's just starting 7th grade.
This teacher's insane, a total nut job. I think there's something seriously wrong with him.
But there's a catch.
Hi, honey.
Hi, Daddy.
You're late to your father's class.
Now, life at school.
Boop. Does anybody see this?
And home.
Oh boy.
It's getting complicated.
Our pilot episode, we kind of pick up, it's like the beginning of the school year. Corey's her teacher, her history teacher.
Growing up.
I'm afraid something terrible will happen.
Nothing could be worse than what's already happened.
And taking on the world.
May I overstep my bounds, sir?
You always do.
Will be a big challenge.
Riley and her best friend Meyer were going to learn about love, life, friendship, and other issues that were tackled on Boy Meets World. This was going to be for a new generation, addressing new challenges that kids face. For older fans, we'd be relating to Corey and Topanga's life, parenting issues, job issues, and relationships. Girl Meets World's biggest problem through all my research was trying to find that balance between being a show on the Disney Channel for young kids and giving the old fans the nostalgia that they desperately wanted. When making the first episode of the show, William Daniels returned as Mr. Feeny, and as a Boy Meets World fan, that's everything.
Well done, Mr. Matthews.
The version of this cameo that aired on TV made it seem like Corey Matthews just spoke to a ghost spirit, which was fun, but lacking. And that pilot actually had an unused take, which had a much funnier way of using William Daniels.
The scene we shot with Bill was wonderful and took you right out of the show. The original scene was in the middle of the water pouring down on everybody. Corey shakes his head and realizes he's failing as a teacher. And he goes to a picture on his desk, little picture, this big, that we know is Topanga. And he picks it up and it's Feeny with his arms crossed. And he says, "I failed you." And he looks up and the classroom is dry. And there's Bill Daniels. And he says, "No, Mr. Matthews. Do you think I was always Mr. Feeny?"
And it's pretty heartwarming that Ben Savage still has that much respect for William Daniels.
There was Ben, all grown up,
and he'd say, "Come on, Bill, let's do it again. We'll get it, just do it again." And that was so moving to me, to see the kid, that little boy, grown up, helping Bill on the set. I was very moved by that.
But Michael Jacobs made the point that if you had focused too heavily on the past with Corey and Feeny, it would have completely undercut the goal of making a show about a new generation. If the kids are already taking a back seat in episode 1, you're already telling the audience that, yeah, the past characters are still way more important. The new kids, whatever.
Nobody cares about when you were our age.
So now it was time to cast the show. And you don't have to look for the parents. That's obviously going to be Ben Savage and Danielle Fishel returning as Corey and Topanga.
Ben Savage, Danielle Fishel, known for their iconic roles as Topanga Lawrence and Corey Matthews.
I look forward to working with Ben again. I mean, Ben and I are quite a pair on screen and off. And I love working with him. He makes everything fun, and he makes me excited to come to work every day.
Oh, thank you.
The little boy who started this all, he came into my office, he sat on my desk, he told me exactly how he would do this show. I don't think he knew he'd do it for the next 25 years. Our Corey Matthews, Ben Savage. And Ben was completely positive and wanted to recreate it, but conditionally.
It's really like kind of revisiting a chapter from my childhood.
I called Ben and I said, "You want to do it again?" And and it was like a cartoon with speed lines. Yes, I want to.
Ben Savage, of course, who played Corey. My TV husband, Ben Savage.
I love working with you.
Thank you.
Ben is most likely to
Bring the energy up.
be funny.
Become an SNL cast member.
Most likely to become a teacher.
Work at a club.
Have a fantastic career as a director.
And the magic between the two was still there.
Who was my celebrity crush back in the 90s?
Me.
You're right. How did you know that?
I had a feeling.
So cool to see these people who, in 13 years they haven't been in the shoes of their characters, and then they just snap like that, back into Corey, back into Topanga.
The show already had the advantage that Ben and Danielle had been working together for years.
Going back when we booked the series and, seeing all the episodes, seeing them kind of transform into Corey and Topanga, it's really cool. And being able to call them my parents. Obviously, I was a little bit nervous because, you're coming into these group of people who have already worked together before. But Ben and Danielle and, our crew and our writers really made it a really welcoming environment. And I think, as we got more into the season, you could see all the kid cast slowly easing up and the weeks just becoming easier and easier.
So now it was time to cast some kids.
We're here to audition for the roles of Dukas, Zed, and Farkle.
The starry-eyed optimist, the nerd, the rebel, the love interest. It was time for these kids to get their comedic timing down, develop their chemistry.
Going into this and knowing that Ben and Danielle stayed just wonderful, wonderful people, and knowing that we always had access to those people when we were on set, and we were surrounded by such good and positive people, that definitely influences Sabrina and I and all of us.
Ben Savage, along with Michael Jacobs, would take a heavy role in the casting process.
And Ben sat in on all of the casting, and he read with all of the actors.
For the role of Riley Matthews, they went with a young girl named Rowan Blanchard.
I'm Rowan Blanchard, and I'm here with the cast of Girl Meets World.
Hi. Now you're the Girl Meets World, so you're the Corey now.
I am the Corey.
Rowan had initially been rejected for the role because she was too young, even though she was the same age as Danielle Fishel when she took on the role of Topanga. Rowan started auditioning in November 2013.
I did 8 auditions, and it was insane. Yeah, and originally I auditioned for the role of Maya, and then somewhere in the middle, Sabrina and I switched, and I got Riley, and she got Maya.
And actually had come in to originally play the role of Maya.
We swapped about 2 auditions in, just because the characters fit our personalities more.
And the funny thing is Sabrina Carpenter had come in to audition for the role of Riley.
No, stay Riley. Yeah, you're a good Riley.
They saw basically every girl in the world, so they've told me, which can be pretty intimidating. But it's one of those things where it's if you keep being persistent and keep trying and don't give up, you can always do what you put your mind to.
Wait, you like us all like this? We like Riley. We don't care who plays her.
According to my research, there were 7 to 8 rounds of auditioning during the casting process. They weren't even sure how old a kid that they were looking for when they began the casting process.
Sabrina said she wasn't all that hopeful when auditioning for Girl Meets World. At 13, she was looped in with a group of older girls, all aspiring for the role of Maya. But then, the producers decided to audition a set of younger girls, so naturally, Sabrina was out. That didn't mean she was giving up. During her first round of auditions, Sabrina's hair was colored red for an unrelated role, which the casting directors didn't find exactly fitting to Maya's personality. When they started seeing younger girls, Sabrina returned, and this time with her natural blonde hair.
We met in the very last audition. They kind of put us together, and they were just like, go outside and bond. And I think we both know that we were going to end up together.
Then after that, it wasn't too long before we heard, and then we called each other and screamed in their ears.
She got cast 3 days after they released that I was cast, and I knew that she was going to get cast when I read with her.
My research seems to indicate that when they were casting, the earlier rounds were based on the pilot, which had a 15 to 16-year-old Riley, as opposed to the 12-year-old approach that they switched over to.
These 14, 15-year-old girls reading these lines, if I can be blunt, I just felt like, they read the scenes, lit up a cigarette, and discussed their pregnancies. It was just...
On Disney Channel.
And for any fan that was going to criticize that was way too young, Michael Jacobs wanted to remind you that Ben Savage was 12 when the pilot of Boy Meets World was shot.
Rowan, now at 12 years old, is in 1993, when Boys started, what they were at the end of the series. She's got spectacular knowledge. Sabrina, certainly at least as much. What you're getting from this young cast is much more evolved than I perceive you would get from a 14-year-old cast, which would be artificial and you wouldn't believe.
Came on to cast the pilot, and we cast the two lead girls, Rowan and Sabrina. And then we ended up having to leave the project for other things. Howard came on.
And I cast Corey Fogelmanis and Peyton Meyer, and rounded out the cast for the first version of the pilot, and then Barbie and Sally, who were the casting directors on the original series.
We came in and just recast one of the characters and then did the series.
So what was Corey Matthews up to these days?
Corey's still his funny, quirky, neurotic, passionate, sensitive self. The one obvious difference is that he's no longer a student, he's now the teacher.
Corey's confused.
I've never understood the universe at all.
He's a confused kid, he's a confused father, he's a confused husband, and certainly he's a confused teacher.
I didn't really understand who Corey was all these years later in terms of, is he funny, is he wacky, is he, what is he? And now he's a teacher and a dad, and so I think at least initially while we were in rehearsals for the pilot, I think I was a little apprehensive.
It took a little longer than I thought it would because it's been a long time, but things came back to me eventually.
Corey Matthews is a dad. He's still going to be the Corey Matthews we grew up with, but now he's older and a bit wiser.
How can he be an adult? I'm not an adult.
Just a bit wiser.
Hey, honey, what's for breakfast?
Us older fans will relate to Corey, as he's just a dad who wants the best for his daughter.
I'm a dad with 2 kids, and I don't have kids in real life, so it's been a nice learning experience.
The show kind of explores the father-daughter relationship from both sides. Mm-hmm. It's basically from the daughter's perspective. She is the girl meeting the world. But it's also nice because it shows what the parents are going through and some of the struggles that parents face in trying to decide the right thing for their kids.
And this aspect of Girl Meets World I found very wholesome.
I think his pet peeves are anything that is possibly a threat to his daughter staying as pure and wonderful and 12. Anything that makes her not be 12 or 13 anymore is what he is the most neurotic about.
And personally, I enjoyed it. Did anyone really want to show where Corey and Topanga aren't still the perfect couple? How could Corey Matthews have not become a great father? You'd be watching Corey Matthews put into practice all the life lessons that he learned on Boy Meets World. He'd slowly start becoming more and more like his parents. And then you'd see his teaching style, which was obviously influenced by Jonathan Turner and Mr. Feeny.
I mean, I don't think that I'm looking at Corey now as Mr. Feeny, although I'm starting to think that some of our younger fans might be looking at me like that, but he was old. I'm young and hip with my hoodies.
Corey is now the new Feeny.
not as smart, and he doesn't speak as well.
But when marketing the show, they went out of their way to let people know that while he is a teacher, Corey Matthews isn't the new Mr. Feeny.
William Daniels was kind of the epitome of what a teacher should be on Boy Meets World. That character was just wonderful, wise, and just he knew
Caring.
everything. He had all the answers. Corey, as a teacher, doesn't have the answers, but he's figuring it out, and I think he's doing the best that he can.
Because I would never try and be like him. I could only fail.
Corey Matthews is still Corey Matthews.
Because after all those years in the back of the classroom, I'm finally up at the front, trying to teach and trying to be the best history teacher I can be. And I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
You'd see George Feeney's influence all over the place.
That's always going to be my lesson plan.
Oh no, I married Feeny.
And like in the original show, lessons that were learned in the classroom would be related to the real world.
Every single lesson he teaches has to do with what's going on in our lives in the episode. I don't know how that happened, but no, it's really cool. He's met the world, so now he's just teaching us, and he does it in a very, very sneaky way, and sometimes we'll teach him, but most of the time it's him teaching us.
And Girl Meets World would poke fun at just how influential George Feeny was. He didn't just influence Corey. As Shawn has settled down and become more mature, he's become Feeny-esque.
I'm Feeny! I'm Feeny!
In the original run of the show, Mr. Feeny was a much more stoic person, which is why I think Corey also took heavy influence from Jonathan Turner.
I already made my decision on Matthews long ago.
Corey Matthews is still relatively young.
I'm like the dad history teacher with the lessons.
So he's still able to relate to his students in a way that George Feeny never actually was able to do. And like Mr. Feeny, Corey Matthews was also the teacher in every single grade they entered.
This is where Corey teaches our history class, and it's the only classroom we have because you never see us in any other class but history.
Oh no!
Isn't that funny?
I mean, we have 4 periods of just history.
No other
and
teachers
history.
though, just Corey.
That only seems to happen on the sitcoms, doesn't it?
You did this!
You can't have a Corey Matthews without having a Topanga Lawrence.
How you doing?
This is Danielle Fishel, aka Topanga, all grown up.
Topanga. What a beautiful name for something that you want to love.
I used to bring out a little girl who was about that size. Say hi to our Topanga, Danielle Fishel.
Danielle Fishel was back, and Danielle would become the mama bear to this young cast. The cast interviews from this time period paint her as almost the on-set matriarch.
Yeah, Danielle is, what we call her, Mama Bear. Because I think that someday soon you will be a mother of children.
Thank you. Not too soon. Mother, and someday.
You have no news for us?
I know. No breaking news. She's the exact same age I was when I started. And seeing her and seeing her about to begin this journey, especially on a show and with a cast and a crew that I feel very comfortable with, that I know are good influences, I'm very happy for her. And I look forward to coming to work with her every single day.
Danielle is most likely to look perfect every day, because she does.
Teach me everything possible.
Be loving.
Most down to earth. The greatest mother in the world.
So what was Topanga like as a mom?
He's a very funny father, and Topanga's very loving, nurturing as she was on Boy Meets World.
Earlier we mentioned that the goal of the show was to let the young kids know that the parents are still in charge. They're going to be the ones who decide how things are going to be done, how the household will be run, and what to do when one of their kids is being unruly.
You think you deserve a reward for being a good person? That we should celebrate your goodness? Would you like a parade? Ooh.
I suspect that's a trap.
How do you go about disciplining your kid?
Corey raises his hand. He's going to yell at his kid, and Topanga automatically says, I think we're not supposed to do that. I think what we're supposed to say is, very nice, great potential, nice little art. And Corey says, no, we're supposed to yell at him. And what happens here is you watch these two parents, and as children, your parents did this. They didn't know what to do at their young age.
They didn't?
They didn't. They grew into it. But I'll tell you, watching Corey and Topanga grow into it, old and new audience, kids will love to see parents that they want them to be sure. They want these kids to be safe and secure. But to watch the decision-making process from Corey Matthews and Topanga, one who's always unsure and one who always is sure. It's a lot of fun.
I just love the kids so much, I don't even know what to do.
Me too.
Yay, we're alone!
Well, you'll always have me.
Yeah.
What do you do to comfort them? Now, watching the series back, these lessons don't seem like groundbreaking stuff to me, the adult watching the show. But I imagine that there's a young kid that this lesson is designed for. The type of young kid who's seeing an important life lesson play out in front of him and is going to learn how to better treat his friends and his family. Because their example, Riley Matthews, is a good-hearted kid who rarely gets in trouble, but she's not perfect.
Poor kids. I'll just go get the rest of the groceries by myself.
She makes mistakes. She gets rebellious. She pushes back on things that she's in the wrong about. And your young kid will be able to relate to that.
Well, you live under our roof. When we ask you to do something, you do it.
So as natural as Topanga is as a mother, she's also the same driven person that we loved on Boy Meets World. Topanga has become a high-power lawyer.
I work for a very big law firm.
She uses her intelligence to help the powerless against the powerful.
But becoming a high-powered lawyer is in conflict to her old hippie self.
You wanted success. I stepped out of the way.
So Topanga has to figure out how to fight for the little guy while still providing for her family. This was an idea that Michael Jacobs wanted to visit very early into the run of the show.
Of course Topanga's a successful lawyer. Topanga's on the wrong side of a case, and she knows it. And she has to defend something that she's really unhappy about. Doesn't sound like a kid show, does it? And then the original manifestation of Topanga comes.
Although Topanga achieved her dreams of becoming a high-powered lawyer in New York City, many diehard fans will remember that she was once an earth-loving hippie child.
But the episode itself is about going too far and how easy the world makes it.
In one episode, there's a bakery that the family frequents, and it's going to be put out of business.
My mommy will take care of everything. Right, Mommy?
Topanga's company is the one who's behind raising this woman's rent, so Topanga faces a moral dilemma.
Are you asking my help?
When the old woman can't make the payments to keep the space, Topanga steps in and becomes her business partner. And this bakery would eventually become Topanga's.
Hey, do you remember that set Topanga's? Here it is. Hey, Mike. Mike gives us props.
A hangout spot for the kids, similar to the Chubby's restaurant in the original Boy Meets World. And since one of the running jokes on Girl Meets World is Topanga's lack of cooking skills, Topanga would hire Maya's mom to come run the restaurant. And having a bakery was a goldmine for the young cast, as they were able to use it and its props to score a bunch of free food.
We get food from a real Russian bakery.
That's right. It's true.
For that set.
Nice. If you're ever working on a set, just become friends with the prop people because they will get you so many weird free things.
Really?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like once I told them that I really liked this like specific donut brand, like every Tuesday they would bring me these donuts.
So we all know Corey and Topanga, but if we were to fall in love with this new cast, we'd need the right Riley Matthews.
The girl. Girl Meets World.
I'm Riley.
I play Riley.
Corey and Topanga's daughter, this little girl right here.
Riley Matthews is a 12-year-old girl.
I'm 12 years old. The window is closing on my princess dream.
She lives in New York.
From Greenwich Village, New York City, the United States of America. My family comes from America, 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 and then America.
And she doesn't really quite know who she is at this point. And like her father before her, class assignments will help her understand who she is and how she fits into the world.
Well, your great-grandparents, they lived in San Francisco. They got to experience the Chinese culture. Your grandparents lived in Philly, and we used to go to Pennsylvania Dutch country.
Riley Matthews is the perfect blend of Corey Matthews and Topanga Lawrence.
When two people have a daughter, the daughter will represent and tilt toward one parent perhaps a little more. And the question I kept getting was, is she Corey or is she Topanga? And it was Shawn Hunter that answered the question.
You're Corey with Topanga's hair.
This would absolutely have been their kid.
You're just like me.
She's so quirky and she's so awkward, but that's what makes her so lovable.
So does she take a little bit more after Corey or Topanga, or is she a good mix of both?
Definitely, she's definitely Corey's kid. It's not like I'm living up to Corey, I'm living up to Riley.
So while I do share the same characteristics as Corey, it's Riley.
My character, Riley, is very quirky, she's very academic, she's very fun to be around. She's very funny, but in an unintentional kind of way.
The writers blended the cluelessness of a young Corey Matthews with the studious nature and good-heartedness of a Topanga Lawrence.
Riley and I are both very academic, and well, she's like Topanga in the sense that she wants to do everything right, but she's like Corey in the sense that, she's dealing with all of the same issues Corey did.
Donut in the sky.
Riley, she's you.
Maybe she does get too involved, but it all comes out of a really genuine and just caring and supportive place. And she's totally innocent and totally just fun, and she cares about everybody.
She wants to see the goodness in all people.
Is there any way you would even consider allowing me to look at the pretty flower?
To the point where it almost makes her completely gullible. She wants to be a rebel, but deep down, she's just a good kid.
So when you come in here at 7:07 acting all dangerous, it's hard. I'm sorry, I can't even keep a straight face.
Is she a complete pushover?
Do you really think I'm one of those girls who follows all of the rules and never gets into trouble?
I was hoping.
Well, actually, no. Like her father before her, she is willing to take strong stances on subjects she firmly believes in.
Why should we be motivated by report cards?
Riley is considered so quirky that the show even had a term that would describe her state of being.
Welcome to Riley Town.
Riley Town.
I think Riley was what I was just kind of like offbeat, not really in that popular crowd, which I think is a bit better, because you don't really want to be with those girls.
But, of course, the daughter of Corey Matthews would be quirky.
You think I'm goofy, silly, and weird.
No kidding.
Corey Matthews had a poster of celery. And Riley, too, has to struggle with these quirks. And like her father once had to do, Riley has to learn how to deal with teachers who aren't quite enamored with her personality.
Matthews, I hate you.
Come on.
What did I tell you about only using perp?
The cat's on a bench.
I don't see the bench.
I will cut my ear off right now.
With bullies looking to pick on her.
I don't want to be unique.
Now this is another thing that would divide an audience. You see, for an older viewer, I've already watched Corey and Shawn and Topanga and everybody else deal with bullies. But what about for the young kids just seeing this for the first time?
She is going through troubles in life just like her dad.
How does Riley Matthews deal with a bully? Riley Matthews is going to be somebody that the young kids will relate to. How Riley deals with this problem could impact how a young kid would deal with it.
She's got, some friends at school, she's got problems, and, we're just making our way through life.
Insecure. It's always mattered more to me what my friends think about me than what I think.
Riley Matthews was played by Rowan Blanchard.
Let's meet the girl of Girl Meets World, Rowan Blanchard.
Hi, it's Rowan Blanchard.
Rowan Blanchard.
Rowan Blanchard.
Hi, I'm Rowan Blanchard.
Hi, I'm Rowan Blanchard.
Rowan Blanchard, their on-screen daughter who puts the girl in the World.
Hi, I'm Rowan Blanchard, and welcome to the set of Girl Meets World.
Rowan's parents were yoga instructors from Los Angeles.
I'm from Los Angeles. My dad was going in to re-sign with his commercial agency, and they were like, well, we want to give your kid a try. Both of my parents are yoga instructors, actually, but my dad had his share in the acting world.
Rowan had done some commercial work.
I was 5, and my first role was in a commercial where I got to ride a bike.
And was even a part of Spy Kids 4, acting alongside Jessica Alba and Joel McHale. Rowan had grown up wanting to act.
Trained for 6 years to go into acting.
And even was taking part in school plays.
And, I think it was something I had always been attracted to, just, performing, whether it was, holidays or, school plays.
Rowan was very young when she auditioned for the role of Riley Matthews.
I saw one girl, and her name was Rowan Blanchard, and I told her that she was too young.
And then I started to cry.
Now this is where my information gets a little conflicted based on different interviews. Early on, Rowan talks about auditioning very hard to get the role of Riley Matthews and going through a rigorous process.
I would actually watch this show, and I think that's something it was definitely really important to me when I saw the role, because you don't want to do something where you wouldn't go and see it in real life, and I think it's very real.
I auditioned in November of 2012.
When I auditioned for Maya, obviously it's an incredible character, but it wasn't a character that I could personally relate to. So then Michael Jacobs, who's the creator of the show and Boy Meets World, he had me come in and audition for Riley.
I want to see her again. And their casting told me, we have never, and we don't think we would, cast an 11-year-old girl as the lead in a television series.
And she went through 8 auditions. Rowan even admitted that she cried in the first audition. That's because there was some uncertainty about how old the character should be.
And I just love being told I can't do something. So I brought Rowan back. I read the lines with her. And I had my girl.
It was a role that, I think I instantly identified with, and Ben and Danielle, I read with them. It was very easy.
Future interviews say that she didn't even really want the role of Riley Matthews and thought that being a Disney Channel actress would kill her career before it even started.
In an interview with The Edit, Rowan revealed that when her agent first suggested she audition, she almost turned it down. Her reason? Rowan wanted to focus on being a serious film actor rather than a Disney star, especially since she was at the start of her career and was yet to make a name for herself.
So how close to Riley's personality was Rowan?
If you could describe Rowan with one emoji, which one would you use?
This one.
Which one is that?
Like the
Like the
sassy,
seductive-
like seductive.
Are we not allowed to say that word?
I don't know. It's just like it's the half smile upwards. It's a smirk. The smirk.
It's
The
like
smirk, the smize.
It's like kind of flirty, but like also like I know what you did last summer.
Sassy. I know what you did.
The one like this?
Rowan is most likely to
Trip and fall down the stairs. Okay, I'll go with one that just happened. Spilled guacamole on her white shirt. That happened 2 days ago. We had a taco truck, and she spilled guacamole on her white shirt. So that she's more likely to spill something or fall.
Knock something over.
Riley Superklutz.
What? You love me too?
Most genius? Yeah, she's really smart, and she values school a lot.
Most likely to become female president.
Rowan, in many ways, was just like her character.
If you could roast a celebrity, who would it be?
Oh God, I'm gonna get so much hate for this, guys.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like Justin Bieber was roasted.
That's what I was gonna say.
But cast interviews that I watch seem to show a more serious and activist side to Rowan.
I don't care what you say, just say it with meaning. At the end of the day, I think it's more about what you're saying than the actual words you're saying.
Rowan would become very outspoken about social issues.
How I kind of sort of always had older friends, even if that was older teenagers. So I was always sort of watching what teenagehood was like through their eyes.
Stuff that didn't come up ever on the show, and stuff that if it was ever tackled, would have had to have been on a more adult network.
One of Rowan's most challenging truths was publicly opening up about her sexual orientation. I would be lying to you if I said being on Disney wasn't scary because of the connotation of it. Oh, she's on Disney. Is she going to be a Miley, a Demi, or a Selena? None of those people have anything to do with any of us.
Maya Penelope Hart was Riley Matthews' best friend.
Are we friends forever? Whatever you want.
She comes from a broken home.
I think she's if I'm not mistaken, one of the first characters on Disney Channel to not have like a father. She doesn't have like a well put together family. Her mother's kind of like, she's in and out, she's distant, and her father left her for another family.
With a mom who's constantly working to try to provide for the family. By sticking around and providing for her family, this would make her different than, let's say, Shawn Hunter. We also learned that Maya's father walked out on the family when Maya was a young girl.
I blew every paycheck instead of providing food for the refrigerator. And when you know you're not good for people, you start not showing up, and then you don't show up enough times, and it begins to feel like leaving. Until you do.
For many years, Maya wouldn't even know the truth about her father leaving.
Maya thinks that you chased away.
I know what she thinks. It's her father.
The mom did not want to badmouth the father in front of her own daughter, even shouldering the blame for why he left. The first time Maya even met Riley, her parents were in the middle of a fight.
Please don't yell. Who's yelling? Mommy and Daddy.
The writers always knew that at some point there had to be an episode that would address Maya's father.
I think we're gonna meet my dad this season, but I don't know who he is.
Maya is confronted with, does she forgive her father for abandoning her? The answer is stunning. We will meet the father.
Hi, Dad.
Maya is also shown to be an exceptional artist.
I think Maya's got a lot of talents, and she's got so many people that love her that she doesn't realize around her.
We learn that she's from Irish descent.
We're from Galway, Ireland. My relatives are fishermen mostly.
And the family name is Clutterbucket.
I come from a long line of clutter buckets.
Peter Bousquet.
It's Clutterbucket.
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to give you some dignity.
Maya is also shown to have learned conversational Spanish.
I live in a Spanish-speaking community. I've heard it out my window all these years.
Maya is like one of those people that thinks that she's doomed from the start. She's got a lot of realistic points of view in that way, which are kind of dark.
Why won't you believe in anything? No hopes, no disappointments.
Your conscience will always bother you.
I don't have a conscience.
Maya is the show's rebel.
You don't want this.
Maya is definitely more of the rebellious one.
Not popular rebel, just rebel.
Because I don't think I've ever specified, or if they ever specified her as popular. I think it's just one of those, like, she's got this personality that I guess is kind of magnetic.
Maya's the sort of spark that kickstarts a lot of our stories. She's also the edge that makes the show feel less Disney Channel and more TGIF style. Maya is portrayed as a short fuse.
Maya's the one that gets everybody into trouble. She's the rebel of the bunch.
And supposedly is a real bad girl.
You're saying I'm not nice?
No, I'm afraid to say that.
She has this wild, confident, sarcastic, and super rebellious side, and then this vulnerable side that, you know, just needs a family.
You know, she puts out this strong, self-confident, like, rebellious outside, but on the inside, you know, she's definitely dealing with a lot, and I think there's a lot of people like that, you know, have her to relate to, so I'm just glad I can play a character that does that.
Though in the rewatch of the series, I didn't find there to be that many scenes where Maya was doing anything that rebellious.
Is that my bow?
So what was Maya struggling with? Well, she had abandonment issues.
My dad doesn't live with us.
It's okay.
And in fact, actually has a whole other family.
Oh, how's your other family?
And this family is able to depend on the very same father that has left Maya and her mother to struggle. One of her biggest challenges is learning to let go of all that lingering anger.
I've been angry for so long. I'm not angry anymore.
Maya also struggles in school, and that makes her overly proud when she does succeed.
It's my facade.
Don't use big words correctly. It's not who you are.
She's a lot smarter than she thinks she is, because I think everyone pictured her or thought that she should have been, like, you know, the dumb one or just the one that doesn't do good in school, which obviously we've established that she doesn't, because she always says she doesn't. But really, she knows all the answers. She is very intelligent, and she's very much an observer of things and a watcher, and just controls a lot in her head. She's kind of freaky, but really cool.
We all know a person that we watch struggle through life.
You think I'm a failure. There's nothing more for you to teach me.
That we have the feeling that if somebody was to just invest a little time and help this person out, this person could absolutely flourish. And that's what Maya was.
That's just another lump of coal I'll bury deep in my dungeon of sadness next to my daddy issues and ballerina dreams.
People change people. That was one of the overarching themes that the Girl Meets World writers wanted to have in place for season 1. And Riley and Maya's friendship is the biggest example of that. Even if at times Riley accidentally makes an insensitive comment or two towards Maya's situation.
My troubled, misunderstood friend. People love your problems. You're a mess.
Corey did it to Shawn too.
I grew up with Shawn Hunter. Remember his mother? She forgot where she lived.
And still does that to Shawn.
It's Tuesday. I better run away.
Maya Hart was brought to life by Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter from Disney's Girl Meets World.
I'm Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter.
I had seen Sabrina earlier. She read for both Riley and Maya. And I thought she was a good Riley, but I thought she was a great Maya.
I wonder if Sabrina knew that, considering that she says that she couldn't even watch herself at the time.
When I watch it on TV, I don't think I'm watching myself. I think I'm watching somebody else. So it's actually no different to me. I'm weird that way, but I don't like to watch myself necessarily in a room with other people because I don't know. I always duck and hide. I'm weird.
Sabrina had been auditioning in Hollywood since coming in third in a Hannah Montana contest.
So when I was around 2 years old, I started singing. I just wanted to sing for everybody. But I was about 6 years old, and I was watching Hannah Montana when I found out I could make it a career. So I was already thinking about my career at 6. But no, I think the next 4 years, it was basically just annoying my mom and dad to take me to California.
I'm from Pennsylvania.
And once I was around 10, then I wanted to start acting. Because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if I could even do it. But I knew that I wanted to try. And yeah, just kind of went from there.
I was 11 or 12, and my first role was in a TV drama series.
Sophia the First. Great show, iconic. I played Princess Vivian, one of Sophia's friends, classmates. And I had this cute pet dragon. I know, kind of a subtle flex. I think I first auditioned for that show when I was like 11. I was so young. Also, my character, if you look her up, she has the craziest bangs. Like, you thought we had bangs? Like, she has bangs.
And she's also the niece of Nancy Cartwright.
At some point, Sabrina Carpenter, and maybe I'll be the first to say this, she will be, I don't know what it's called, a quad hyphenate?
Wow.
Emmy, Oscar, Tony, and Grammy.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not kidding. She is that talented.
Sabrina's sister, Sarah, appeared on Girl Meets World. You might not have realized because Sarah played a background character rather than a lead role, but she appeared in several episodes as a student with brown hair and glasses.
Sabrina's personality was considered sarcastic.
Maya and I are both very sarcastic sometimes.
I don't know if most sarcastic is one, but she's super clever. Like, she has the greatest comebacks to everything.
And she was the on-set prankster.
Prankster, I want to say Sabrina.
She over-exaggerates a lot. We do pranks. We had a prank war in season, I think it was the end of season 1, but we had a prank war. I started it, and then I realized that she overdoes pranks.
You guys already know.
Well, she pulls it off, but she pulls it off so well that it's like, there's no point in retaliating with that. It's just, she won. I'll give it, she did win, so whatever.
My personal style is like a teenage girl's feelings. They change every day, which I am one, so I like to change it up. Some days I want to dress like a flower, and other days I want to dress like a punk rock star, so it always changes.
She's got some really cool shoes. She's wearing a lot of flare jeans right now. She's in like a hippie phase.
And everybody kinda knew that she was a pop star in the making.
Be a pop star.
Which, eventually, she would become. The young women who were going to watch Girl Meets World, they were going to learn what it was like to actually be a friend to somebody.
Life is changing, isn't it?
Yes. But this never will.
You two little bumblebees got a sweet thing going.
And Riley and Maya were going to be their example. They were going to see how friends have each other's back, or challenge each other. Riley and Maya's friendship was basically going to be a sisterhood.
You know, it is possible that you're too close.
We're not allowed to abandon our friendship. I would never do that. Why does Riley always sit here?
So I can just drop in anytime.
They were going to be friends till the end. Like, the end.
You know. Blah.
Maya's issues were never going to push Riley away.
You are my extraordinary relationship, Maya.
Riley is my best friend, but you wouldn't know much about her. Or me.
Does that kind of sound like a friendship you've already kind of watched before?
So that's Riley's me? Uh-huh. They're us. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's just Corey and Shawn. Though if you hesitated, I don't blame you, because sometimes the writers were like, yeah, this is totally Corey and Shawn we're basing it on.
Remember how I was just like you?
Without that perfect dynamic between these two, you wouldn't have the show, and you wouldn't have the same thing you had with, Corey and Shawn.
So that's your dad's me? Uh-huh. We're them?
Uh-huh. She's more of the rebel. She's a little bit like Shawn Hunter, as people may remember.
She's getting a lot of comparisons to Shawn from the original series. She's like kind of the bad girl. What can you say? Is that accurate?
It's accurate for sure. I mean, there's a lot of similarities. She's got her own kind of Shawn Hunter, who's me.
And other times they were like, no, totally different. Not Corey and Shawn. Not Corey and Shawn.
But like our breakdowns didn't say, Maya be Shawn, Riley be Corey or Topanga. It was one of those things where
we go in and we read what's on the paper and we try to make our best interpretation of it.
We were never supposed to be like specifically like Shawn or like Corey, but we just so happened to have the same characteristics or differences between them, and it's been really cool to be able to create our own characters, and especially with Maya, it's a different character than I've ever played before, but it's cool to sometimes cause the spark in a situation, and that's kind of what my character does, that she causes trouble, but that makes for a fun role to play.
And I'm not gonna let that happen to you because of some second-generation Corey Matthews.
They share similarities that I'll go into later, but Maya is her own character. There are episodes that were clearly modern versions of original Boy Meets World episodes. In Boy Meets World, the episode The Uninvited sees Corey being accepted to a party that Shawn wasn't. In an episode of Girl Meets World, a similar situation happens to Riley, where Maya isn't invited to a party.
Maya's not invited.
Then you may go.
When Shawn returned on Girl Meets World, he realizes that he's become way too much like Corey.
You destroyed me! How so? You turned me into you.
Much in the same way that Maya realizes that she's dressing and acting a lot more like Riley. The Boy Meets World episode Life Lessons has a lot in common with the Girl Meets World episode True Maya.
She's Maya Hart. She's gonna burn the joint down.
It's another one where the rebel has to learn that their past isn't who they are as a person today.
She's changed. She's soft, like Dorothy.
I had a brick in my hand.
Why?
Because somebody went after you.
And I think one of the biggest reasons why people compare Maya to Shawn, they're both artists who come from a broken home.
My dad was in and out half the time.
I got half a mom.
Well, my mom took off when I was a kid.
My dad has another family.
So although it seems like it's Riley wanting to be Maya, and that's what the new audience will perceive, to the old audience, it's Corey wanting to be Shawn. He can't. His nature of wanting to fix everything.
What kind of a bad influence am I on you if I let another bad influence be a better bad influence than me in your eyes?
People change people. Riley is able to grow and mature as a person because of the influence of Maya.
Little Zippy crossed the line.
Maya influenced me.
I've noticed that over the years.
Riley becomes a little less naive.
I ride the subway now, I have kiwi lips now, and I'm just as cool as you now.
Develops more of a backbone and becomes more willing to put herself out there.
Woo! Not woo.
And we know that this is because of Maya, because the show shows us what it would be like if Maya was not in her life.
Why won't you rub off on me?
But Riley is her own person.
She's really she's really smart, she's really nice, she cares a lot what other people think, which is part of the struggle of the show. And her best friend Maya is a rebel, so she helps make her do stuff that she normally wouldn't.
Sometimes Maya can be a bad influence on Riley and get them both into trouble.
No amount of Maya's influence can change the optimistic nature that Riley has.
And I am just like this wicked woman over here.
Riley is such a strong personality that her optimism and cheerfulness rubs off on Maya.
I'd rather be a fool with you than to be anything without you.
Yeah, I think Maya's even taken stuff from Riley and me.
No,
I mean,
all
we
the characters
influence
take
each other.
stuff from each other,
'Cause we're with
even
each other
in
every
real
day.
life too. Don't do this. Don't do that. Be like me. Today is the best day ever.
Which is another parallel to the Corey and Shawn relationship.
For the world to work, there needs to be one Riley and one Maya.
I know that language. That's Topanganese.
Corey just wants to save Shawn, while Shawn gets Corey into more trouble. We know Corey's a good kid, but he'll get himself into trouble if it means helping Shawn.
I am here to keep you out of trouble, and I will have failed.
If a friend is struggling in school, a Matthews will bend over backward to bail out their friend.
She's been getting good grades. She's behaving all over the place. What is that?
We like to believe that we've helped contribute to the perfectly civilized, lovely young lady we see sitting before us.
It's Maya.
Maya is a lot like Shawn in the way that they need to find out who they are as a person and will even push people away during these times.
I painted what I'm feeling. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is I don't know what you're trying to say. What are you trying to say?
I don't know.
You haven't stood on a teacher's desk or been at detention for a long time.
The job of being somebody's best friend is to make sure that even when you're not with them, you're still there.
And when you find yourself, please don't lose me completely.
Everything you do is to protect each other.
In the original Boy Meets World, Sometimes Corey couldn't even trust Shawn to do the right thing on the first go-around, to the point where he was almost assuming the worst before it even happened. And Riley faces that same struggle.
You don't believe my father sent this to me?
Why don't you just tell me?
Who took my $100?
Just do it.
I didn't take the money.
Yes, you did.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did.
You can even call Riley snobbish when she reacted to how Maya lives, the same way Corey reacted when Corey saw how Shawn lived.
I'm the one that has to get up in the middle of the night and get you when you secretly call me.
I wake up every morning and you're not there. It makes me feel bad.
I wanted what you had. Every day was a new adventure.
And then the show has moments where the characters completely switch personalities. Sometimes Maya is the protector.
You let me know everything that's going on with Riley. And if something beautiful ever happens, paint me a picture.
Sometimes Riley is the student who's failing.
Esa es mi chico la beta. La papa es un buen barco de
Sometimes it's Riley causing a scene.
Maya, you couldn't keep her out any later than that? I mean, what kind of bad influence are you?
Maya Hart is basically a Matthews.
The person that gets them out of it all is Corey Matthews.
He really has treated Maya like a daughter and really has cared about her in ways that Maya is super grateful for.
The same way that Shawn Hunter was basically a Matthews, even without letting Amy and Alan Matthews adopt him.
Well, you know, my parents tried to adopt Shawn, but he preferred to stay a street urchin.
You had everything. Family meals around a table. I wanted that.
The guy had a great family.
Yeah.
He had parents who were there.
I guess I just loved you and your family so much that every day I became a little bit more like you.
Topanga provides motherly support for Maya, and Corey made sure to teach her as if she was one of his own. Now, some people would say that the relationship between Corey and Maya was a little odd.
I lost the two most important girls in my life.
And maybe a little too close. But to that I say, it's a sitcom, and I kinda liked how he looked out for this girl.
My motives are completely selfish.
I'm not sure they are, Mr. Matthews.
She's taken care of very well by the Matthews family because she doesn't have a totally stable home background.
That's why you have to stick close to the people you trust.
They're all right here, aren't they?
They all are.
Like, you do realize that the show that this show is based on had a teacher that followed his kids to every single grade they went to and got heavily involved in all their personal lives. So, you know, where do we draw the line?
Your mom never showed up?
No, but of course you did.
And it's kind of telling that even Maya's mom will hand off the parenting advice to Corey and Topanga.
It is awfully kind of you to pretend you need me, but she has you.
So who was Maya's mom? Maya's mom was Katy Hart.
This is Maya's mother, Katy Hart.
Played by Cheryl Texeira.
My mom's amazing. Cheryl Texeira, who plays Katy, is like, she comes in and she's one of my favorite characters in the show, but she's such a great part of it.
Girl meets Maya's mother, I think, just because it was, you know, it had this funny feel to it, but it also had this heartwarming feel to it and really made you feel.
Katy Hart was Maya's hard-working waitress mother. She was an aspiring actress, but now she's stuck in a dead-end job.
And now I'm playing a waitress here.
It's your real life.
It can't be.
This causes her to miss important events in her daughter's life. Maya is used to being let down by her mother and kind of just accepts her mom's quirks.
If you're like me, you can look forward to your mother forgetting your birthday. I think it works best for us when you go on your imaginary auditions and chase our imaginary father.
The people who get let down by Katy are people like Riley and Shawn Hunter, who expect more from a mother. Katy and Maya also live with a gammy Hart.
Oh, it's me, Gammy. Come on, give me a hug.
Whose name is possibly Angela?
Angela's a fine name. It's my mother's name, actually.
Cheryl was loved by her castmates. At the time, Girl Meets World was one of her highest profile gigs, as she had mostly been doing bit roles in television sitcoms. Now, the show was never going to work if we didn't believe in the friendship between the two girls. It had a lot to live up to.
The most refreshing thing about working with her is that we're actually best friends on and off set, which makes everything so much easier when you like your co-stars.
And you are all cordially invited to join the Girl Meets World experience. You ready? Let's go!
For people of my generation, Corey and Shawn are the friendship to model after. Some would say it's the first TV bromance in history. And these behind-the-scenes videos seem to show a real-life friendship between Rowan and Sabrina.
You're getting photobombed a little bit.
I was aware. It's okay. It's Robrina Day.
It's Robrina Day.
It's our 2-year friendship anniversary.
We met each other 2 years ago.
who seemed to be more than comfortable joking around with each other.
Hi, I took over.
Okay, I'm Sabrina. Welcome to my crib, filmed by camera extraordinaire, Rowan Blanchard.
Last night, they were running down the street in Austin, climbing on each other. They are the most wonderful friends. To see them on set is the greatest experience.
You don't automatically click with anybody, and then when I met Sabrina, it was just kind of like, oh, like, we could be friends, because you can only, pretend to be friends with somebody to an extent.
I don't know what I don't like.
Sushi. Oh, it's sushi. She's so right. I don't like sushi. She got it.
High five.
Good job.
What's coming, crazy?
Invitations to the 7th grade party scene. We could be party girls now. I'm gonna need a party girl walk.
Do it? You got it down. Okay, that's not it.
There's gonna be boys at these parties, and not just any boys, no. Opposite sex boys.
Yeah, you sound ready for this.
And goofing on their fellow castmates.
Set was on hiatus, and we stuck on their set. Yes, it's really bad. Don't repeat that.
Her favorite was when you TP someone's room. TP stands for toilet paper, and so you cover their room in clean toilet paper. She finds that joke particularly hilarious. She did it to Ben Savage's dressing room on more than one occasion. Ben himself dished that Rowan has a helper too. He revealed that both Rowan and Sabrina always play tricks on him, like on Valentine's Day when they completely covered his dressing room in little pictures with random quotes on them. Luckily, he thought it was hilarious too.
And later I go into a little bit about how much hugging the show had, but if it's anything like these behind the scenes clips, I guess hugging was always happening anyway.
Ice thunder, lightning, ice thunder, lightning, love you too.
Friendship goals right here.
So it was only natural that Sabrina and Rowan would go out to live shows and host media events together.
It's Rowan
and Sabrina,
and we're gonna give you a tet
of the set.
Hey guys, it's Rowan
And Sabrina.
You may know us from Disney Channel's Girl Meets World.
Today we're hanging out at Disney's California Adventure with our besties.
Hey, I'm Rowan Blanchard.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Carpenter.
Much in the same way that you'd see Ryder Strong and Ben Savage show up to things like the Kids' Choice Awards. If Riley Matthews is going to be the show's Corey Matthews, well, who's going to be the show's Topanga? Lucas Friar was the all-American Texas boy who moves from Austin, Texas to New York.
My favorite boy character is Lucas.
Lucas is the new kid in school. He's from Austin, Texas.
There is some y'alls in there. Yes, there is, and there's also some funny nicknames in there too. You'll get to see. You'll see, but I mean, this one right here, Sabrina gives me some funny nicknames.
He moves to New York City, so he's a little bit out of his comfort zone.
So he comes to New York and finds a little interest in Riley, and he's got some good friends.
There you go.
He's from Austin, Texas, so he's the polite guy, and the executive producer keeps telling me he's the moral center of the show. He likes to calm everything down.
You're the good guy. You're a moral compass.
Wow, that sounds hard to pull off. My integrity is not for sale.
Lucas was looked at as the moral center of the crew. When the show starts discussing their spiritual side, Lucas was shown to have a real religious core.
I do trust in certain things.
Why? What is that? I don't understand that.
I don't know, I just feel like I have a better life because of it.
Evolution does not preclude the existence of
A guiding hand that has your best interests at heart.
And his faith is pretty unshakable.
I really respect how you and your scientific mind have changed me. Oh, either that or...
He tries to always take a moral high road.
He's a happy guy, gentleman, and he's just looking for some friends to hang out with.
can't protect us.
I used to.
He's the kind of guy who'd give up his seat on a train. He's even the type of guy that when he was younger, he went and helped out victims of Hurricane Katrina.
Lucas went there from Texas to help out.
But you also learned that Lucas wasn't always so squeaky clean.
Back in Texas, I did something. I had to leave.
Which is a discovery that will shock Riley.
I used to be different than I am now.
What happened?
I came here.
As the show progresses, you learn more about Lucas's aggressive side. Something that comes out when his friends are threatened.
It's been my experience that when it comes to protecting his friends, nothing can hold him back.
Lucas comes from a family of farmers and cowboys.
And you will be the master of Tombstone the Bull. And I'll tell you, I love you. And that's something I never said to another human.
That's your Pappy Joe. That's Pappy Joe. Yes, more stuff.
And it's a tough family. It's the type of family that doesn't just hand out I love yous.
I'm gonna tell Maya I have a country singing great grandpa and that I actually do come from cowboys.
Having grown up on a farm, Lucas has a love for animals.
I had 24 horses.
And reveals to Riley that someday he'd like to become a veterinarian. Lucas Friar was played by Peyton Meyer.
Peyton Meyer. I'm Peyton Meyer.
Or Lucas Friar. Peyton Meyer.
Most chill. Be cool.
Become a rapper. I don't know. He's obsessed with rappers.
Peyton was Las Vegas born and had moved to Los Angeles after successfully auditioning in front of an agent.
And I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. I moved from actually Las Vegas to Los Angeles, and it took me a while to fit in, and then finally you fit into that piece.
Really wanted to know how these people got on TV, how they're doing what they're doing. And then I basically just kind of started out from there. And in Vegas, I was born and raised in Vegas, so in Vegas I did this little, kind of tryout, I guess, and ended up finding an agent, and she took me to LA. She was like, you need to move to LA, and we drove back and forth from LA to Vegas.
Luckily, it was a good sacrifice, moving to Los Angeles.
You could say that Girl Meets World was his classroom experience, as he didn't go to a regular school. He was homeschooled.
I'm homeschooled, so there was like a big transition from like moving to the kitchen to like the living room, or like, my room to downstairs. It's a big transition.
Having started his career at the age of 10, he had early acting gigs for things like video game commercials.
I was 12 and it was in a video game commercial.
I mean, I was like 10 when I started, so bear with me. But I mean, it was like George Lopez and Friends. Mm-hmm. It just fascinated me. I mean, just the comedy of it, and like it seemed like it was so much fun. And I ended up asking my mom. I was like, how does this work? And they're like, they literally sit on set, and I ended up looking up online. But basically, I just started auditioning a bunch for a bunch of random stuff, Target commercials, Kohl's commercials, anything I could do. I was just trying to get a foot in the door. And I ended up having this Disney audition, and it went super well. And this casting director ended up calling the head of casting of Disney and was like, you got to meet this kid. So I ended up having a general, which I hope a lot of you guys understand what a general is. It's where you sit down with the head of casting of that specific studio and you get to know them. That way, any project that comes along, they can think of you, or they already get to know you. Because in auditions, you don't really get to know that many people. You're there to do the script, and then you move on. So I had a general with Disney, and I sat down and talked with her for about an hour. And she was like, we love you. Your personality's great. Like, you're very humble. You're very just a normal guy. And
so that's how Peyton Myers was put on the pilot episode of Girl Meets World. While waiting for Girl Meets World to be picked up, he ended up starring on another Disney Channel show, Dog with a Blog.
I think it was about 6 months later, I auditioned for Dog with a Blog. And I ended up booking that. And then after the first episode of Dog with a Blog, Girl Meets World came along. And I ended up booking that.
According to Peyton Meyer, he was excited to tackle Girl Meets World. Peyton had grown up watching Boy Meets World along with his family, and wasn't overwhelmed by the idea of taking on such a big show.
I was just so excited. I didn't really feel nervous or anything. I was like excited. I was ready to roll. Let's do this,
In fact, it didn't even occur to him just how serious the fan base for the show was. Michael Jacobs is on record as saying that Peyton Meyer was perfect for the world of sitcoms.
You think it's easy being me every day?
Shut up!
He had the perfect deadpan delivery. Lucas Friar and Peyton Meyer shared something in common.
I've been labeled a jock and a cowboy, and this is from my friends.
They were natural athletes.
Star scholar athlete.
Jealous?
Most likely to be a professional baseball player.
Be an athlete. Oh, you know what? Man, okay, I'm a pretty good ping pong player. Just letting you guys know. I challenged him, this is a year ago, I challenged him to a game of ping pong, thinking I was gonna win. And he was like, I don't know, Danielle, I'm pretty good. He's amazing, and he totally killed me in ping pong. So just the other day, I heard a ping pong ball somewhere on set, and I said, is there a ping pong table? And from across the room, he's like, don't even.
In fact, Peyton Meyer is actually named after a famous quarterback.
I was named after Peyton Manning.
Cut that meat!
Sandwich.
Cut that meat!
Oh, people might not know that.
Being good at sports is just a matter of physics.
Don't you mess up America's most favorite thing with America's least favorite thing.
Lucas was the baseball star, the basketball star, the wrestler, But it wasn't always smooth sailing for Lucas's character.
That's why Zay and I are trying out for baseball.
When the gang transitions into high school, he's no longer the biggest and baddest athlete.
I get up to bat and I can't even see the ball.
But I'm going to kind of guess that that also would have changed later on if they entered into their sophomore, junior, and senior years. Alright, we're reaching the one character on this show that I think split the old fan base and the new fan base.
Farkle, you were out there? I'm always out there. Farkle brings a lot of knowledge to the group. He's always saying information even if they don't want to hear it. What is this place? This is where the ancients stored all of their wisdom.
Early reviews that I saw for Girl Meets World were not kind to the character of Farkle.
Not bad, Farkle.
But Farkle is also the character who changes the most personality-wise as the show goes on.
This is me now.
At first, he's just your classic TV sitcom nerd who's also a horn dog.
Hey, look at your feet. Then naked.
Yay! Well, that's settled then.
You're next.
I want to be first. Yee. This look like affection to you?
I takes it however I gets it.
The people who tuned into Girl Meets World felt that the character type and the jokes that were being told from Farkle were very cliched and just kind of old-fashioned.
Medieval talk. What are you doing to me, woman?
The show was taking place in the 2010s, but the lines Farkle was saying felt like they came from 1983.
Well, alone at last.
Yes, you are.
And even if you're trying to defend Farkle, he is kind of creepy.
Riley is within 5 feet of you.
Hey, that's my voice.
Yeah, I've been recording it for years, but don't worry, I would never take advantage of it. I love you, Farkle.
I'm not gonna lie, some of the stuff he says is just off-putting.
Give your daughter to me. I'll give you 4 oxen and my best milking cow.
No!
You, me, Mars. Let's do this thing.
Just no.
When you were not dancing with me, you may not dance with anyone else. So you may sit and wait until you dance with me again.
But then again, if you wanted the classic Boy Meets World formula, you were going to get some of the stuff that was included in Boy Meets World, and you might be forgetting that this is a classic formula, classic jokes, and classic tropes that are going to be put into these scripts. Farkle is really just a continued tradition of characters like Screech, Urkel. Farkle is shown to be in love with Riley, but also in love with Maya. In the first season of the show, you could totally call Farkle a sex pest. Sometimes he's shown to be overly possessive of Riley and Maya. But again, it's only a sitcom. And deep down, we all know that Farkle is harmless.
My education, my women. My education, my women. Oh, it's happening again, sir.
It's shown that if the girls even flirt back to him, he's gonna pass out.
You want to go out with us? You're cute when you're menacing.
I don't know what to do now.
And the writers had to have known to tone this back. As Farkle gets older and the show goes on, he becomes a lot more normal.
Whoa. We're getting older. These are going to be more unpredictable.
And we learn that he's always loved Riley and Maya, but it's not for their looks, it's for their personality.
Farkle adores Riley. He has a soft spot in his heart for her. I've been in love with Riley since the 1st grade. He also adores Maya as well, except he's a little bit afraid of her. Look at my eyes.
No.
Look at my eyes.
No.
Look at my eyes.
No.
I've been in love with Riley since the 1st grade. But I'm also equally in love with Maya. Some might say the great mystery of the universe is who's going to be the first Mrs. Farkle.
That deep down, he really actually cares about these girls.
Let's never settle for anyone less than Farkle.
You know what the best thing is about going out with Farkle?
What?
No matter what happens, I won't get hurt.
Farkle is considered the glue that holds this entire group together.
Probably my favorite part of him is how much he values friendship, because I think that's really important. My favorite part of him is actually his value of friendship.
Oh.
When given the choice of where he's going to go to college, he says, I want to go where the girls are going.
I want to go wherever my friends go.
Even though it's shown that Farkle could go to any school of his choosing.
I really like the bond that Farkle has with Corey, just like Corey had with Mr. Feeny.
There are friendships here that can't be created in a laboratory.
When we flash forward to an alternate future, it's shown that if Farkle was never friends with Riley and Meyer, he would have stayed the same personality that we saw from the pilot. Now, one of the more controversial aspects of the show was when the writers tried to address some of the early reviews of the Farkle character. Why is he so strange?
You're gonna want to be awake for this.
Is it our honeymoon?
Why does he do what he does? He's eccentric. That's why he wants to rule the world.
With all due respect to history, Mr. Matthews, what's important to our generation will be on this side of the timeline, when Farkle and technology rule.
He's a genius. That's what he is.
Farkle is very smart. He's probably the genius of the show, I'd say.
It's debatable.
He loves learning. Farkle is the genius of the show. He's very smart. He loves learning. Well, I play Farkle, and he is the genius of the show. He really enjoys learning. He's very smart.
He can speak multiple languages. No. That's not right. Something seems kind of just off about his whole personality. People were speculating that this character might have autism. So the show made an episode to address that, making it, in a way, a very special episode. One that would help spread awareness. In this episode, the Minkus family are prepared to accept whatever diagnosis Farkle has.
All my life, nothing's ever frightened me. Then I had a child.
But it gets revealed that Farkle doesn't have autism.
I don't have Asperger's. But they also said they don't know what to make of me.
But their friend Smackle, well, she does.
Because he doesn't have Asperger's, like you? How did you know?
Farkle's full name is Farkle Minkus, the son of Stuart Minkus.
What the name of your parents' nerdy classmate in school was?
Minkus. Minkus is my father.
He's your father?
Look at us. We cover it in a episode where we're doing career day, and we come in, and he doesn't really talk about his job, but if he did have a job, he would probably be like the CEO of like the biggest corporation in the world.
Your name is Farkle Minkus.
He comes from Viking heritage with Denmark roots.
I come from Vikings.
The Minkuses have always been simple, incredibly rich people. I had helicopter problems, because I have a helicopter.
In one episode, the kids have to study where they came from.
You ready to share something with us, Farkle?
Found lots of Minkuses.
Minkai.
Living in Copenhagen in Denmark. The mystery is that I can't find my great-grandfather's birth records. He was the first one who left Denmark, came to America, and started the American Minkai team.
Farkle eventually realizes that his grandfather was Jewish and had to escape from Adolf Hitler.
He was adopted by a Christian family named Minkus in Denmark who wanted to help him.
Help him what? Help him live.
When bringing Girl Meets World back, Michael Jacobs wanted to make this show a family affair. If you had anything to do with the original show, you might be on Girl Meets World. One character he was dying to bring back was Minkus, as played by Lee Norris.
I always felt so bad about letting Lee Norris disappear from the original series, that Lee Norris was a choice of mine that I wanted to bring back.
For those of you who watched the early Boy Meets World, Minkus came back, and that was amazing because I saw him and I was like, oh my gosh, he looks like the same, just like bigger and older, you know? But yeah, he's back and he's Farkle's father, so he's ready to go.
Yeah, Minkus plays Farkle's dad. So that is perfect. A great episode.
He grew up. He's wonderful. Lee found his Topanga, a lovely wife. It's a great episode.
Lee Norris was one of the very first cameos from the old cast. And in a lot of ways, bringing back Minkus was one of the biggest selling points on why an old fan should tune in to the new show.
Do you have a Topanga, Minkus? Nope, because she chose you.
After season 1 of Boy Meets World, we only had that one cameo from Minkus. And that's something that Michael Jacobs regretted. And Minkus was still Minkus. The haircut, the competitive nature, and joking that he's still in love with Topanga.
My father says she should have been my mother.
But the show did make it known that Minkus and Corey, they weren't enemies. In fact, they were friends.
You married Jennifer Bassett. Did you know that?
She's the least likely person to marry Stuart Minkus.
Minkus even married Jennifer Bassett.
Thank you for my son.
Though it seems like at times...
Who does what I say?
Everybody.
Minkus and Jennifer have a rocky relationship.
Because that's the ring my mom keeps throwing at my father.
Thank you for marrying me.
Yeah, well, you told me to.
The other Girl Meets World running joke was that none of the original cast members believe that Farkle is actually a real boy. Not Shawn.
I'm Stuart Minkus' son.
Minkus reproduced? What do you think, he was cloned in a lab or something? Look at him.
Not Eric.
Are you a robot?
I'm a real boy.
Not even Mr. Turner.
Stuart Minkus' kid. Yeah. Super genius.
Outer space.
Real human boy.
We're not sure yet.
So it's a good thing when his mom is able to actually present a real birth certificate.
Real boy.
Farkle is one of those classic sitcom characters.
You are being awarded the Joseph T.R. Epstein Confidence Award.
He's got catchphrases.
Thank you, I'm Farkle.
He makes goofy noises. And he does the pratfalls. This is comfort TV. And even then, the show does tackle bullying.
You're turtlenecks? Yeah, somebody said they make me weird.
You are weird.
And even with all that confidence that Farkle has in himself, he too gets bullied. And that bullying causes him to not want to come to class.
My spirit's fine. I just don't want to be me anymore.
And then want to change everything about himself. The turtlenecks were gone. He went from turtlenecks to dark clothes.
I'm Donnie Barnes.
But because he had such good friends, he felt comfortable enough in just trying to figure out who he was as a person.
A Farkle is a nerdy little scientist genius.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Is it?
No. Not to me. Not to the people who truly care about you.
As we grow, whoever it is we used to be just become a part of our scrapbook.
It's one thing to have your friends make fun of your quirks, but when a bully does it, it feels like a personal attack.
A bully took something I liked about myself and made me feel bad about it.
Farkle Minkus was played by Corey
Fogelmanis. Did I get it right? Woo!
He was this big and he had a ball haircut and he talked a mile a minute. Or Farkle, Corey Fogelmanis.
Corey started performing at the age of 6.
Sort of the other part of the trio of best friends, correct?
Yeah, I play Farkle.
Corey is most likely to go to Harvard.
Life, Petty.
And always wanted to be on stage. If you look closely, you'll actually be able to see him on the TV show House of Lies.
That was my first job, and it was like a one-day thing, but it was really cool. I was like in the school play at the school, and yeah, it was like the first thing I ever did.
Corey was a theater kid. His co-stars knew this, and they would even mention that he had Broadway ambitions.
I'm gonna say surprise you with his humor.
Be on Broadway?
Be on Broadway.
I was always super into like the movie musicals and I loved performing. So I got on stage and I think at that moment like I, decided that I loved performing as much as I did and wanted to do it hopefully in the future.
I'm a good actor. What if I'm better than good? What if I'm great? What if I'm the greatest actor who ever lived and I never knew it?
I grew up doing theater before I started television and films.
Farkle and I are very loyal to our friends and family.
Like Peyton Meyer, he also only did a little bit of schooling. Corey didn't have much of a high school experience. He only did a little bit of the 9th grade.
Yeah, I went to a little bit of 9th grade, which was my first year in high school. And it was a lot, it was just so big. And the work was a lot harder.
Corey's hobbies included hanging out with friends on and off camera.
I had given up like hanging out with friends a lot.
And his female co-stars considered him like a brother.
He's adorable. He's like our little brother. He's older than Rowan, but he's younger than me. So he's like our brother, and we just have the best friendship with him.
Corey was only 13 at the time of Girl Meets World's pilot, and he didn't really know what he got himself into.
But when I first got the part, I did not know how big of a deal this was going to be. And now that we're airing, it's just so incredible. I can't wait.
The pilot, I think I was 14 there. That was our season 2 promotional photo.
So things have ramped up so quickly.
They really have, yeah. That was the second version of the bowl cut. The first one is way worse.
You're sort of pulling out like the early Bieber,
Yeah, I'm growing it out. I'm just trying something.
Augie Matthews is the youngest child of Corey and Topanga.
Last time you saw Topanga, she didn't have children, so this is the first time anybody's gonna be able to see Topanga as a mother. This is my mom. She's still very smart. She's still madly in love with Corey. She spends a lot of time with our young son, who's 5. His name is Augie.
He's like loving, caring, everything, like lots of things.
And yes, the Boy Meets World superfans were actually upset that the kids were named Riley and Augie and not Chewbacca and Plankton.
There was an episode of Boy Meets World where Ben and Danielle said that they were going to name us Plankton
or something. And
Oh
so
my gosh,
there
Steve's
was
starting a craze of
No,
Plankton.
believe it or not, there was like a Boy Meets World fan group who was very, very angry that I was not named Plankton, and so they refused to watch the show because Riley was not Plankton.
So we know that Riley is Corey with Topanga's hair, but if Riley is Corey with Topanga's hair, Augie is definitely Morgan.
The cow goes.
He's half little kid, half instigator.
Don't you think a normal person would have gotten over this by now?
He's shown to be a protective little brother,
Don't hurt my sister.
and it's hard to tell if he's brilliant like his mom,
You are going to change the world with your brilliant mind.
or average like his dad.
Catch me!
But it must be more of the former, because on red carpets and press interviews, they say that Augie is most likely to succeed.
In life. Augie.
Augie. I would say Augie.
And Augie's got his own little world. He's got a sidekick named Doy, and of course, Ava.
I'm Ava Morgenstern.
Augie was played by August Maturo.
Hi, I'm August Maturo.
Say hi to Augie, Augie Maturo.
Stay like this forever.
Would you please?
Who started on the show at the age of 5.
Do you people realize that I'm only this many?
Aren't you so cute? How old are you?
6.
6. And you have a little brother in real life?
Yep.
And you play the little brother here?
Yep.
So what is that like?
Fun.
And by the time the show was over, he was a 9-year-old.
Being on Girl Meets World, I was 5 when I started, and it went all the way till I was 9.
He was just a little kid doing little kid things.
Have you ever seen Boy Meets World?
Season 1.
Season 1. Who's your favorite character?
Shawn. I have, when I have a little bit of lines, then I can't memorize it. But when I have a lot, then I can memorize it really easy, like snap. I can't snap, so I wish I could snap, but I can't. I can't.
August is most likely to become president one day.
Probably most hilarious. He's a really funny mind.
Most likely to go on tour with Demi Lovato.
On set, he'd want to scare his TV mom.
There was one time I even thought he was ready to jump out and scare me, and he still got me. He's just that good, so he's more likely to pull a prank.
And the older kids treated him like the little brother.
I was looking at pictures of him the other day, and I kind of got teary-eyed because I think of him as like my little child, and he's getting so big.
So you guys are his role models, right? Oh, he always really wants to be like Ben.
Be my wingman.
If you could sign one of your co-stars, who would it be?
Well, there's only one here tonight, and it's Augie, so I would sign him. I think he would have a really great reaction, too. So.
Augie was just reading us his paper about life and everybody he loves.
You didn't put me in it. I'm never even gonna see 10 or 11! You won't! You can have Riley. She'd rather be with you anyway. She's your sister now.
The series lets you know that Augie does love his sister. We're just not sure how he really feels about Maya. Ava Morgenstern was Augie's love interest.
Her name is Ava. She likes cheese, and I'm in love with her.
Played by Ava Kolker.
This little girl came in, and originally we thought, it might be nice if Augie had a little girlfriend. And so Ava is now his wife of 3 years. Meet Ava Kolker.
Forget Riley and Lucas. Ava and Augie were our Corey and Topanga.
Okay, the 2 people on the show that are most likely to date.
Oh, I don't want to. Oh.
Just go there, girl.
Augie and Ava.
Augie and Ava.
Augie and Ava.
I'll take the diplomatic Augie
That's everyone saying
and
that.
Ava.
That would be a Topanga if Topanga constantly annoyed Amy and Alan Matthews.
Ava? This is not about us, Topanga.
Ava was controlling. She called the shots in their relationship, and it only seemed to be noticed by Topanga Lawrence, who often had to put Ava back outside the apartment and tell her to go home. But it could be worse for Ava. Jazz on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air got thrown out the front door. This kid got nicely placed outside. Big difference. The running joke that the show had was that Ava and Augie were basically a married couple.
We're engaged.
He's 5 and already been married for 20 years.
I've been married to Ava Morgenstern for 52 years.
When the show ended, the Girl Meets World writers even revealed that Ava and Augie were forever.
Oh,
And Auggie and Ava were forever.
I am Mrs. Augie Doggy Matthews, wherever you are.
So much for being a character that was only written to be in one episode. There were moments during the show where I was like, Ava is just a little much. And I don't particularly root for her. I think the writers knew this because you feel bad for Ava later on when you start learning more and more about her home life. She acts the way that she does because she comes from a broken home.
My mother said you'd be happy to watch me while she tells my daddy what he is doing wrong.
Her mom is arrogant and overbearing.
Judy, are you British? No, I'm just better than everyone else.
And this drove away her husband. And her mom doesn't even read to her.
She says it makes me weak.
This kid is starving for attention.
And then you slam the door in my face. Even though I love that.
And it's something that Corey and Topanga pick up on and even start showing love to this kid who is kind of annoying. Later on, it's revealed that Ava's dad does end up leaving her and her mom.
He left.
Smackle!
Isadora Smackle was played by Cece Balagot.
Hi, my name is Cece Balagot.
Cece's great. The girl Farkle now cares for also came for what we thought may be one episode. Come on out, Cece Balagot.
Because I don't think I was in the show enough.
Smackle was introduced as Farkle's intellectual rival.
What kind of parents name their kids Smackle, Farkle? Oh.
But really, she's just a female Farkle. Even speaking in third person herself.
Smackle, you fool!
Smackle and Farkle have a one-sided rivalry. Smackle is always the winner.
Smackle!
She beats Farkle every time. You think he's gotten used to it by now?
And as Farkle matured, he kind of appreciated how much Smackle forces him to raise his game.
What good is life unless it throws a Smackle in your face?
I only want to beat her when she's really her. She's the best arch nemesis I could ever have. Doesn't have to be like this, Farkle. You and I can rule the world. Together.
Smackle would become a more regular cast member as the show progressed.
R.I.P. Smackle, what? She's done a couple episodes in season 3.
Smackle didn't hate Farkle. She secretly loved Farkle. She just didn't know how to communicate that.
Why does he prefer you?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd stop.
There was just a lot of awkward flirting, and Smackle being unable to convey her feelings towards Farkle.
Are you finally intrigued by me, Farkle? I'm a female Farkle.
And Farkle couldn't tell if Smackle really liked him, or if she was playing mind games. And sometimes it was both. Science didn't want the two of them together. They're too similar.
Isadora Smackle loves you.
But I'm loyal to both of you.
Opposites attract. Just ask Paula Abdul. Eventually the two would admit that they had feelings towards each other, and would begin dating.
Isadora, Farkle finding the one and only Smackle lets me know the universe has order, and our existence is not just random coincidence.
And what was it that made them admit that they had feelings towards each other? Remember the autism episode? And that Smackle was revealed to be the one that actually had autism? Well, before that, the show had been dropping hints that Smackle had matched a lot of the signs of having autism.
Smackle doesn't want to be like you guys. Smackle only wants to win. You ladies have been played.
Is this true, Smackle?
Affirmative.
Some people with Asperger's aren't comfortable being touched or receiving affection. They may struggle to fully understand emotion or love.
You're crying?
Yes. I am sad.
When Smackle learned that Farkle may also have Asperger's,
I might have a type of autism called Asperger's syndrome. You don't.
She felt a sense of closeness to him.
This may be too much for you. I understand if you wish to leave.
I would never leave.
Isadora Smackle was let down to know that Farkle didn't have Asperger's, so now he'd be no longer interested in her, which proved to be incorrect. In fact, the whole group wanted to include Smackle in with their activities, even though Smackle took some of Lucas's niceness as flirting. In Season 2, we were also introduced to Zay Babineaux.
Zay Babineaux from Austin, Texas.
What are you doing here, Zay?
You know, Zay is a really funny character. I know you guys have just met him, but he's such a funny character.
Check out them grades. Here, let me sing them to you. D, 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 F.
Which was Lucas's best friend from Texas.
And we thought it would be wonderful if we showed who his best friend was back home. So we added somebody, and we didn't know if it was going to be one time or forever. And as soon as he said his first line, we knew it was forever.
In one of Farkle's blogs, he was worried that he'd be replaced by Zay as Lucas's best friend. You know, since Zay was the old best friend and Farkle is the new best friend. Zay comes from African descent,
My family was brought from Ghana to Jamaica before we came to America.
Amir Mitchell-Townes was cast in the role of Zay. Now you might actually recognize Amir's father. It's
magnificent. Jazzy Jeff, so bust his beat.
Say hi to Amir Mitchell-Townes.
The addition of Zay allowed for us to learn more about Lucas's past in Texas.
Did he tip over a cow, put 11 gallons in a 10-gallon hat?
Zay's mouth often got him into trouble, and Lucas had to protect him. Lucas was always a protector.
Oh, not again. Well, I like knowing you have my back. Zay's mouth gets him in trouble. He thinks he's tougher than he is, maybe. But he's my friend. And I care about my friends.
But in Texas, it led to a fight that got him suspended, which was why Lucas wasn't too excited to see Zay show up in the classroom. Lucas was trying to make a new life for himself, and all Zay did was remind him of his past. Zay seemed like he was going to be trouble, but actually, he was a good guy. He fit right into the friend group. Riley and Maya even both pretend to be his girlfriend to make his old girlfriend Vanessa, a cheerleader in Texas, jealous.
It was true love, but I'm over it now. Vanessa!
Vanessa didn't buy the whole girlfriend thing, but was impressed that Zay had such dedicated and devoted friends.
They're your friends who stuck up for you. We're breaking up with you, honey nugget. Let her buy you ice cream.
So he must be a good guy. So Zay and Vanessa were able to rekindle their romance, even though it was going to be long distance.
Zay's back in Texas. He's at Vanessa's spring formal.
But in Zay's very own words, that actually might help.
Vanessa likes me better now than when I lived there. Now she all missing me because I'm gone. You know, I got this whole love thing figured out. Don't be there.
I don't think it did, though, because in high school, Zay says he's single and available, so something must have happened.
I'm completely available.
And Farkle never had to worry about Lucas and Zay cutting him out of the group.
I'm your best friend, and I need you to trust me.
I'm his best friend.
This was going to be a three-way bromance.
Bromance? See, I didn't even know we had a bromance. So now that I know, yeah, it does. It definitely does. And now we have the new character named Zay, who throws in, now it's a triple bromance.
From now on, it's always been the three of us.
Zay wanted to be part of this group. He was enamored by Riley and Maya, and even Farkle.
My name is Farkle.
Who would do that to you?
I'm Farkle.
And as season 3 progressed, he may have had romantic feelings towards Maya.
Riley and Maya, you love them, right?
Of course I do. How did you know? I've said too much.
Amir Townes is lucky that Zay fit in with that group, because for a while, this was called the disappearing chair.
Well, this is usually whoever's guest starring for the week as another classmate. We put them in this desk right here. We never have a permanent person in that seat. So whoever sits there is kind of in danger.
Oh, easy there, harmonica. Who are you? Where did you come from?
This is sort of similar to Boy Meets World, where in season 1, Corey and Shawn had another friend, and every week, it would be a new kid. As I'm learning through Pod Meets World, Michael Jacobs is the kind of guy that if you didn't nail the line, you were cut.
Remember our third best friend, Carrie Abelson? Oh yeah, what happened to her? She moved across the street.
And don't get me wrong, there were recurring people in the classroom, like Sabrina Carpenter's sister, and Yogi.
I know I'm not your daughter, but I too have value in this world.
Or this gag that they do a couple times during the series. Michael Jacobs just wanted Girl Meets World to be for the young girls growing up.
A lot of these lessons that are written are lessons that we're just learning as we're reading them.
I love how realistic the characters are to actual teenagers like me today.
So it's not only a learning experience for everyone who's watching the show, but it's also us as we learn what the scripts are about, and we get to find out how really people would react in those situations.
We all have children, and we base the stories and what the dialogue is on reality versus some television invention.
And it's basically a girl's life instead of a boy's now. So there's a lot of different issues and emotions you're going to deal with on a roller coaster ride that we hope that will last a while.
My favorite thing about being Riley in Girl Meets World.
Her hope is that girls watching learn it's okay to be your authentic self.
With Girl Meets World, we're trying to get Riley to be this person that's kind of awkward and quirky and trips over her own feet. It's like a big responsibility to know that there's a bunch of girls like relying on your show.
and dealing with the struggles of growing up in this generation.
What could be worse than learning about my body from the boys' gym teacher?
Nothing. When Girl Meets World was announced, I think a lot of us older fans weren't sure what to expect, but we should have had an idea, because Michael Jacobs was pretty upfront in saying what this show was going to be. This was a show that was inspired from watching his young daughter Rachel and wanting to speak to girls who were going through the same issues as his daughter.
I have a daughter who's
Hi, Rachel.
here. All of what I'm writing is because Rachel and I have gone through it. I understand what is real about raising a wonderful and unique young lady. I would say that without my relationship with her, this show would certainly not be possible. To write for the young girls growing up as opposed to writing for Ben growing up is radically different, harder, and I gotta say, more rewarding when we get it right.
This makes a lot of sense. This is Boy Meets World with a female twist.
So a 14-year-old girl is going to be wonderful for girls who are 8, 9, 10, 11 years old to watch, because it's either their older sister or their aspirational older sister.
We're going to get new stories that aren't just carbon copies of the original.
But it basically has the same realness and like the same like morals and the same, but it's all through a girl's perspective, which is completely different than a boy's perspective. So it's a lot like Boy Meets World, but it's all through a girl's perspective, which is way different than a boy's perspective, as you guys know. So
I don't think the show went out of its way to be malicious towards its older fan base. This show is going to be more impactful if it's a show that a little girl can watch and see people that she can aspire to be like.
We wanted girls that were relatable and that were, you know, people that you thought you could be friends with.
Riley and Meyer would kind of be like Shawn and Corey were to my generation. These are the friends that we want to have. And honestly, it wasn't specifically girl issues.
It's just like Boy Meets World, but it's like its own show, you know? It still has Ben and Topanga, but like it's its own show. It's all about, you know, her and stuff like this, and her problems through the world.
This could still apply to any kind of kid. Bad grades.
D+, what kind of grade is D+? What is a D+? You stink plus. What's the difference between a D+ and a C-? Your average less. You stink plus.
Wondering what your teen life will be like? Dating?
Boys have it easy. They get to ask.
We gotta do all the asking.
all they have to do is say no.
Well, they could say yes.
They could do that.
Breakups? Puberty?
I know a lot of things are going to happen. Which one is this?
Figuring out your personal style?
This is a world where pretty seems better somehow.
How does someone deal with a bully?
You exist, and you're weird, and you get in the way of where I'm looking, so stop being weird and stop being happy.
In Girl Meets Riley Town, Riley was made fun of because she was different.
Does Topanga's speech about girls being in STEM seem kind of preachy?
Science, technology, engineering, math. The research shows that we tend to play the roles we think we're supposed to.
Yeah, to me.
She dropped her marble.
Maya?
What? I'm not trying to hurt the girl thing, I'm just lazy.
And you cannot think that it is more important to be liked than it is to be leaders.
Does this emotional breakdown over bullying hit the same way to somebody who's an adult, especially an adult without kids? No, it doesn't. But if I'm in middle school and I'm seeing this, I relate. This is my life, especially at the age these kids are at, where you care a lot about what others think of you.
You wait for your entire life, and then all of a sudden you're a teenager and you just have to kind of figure it out, and it's not like a movie and it's not like the songs. I think teenagehood is based so much in the images that we have of being a teenager, so we expect it to be something that's really powerful and surreal, and I think there are moments of that, but it's mostly moments of waiting.
Innocence is not bad. Hold on to it.
And one of the things that changed was technology and how kids relate to it these days. How would Corey and Shawn have dealt with social media? Remember when Eric became a weatherman? Well, what if he became a weatherman in today's world?
They have one in their pocket, they have the television screen, they have their computer screen, they have movie screens, who say, you're not 14, you're 20. And I think that what the access is to those screens and their ability to have knowledge that perhaps they shouldn't have, there's no way to say whoa once that's opened, But there is a way, and Girl is going to do it, to say, are you better off? And we're going to do it well.
And Boy Meets World took place before social media, so it didn't affect how they communicated with each other.
A lot of the motivation for making the show was to address the issues and concerns that kids nowadays are going through.
Right.
Boy Meets World, you know, Corey Matthews grew up in a much more innocent, naive world. And Rowan's character, Riley, is growing up in a much more complicated world.
They were saying it's such a different generation from when Corey was growing up, from when Riley Matthews is growing up. So it's a different world for them as writers too, because they didn't have social media, they didn't have cell phones, they didn't have any of that stuff when they first started with Corey. So it's a much more grown-up world, a lot less innocence. Although the show will be innocent, but it's like dealing with the real issues of the world.
That was the reason that I thought, let's do this again. Because in this new world, maybe we could also be entertaining but teach something too.
There's the internet, there's Instagram, there's Facebook, there's cyberbullying, there's just a whole host of issues that young kids have to deal with today that they didn't really have to deal with in the 90s.
There's a lot of things that have changed since the 90s, so we're kind of putting that through. Well, now everything you can touch. So there's touch everything, I don't know. There's a lot of different things, just the way that style has changed and the way that kids communicate.
There's an episode where Riley has to figure out, is she popular online? Or is it the fictional character she created for herself?
Jessica says everything I'm thinking.
I'm almost done liking the likes that people liked of me.
You mean Jessica?
I am Jessica.
And in a way, the issues that kids faced then and kids face now are always going to be kind of the same.
In Girl Meets World, there could be so much potential because you have Rowan Blanchard, you have Peyton, Meyer, you have Sabrina Carpenter, Corey, I'm blanking on his last name, but they have potential to have their stories more like elaborated.
That rant that Mr. Feeny had where he mentioned King Koopa.
And how do you use this technology? To beat King Koopa and save the princess.
Well, change a few words, and now it's this speech.
You use emoticons rather than emotions. You're an unfeeling generation of zombies.
And that bleeds out into the real world. Back in the day, we didn't really know how to get a hold of Ben Savage and Daniel Fishel, but now they all have online accounts, and anybody can reach them.
Definitely is a whole social media and, you know, kind of everything's public. There's that whole aspect, you know, and that does really affect middle schooler, especially, I mean, their lives. We did a particular episode where we did how technology has really affected, you know, children, and that episode's very powerful. But I wouldn't say like Riley's one of those kids that's glued to her phone.
I think it's a much more difficult and harsher world than we grew up in. Not just from an acting standpoint, but from just being a public figure. There's cameras that I'm sure you know very well. There's cameras everywhere you go, snapping pictures of you every time you turn around.
But now fans have better access to these celebrities, and that's not always a good thing. To get information for the show, I looked at some of these chats that were on TikTok Live, and I watched this young cast get bullied by some of the comments they were reading.
At Fogelmanis _ says, Corey sucks. No, I'm not high, I don't do that.
If you're going through bullying, I think the probably hardest but most important thing to do is have a conversation with your friends, with an adult, with some peers, with a professional, anybody that you can.
If I wanted to tell Ryder Strong that I think he looks high during the 5th season of Boy Meets World, I would have had to do it through snail mail.
It was a very different time. I mean, for us, like, to see these kids having Instagram accounts and Twitter accounts, like, you know, dealing with fame and being on a TV show in the 90s was a whole, like, we didn't have any concept of what the world thought of us.
It's like you were in a bubble.
Yeah. And so instead, these kids were coming into a show that already had a fan base, and they were already able to engage and have feedback with their fans. And I think that is both great in the sense that they were able to express themselves and to build a relationship, but it's also incredibly intimidating.
They even bullied the Girl Meets World writing staff and the guy who created both shows. They were on social media, and they got told to delete their accounts.
Tell the writers to delete their Twitter.
I understand how you're feeling, guys. I promise they're wonderful in person.
So was Girl Meets World able to get the young fan base that the show was made for?
I absolutely love Girl Meets World. It is the only show we can both watch together.
In that way, yeah, they succeeded.
The audience had a choice to embrace this or to not embrace this, and they did.
Girl Meets World is different than most shows because it's a family show. Parents can watch it, little kids can watch it. There's something in there for everyone.
I think kids will like the adventures that we get into in Girl Meets World. We have school, and we have dances, and we have sleepovers.
I mean, people are really liking it, and we're about halfway through season 2, so it's going really well.
You know, it's kind of weird to be go from going to Disneyland. Like 2.5 years ago, we had just done the pilot, and nobody knew us.
Or even just up to a year ago when we shot the whole season 1 and it hadn't aired yet, nobody had seen it.
Honestly, it's just really cool to see the transition and to know that people like the show and like watching it. It means a lot to us.
We watch this every Friday night because that's when it comes in our house.
Yeah.
So we crawl in bed, Elsie and I watch it. She'd be here if she could, sitting on your lap, I'm sure.
How old is she?
She's 10.
Oh,
perfect age for this.
It's really funny. You're gonna find some really comedic timing in there, and then it's got that heartwarming feeling to it, and you can also learn a lot of stuff from this show. So tune in and learn something.
I love Girl Meets World. It's one of my favorite shows.
And it wasn't just the old show's fan base.
Girl Meets World. I can't believe this is happening.
Honestly, people of all ages are excited about the show.
I mean, you could be 5 and you're excited, and you can be 30 and you're really excited. I mean, it's all a family show.
Do you expect the audience to be your 9-year-olds grown up, or do you expect it to be a 9-year-old audience?
I think we're hoping for both.
Yeah.
I think this show has mass appeal, or we're hoping it does.
There were new kids checking out Girl Meets World. Michael Jacobs has a theory that kids are the ones who bring parents to a show. That kids want to spend time with their parents, but they need a middle ground show that they both can watch.
This may be the rare exception because parents will have had the experience of knowing what Boy was and say to their children, I want you to sit here and watch this because it's a safe, good place. But normally kids find a hit and they bring their parents because they want to spend time with their parents. But there's nothing in this world that they really have in common. But this show is an interesting dichotomy.
And I think he's on to something. The reason Boy Meets World was so special to me was the TGIF block was a way for my sister, myself, my mom, and dad to all watch and relate to one show. It was funny for them, and it was funny for us. And we could have been laughing at two different sides of the spectrum, but it was all to the same show.
Well, I want to say that I know that Boy Meets World was probably meant to be a role model show for boys, but I'm here with my sisters tonight, and you made a huge impact on a lot of young girls as well.
Yeah.
Some of the most meaningful, emails and messages and fan interactions have been people who come up to us and say, I grew up with Boy Meets World and it meant so much to me, and I'm so excited because now I have a daughter.
I have 3 daughters from 24 to 16, and I've been able to share this show with them.
I can't wait for her to watch Girl Meets World because now she can kind of grow up with the same memories.
This show is so poignant and perfect for kids growing up.
I really felt that the audience had to embrace Rowan and Sabrina. They already embraced Corey and Topanga, and the show obviously just will not leave the air. And so what happens is we knew, Ben knew, Danielle knew, we all knew, if the audience does not embrace these two girls, there is no show.
In fact, while speaking to one of my younger cousins who was born after Boy Meets World had already been off the air, she was the exact person who watched Girl Meets World without ever actually seeing Boy Meets World.
I know a lot of people have worries about us living up to the old show, but really there's no comparison. The old show was the old show, and this is a new show, and we're lucky to have the beloved characters of Corey and Topanga there to help us guide us through life. But there's differences, there's similarities, there's lots of fun, and it's just real life about growing up.
To her, Sabrina Carpenter and Rowan Blanchard were the rock stars.
We have this whole fan wall of letters from fans that we've gotten. A lot of times the stuff we'll hang up on the walls are just like drawings that we get from fans all over the world.
She said to me, it made me want to go and watch Boy Meets World after it was done.
I wanted to meet all of you guys because I love your show and I've been watching it since it first came out.
To her, she didn't know who Angela was.
Angela time?
Seems unavoidable.
When the show had an Angela-based storyline, she was as in the dark as Sabrina Carpenter's character Meyer was. Now, there's going to be a large portion of Boy Meets World's audience that did appreciate the show and the route that it took.
The Boy Meets World fans can now watch Girl Meets World with their kids, which is something that's really, really special and definitely unique. And I think that's one of my favorite things. Like, we'll get tweets like, you know, I grew up on Boy Meets World and now I get to watch it with my 5-year-old, and that's so like special and amazing to me that the show is cherished by so many.
So it's a weird, interesting mix of 11 to 13-year-olds and then like 28-year-olds shoving them out of the way so that they can watch us.
You know, just stuff that shows that they genuinely appreciate our characters. And I think that means a lot, especially for the kids and I, because, you know, we were a bit intimidated coming in because we already had a different audience.
But there were always going to be others that weren't. They were going to be more tough to please.
And as a huge fan of Boy Meets World back in the day, this new, like, sequel series thing was atrocious.
If they look at the internet, they're gonna think we're pretty ridiculous. You think?
Like, who's the show made for? Is it for people in their late 20s and 30s? Because, like, I can barely make it through any episode of the show without just cringing myself into a coma.
It's not your fault, Dad. It's just the stuff you're saying.
It was not before they posted an angry message to their fans, accusing the Disney Channel of ruining their childhoods.
To the original audience, stay. For those of you who left tonight going, it's a little young, I'm telling you, stay.
How much rejection can you take?
The original fans weren't pleased with focusing on the new show.
I'm going to be 100% honest. When I was auditioning, I thought that that's what they would kind of want is, you know, Lucas to be the Topanga and everybody to be that. And then as we started filming this season, I kind of realized what Michael was saying is that you guys have seen Boy Meets World. And if we just did Boy Meets World, like Ben said, maybe you guys would watch for a few episodes, but then you've seen it, so it kind of gets redundant. And so I think as the seasons went on and as we started going through different episodes, like Sabrina said, we're just constantly changing and our characters would be changing with us.
And obviously we have to please a much bigger audience because we incorporate all of the Boy Meets World audience.
It was too young. The jokes were cringe. Where's Shawn? They don't care about these kids. They want Corey and Topanga.
So it's, you know, I think they have a tough challenge ahead of them. I don't really envy them because I feel the sense of obligation from the fans. And it's confusing. It's like how to make everybody happy.
I personally, I mean, I'm not a writer on the show, but I don't think you should be led by what people are saying. I think, I mean, it's nice.
No surprise.
But it's interesting. But if you were led in that direction, if we were listening to that, we never would have done Girl Meets World. We would have just done Boy Meets World, and it would have. I think you have to kind of stay a little bit ahead of it. And I mean, it's important to listen to what everyone's saying.
And the people involved in the show were very aware of this, and they begged for the fans' patience with the show.
We can assure you that you won't be disappointed and it's not straying from Boy Meets World.
I would ask for patience from our adult audience to understand that the really vastly important service that the show performs is an illumination of what this world is for the younger audience.
Don't worry. We know, we hear our fans' concerns that they want this show to live up to the original, and we're working very hard to make sure it does.
Promise.
I think they'll just appreciate what we're trying to do. We've done 21 episodes at this point, so we've done the first full season. And I'm looking back on the show, and I was involved in every episode of Boy Meets World, and I can tell our fans that Girl Meets World's good. So they're very protective of the show, and I think they're very nervous about this new show, and they want to make sure that it kind of sticks to the legacy and has the same tone and tenor as Boy Meets World. And I want them to know that it does.
You know, somebody's going to pass on the knowledge and pass on the world to the younger generation, you know. It feels really natural.
To calm these people down, they swore, you're gonna get your callbacks. You're gonna get your cameos. The original story is gonna continue, but for right now, please give the new kids a chance.
Girl Meets World is a continuation of Boy Meets World, which was a series that followed Corey, Shawn, and Topanga and all their friends.
Continuations can be tough. This show was taking a more radical route, unlike the other TGIF reboot at the time, Fuller House.
I did watch Fuller House. I really liked it. I know there were a lot of mixed feelings about it, but I think people just need to, like, get over the fact that it's not the original show.
Girl Meets World was even more focused on the young cast than even Fuller House was. These kids had to develop a chemistry with each other, much like the one Ben and Ryder had already developed for 7 years.
And it is necessary. You're cooked. The very young people that we are doing this for as well are still in the pot. And I think that it's very important to influence them positively and correctly. The answer to your question is yes. We're going to get to it, but I want to get to it organically. There's an episode that will be coming this season called Girl Meets Corey and Topanga. A lot of that will happen within that episode. It will be this season, but nowhere near in the way you expect. You're going to love what happens. I just don't want to give it away.
Are people wrong for being mad that this is what they got? That Boy Meets World had to become Girl Meets World? That this was a Disney Channel continuation? That this didn't just go back to ABC and continue on with a more adult story?
We want to see Boy Meets World again. Just bring back Boy Meets World. At least that was some of the initial concerns. But I think, as Michael earlier said, that if we had just brought Boy Meets World back initially, I think people would have been like, okay, they would have tuned in for a few minutes and then changed the channel to something else. As he said, I think reunions are fun for a few minutes, but I think what's unique and interesting about this show is that, you know, there's a seed of Boy Meets World, but we're showing how it grew, and we're showing what came out of it.
Even up to season 3, this did still feel like a Disney Channel show. It had a certain limitation it had to work within. And this was pre-Cobra Kai, so the idea that an old property could not only be honored, but expanded upon in such a way that it breathes new life into the old properties, yeah, that just wasn't a thing yet.
I heard you and Lucas are just gonna be friends.
Yeah, actually, what we're doing is...
I heard you're free.
Oh, hi Robbie Keane.
Do whatever it takes to win. Good.
Was it really Disney Channel's fault that this show turned out the way it did?
Well, stick around right here on Disney Channel.
Girl Meets World needed somebody to want to produce and finance the show. Since it was a Disney intellectual property, it did have limited places that it was going to be shopped to.
Mickey, the answer is Mickey, Mickey, Mickey.
And this was before Disney Plus, so you're looking at ABC if you want to bring it back like the original show, Freeform if you want to make it a little bit more like your average teen drama, or Disney Channel, and you get the result that you ended up getting.
Happy New Year from all of us at Disney Channel.
Since it had been close to 20 years since TGIF's heyday, ABC was not going to be an option for this show. So for this show to happen, it was going to happen on the Disney Channel.
You know, Disney was, you know, a lot of people think of it as a machine, but I mean, it's really not. It's more of a family. It's more of a family. I mean, they really they kind of mom and dad you, and they teach you the ropes. And I love it because it's not something like you can just throw around. It's a very intense business. And when it comes to media, when it comes to your life, walking around, like what happens on set, they really train you sternly about how the process works. And at a young age, it really taught me what I have looking forward in my life. Like I picked their brains as much as possible about how to be professional, about how this process works. And honestly, coming out of Disney, it gave me that work ethic. Because like I said, it was, you know, I was really 11, 12. I was 12 when we started the first season.
Some people would say that being on Disney Channel neutered the show. Disney Channel has already had episodes of the original Boy Meets World that they wouldn't air, and they also had a certain way that they like to make their live-action shows.
Disney Channel had massive hits on the air in a certain template. It was only logical that we become part of that template. But we had one stroke of enormous good fortune. There was a show on Disney Channel, and I think it was at that time its largest hit, which was Good Luck Charlie. Good Luck Charlie was a family show. And the incorporation of the adults and the kids and a cross-collateralized family was newer than, no, the show's about the kids. It's about what the kids are going to do. It's what the kids are going to... And all of a sudden, a chasm opened because what we were arguing about was how much can you throw to the parents to motivate the kids? And how much do you throw to the kids to motivate the parents?
A Disney Channel show is not going to approach risque topics the same way a Teen Block show from the 90s was going to.
Because Girl Meets World is going to be airing on Disney Channel, then it won't have some of the same hard-hitting episodes that Boy Meets World had.
Natalie, I won't lie to you. It is on Disney Channel, so we are limited in things we can do.
There was a very special period of time in the 80s and 90s where the family sitcom was the thing to watch. Since that time, I think it's unfortunate, but that reality TV has kind of taken over, and the more reality TV there is, I think the less and less people are interested in watching wholesome family programming.
The cool thing about Girl Meets World was how far the show was willing to go past the Disney acceptance rate, meaning the serious topics the show tackled. The show really pushed its luck with the usual Disney image, but it managed to have episodes about death, feminism, and autism. Rowan even posted on Twitter that she was open to exploring her sexuality.
I feel like Girl Meets World needs to pick it up and to their, their audience are gonna grow with them. So I feel like Girl Meets World needs to switch over to ABC Family or ABC or Netflix or Hulu.
So getting older fans to stick around was going to be a tough ask.
I know fans kind of want it to be Boy Meets World 2.0.
Yeah.
It's going to be something different. I don't think it's going to be a sequel show. If it was a sequel show, it would be on ABC and it would be the entire cast and we'd all be living in New York and do like a Friends.
Yeah.
It's not. It's another kids show. Boy Meets World was a kids show. So this is a new kids show for a new generation.
Every time the show felt like it was hitting on all cylinders, like the Christmas reunion episode, you'd get the episodes that the fans voted as some of the worst from the series. The Halloween specials, the one about communism.
Oh yeah, she's a commie now.
Or a murder mystery about a fish.
Corey's coming back. Mr. Feeny's right here. Hey, you thought Topanga was hot before. Well, we're about to blow your mind. But then they just made the most Disney Channel nonsense show about a girl who does whatever she wants and has no consequences and learns nothing.
You're gonna get what you tolerate. You're gonna, if producers feel, why do we have to get writers to write scripts? Why do we have to hire actors? We can give you reality. It can cost $1.50, and if you tolerate it, you're gonna get it.
There is no future to look forward to where I'm anywhere near as good as you guys.
And hey, you gotta be fair to Disney Channel. None of these great reunions that you saw happen on the show would ever have happened. From interviews, it sounds like Disney actually trusted Michael Jacobs to create what he wanted to create.
We knew that we were going to be on Disney Channel. Disney Channel had asked. They said, do you want to do Boy Meets World again? I said, no, it's still on the air, and there's no reason to do it again. We're proud of what we've done.
Disney originally talked about a boy.
We expected that what was going to happen was that Disney was going to call and say, you can't do this, you go too far. What happened instead was we received a phone call that said, this is the type of thing that we believe elevates our company.
They let the writers discuss real-world topics, cast the people that they wanted to cast.
The world is a rough place. And Disney Channel let me cast 11 and a half Rowan Blanchard, probably because Disney Channel knew we wouldn't be on the air for a year.
And let it have the same values as Boy Meets World.
I think we're talking about great things that not a lot of shows are talking about, and we're teaching good lessons.
Just like in Boy Meets World, there will definitely be a lot of life lessons.
The truth always finds a way of coming out. It's something that we pride ourselves on. We definitely seek to impart some sort of wisdom or some sort of kernel of knowledge.
I feel like Boy Meets World was that last show on the air where I feel like the adults were in charge. Where wow. there was a fence and a boundary where the adults literally were the leaders of the kids to show them right and wrong, to show them where they could go, where they couldn't go, because kids need that. They need boundaries. Yeah. And if they don't have boundaries, then they're just boundless. They don't thrive under leadership.
They had a life lessons every episode, and now we have one every single episode. So if you want to learn something, tune in and watch it.
The show wasn't forced to become like your standard Disney Channel show. This was not going to be Corey in the House. And they even were able to sneak in a dirty joke or two.
Nothing here but books about boys and girls and men and women and what they say to each other.
Open any one of them and you... Nope, not that one. Oh boy, not that one.
On page 73 of your health books, what they're trying to teach you is...
Hey, I tickled your toes.
Well, that explains the Lucas stream.
Something that could make the parent laugh.
Dear you little... Okay, I can't read this. How you doing?
We're in middle school.
Oh, they can't be here, Josh.
Well, not having to explain to the younger viewer what they're actually laughing about.
One of the most intricate parts of the human body is now.
You lose, you make me a brother.
Deal.
Farkle time, sir?
Go ahead, kid. You got a Farkle, you got a Farkle.
Check out 48 pounds of nasty. No!
During the original run of Girl Meets World, I did feel like the show was a little too nice. So I wanted to see if that really was the case when I rewatched it back.
And I don't like doing anything without my friends.
If Boy Meets World was seen as happening in a much kinder and simpler world, was this show just overly sweet because the writers had the intention that they wanted to inject a kinder and simpler world for this generation? Did they just kinda overdo it?
Those are my friends. I love my friends. You teach me how to be friends. Aww.
Because there was so much hugging.
Yeah, this is working. This will work every time with me.
Even Fuller House had less hugging than this show. Just everything ending with a hug. And when I watched the behind-the-scenes footage, there was even more hugging.
I love you.
Is hugging the worst thing? Absolutely not. No, don't get me wrong. It feels nice. It's a way to say we're one and we're bonding. But oh my god, so much of it.
Friends. Hugging.
It's hard not to feel like you're watching a kid's show when here's a hug, there's a hug, everywhere a hug, hug. It's sweet how much these kids love their parents.
I am begging you to let me go.
Or their surrogate mom. It's a good vibe. It's how you'd want life to be.
Okay.
You want someone to wrap their arm around you, or your pals to say like, hey, it's okay, you did your best, we all got each other's back. But is that realistic? Is that playing up the corniness that this show got accused of?
You have invaded my personal space.
And you have invaded my heart.
Was there this much hugging on the original show? No. You know what Mr. Feeny said? The guy who's supposed to be the most compassionate teacher? He said pick up the knife and kill yourself.
Pick up the knife and kill yourself.
So, you want to play rough with George Feeny?
So were these kids just written a little too mature?
I said, we're doing God. We're going to do belief and what it is to believe in something. And we used Farkle as the loyal opposition, as the scientist. And we used an event that happened between Rowan and Sabrina to examine the value of belief.
I was very attracted to the book, to the extraordinary dysfunction between people in the beginning of the book, to the fact that heroes are flawed, to playing into my particular belief system so much that I realized, well, it's really a communal belief system. And so finally, I got off of my little high horse, which was, boy, I believe in something, to we believe in something.
Come on. There are people much older than I am who can't sit down, talk religion, and still be civil with each other. And yet these kids, yeah, they got no problem. They're still friends after.
You know, I'm changing every 5 minutes. I think we all find new opportunities and we figure out new things and things that we never knew before, and it changes our views on things and it makes us want to try new things, and life is constantly changing and progressing, which is why it's so good that we get to write this show. Well, I don't get to write it, never mind. But we get to be in this show because we get to experience all of that.
I don't know who else is doing stuff like this.
We let them completely off the hook, and there's no lesson, and nobody learns nothing.
This wasn't really stuff that they were tackling in the first season of Boy Meets World, or even the second season. And yet, we're diving right into it in the Disney Channel original series.
I would never bug him about me.
I always bug him about me.
So while doing research, I ran across this teacher who said that he used Girl Meets World to teach a life lesson to his students, and that it actually worked.
As a simple example, one of my many jobs over the year is being a summer camp director. And one week, I had many campers whining and complaining about wanting $2 candy bars from vending machines and all kinds of other unnecessary luxuries in life. But then I showed them the Girl Meets World episode, Girl Meets Money, one day during lunch. And suddenly, after watching a story that talked about how little other people in the world have and the importance of appreciating what you do have, suddenly the whining and complaining stopped. No more kids bought any more $2 candy bars, and no more kids complained about the little luxuries they wish they had.
And it made me reconsider my initial stance that these kids were a little too mature. Maybe it's a good thing that they were mature, that a younger audience is seeing the mature approach taken by these kids and wants to replicate it.
To make these characters have hearts and minds that weren't so young in aspect that they didn't resemble future adults.
It was so well known to tackle real issues among bullying, among love, among just in general real issues. But it goes back to the episode where you had said no test, and Corey decides to stand up for what he believes in, right?
I'd rather have a kid learn how to appreciate people and their friends and love their family or solve issues with their words. So in a way, it was good that the kids have a template to work off of.
It really does focus on these group of 4 friends.
Friendship, yeah.
And how close they are as friends, and how important friendship is, maybe more so than how important it is to have that one other person that's as, loyal to you.
All right, all you creepy little child adults, settle down, let's get this over with, huh?
Maya Hart was kind of a confusing character. She kept being portrayed like she was the rebel.
Did you have trouble with the homework? Piece of cake. You didn't do it, did you?
I don't even know where my books are.
A little bit like Shawn Hunter, which a lot of you have expected. Yeah, she's definitely the troublemaker, Maya, but it's cool because I get to interpret it in my own girl way. And, coming into it, there was no, I had to be like Shawn Hunter. It was just, that's kind of who Maya is. That's how she's described, and she has her own family problems. She's got her own issues in her head, but she's also very loyal to the Matthews family.
Shawn Hunter was our rebel in Boy Meets World.
Then, the press made obvious assumptions that this is the Shawn Hunter character, and it's really not so. We're trying to make unique and individual characters.
And through many episodes, you were able to see how Shawn could possibly become a bad kid. But the people in his life who cared about him helped him avoid making terrible decisions. You don't see that as much with Maya.
I will never have a better, worse influence than you.
And they couldn't make up their mind if they wanted Maya to be Shawn. From the very beginning of the series, the show knew that it wanted to connect Shawn Hunter to Maya Hart. But how were they going to pull that off?
Maya should get to know Shawn Hunter.
I write for a site called Hit the Road. Go to a lot of different places and tell you if it's worth a weekend.
I go on that site.
If you were an older fan, the show did follow through with their promise that you were going to get your Boy Meets World fix. The thing I appreciated most was when Girl Meets World would make little references to Boy Meets World that weren't just in your face. It wasn't a cameo, and it wasn't tying up an old storyline.
They're Corey and Topanga, and I'm just their little shadow living in the reflection of the sun.
It would be the little Easter eggs.
In the classroom, there's a hidden sign that says dream, try, do good. So there's lots of little things. In the subway, there's a Feeny poster, which apparently nobody pays attention to, but it's totally there, invisible. Feeny get to New York. Who knows? He's famous now.
If Eric Matthews is depressed, he still deals with it by eating a big bowl of chocolatey cereal. How Shawn and Corey sleep.
Yep, 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 yep.
And they'd even repeat some of the famous catchphrases.
We're gonna take all the roles. I want you to take the roles.
Some of our stories were even natural continuations to old Boy Meets World episodes. Corey and Augie stay up all night to watch a baseball game, the same way Alan did with Corey. Because, as we know, that's father-son bonding. Alan's boxing glove that Corey once lost was now given to Augie to care for. Shawn still feels his dead dad's spirit whenever he faces a tough life decision. And in one episode, they referenced the war that can tear apart a group of friends.
All my friends had a war, and it was great. Until it wasn't.
Lose one friend. Lose all friends. Lose yourself.
And because the writers of Girl Meets World clearly saw all the plot holes that people would bring up from Boy Meets World, those got addressed as well.
Feeny taught you every year and was also your principal?
Yes.
That would never happen today.
We'll see.
It's nice that they had a sense of humor about all this.
Think she kissed him up against the lockers while they were handcuffed together?
We've all joked about how Corey and Topanga exactly met.
We were 2 years old and we played in the playground. No, we were 8 and we caught fireflies. No, we were in 6th grade and we kissed against the lockers. No, we threw socks into a laundry basket. No, we fell into a llama pen at the zoo. No, that was his first date with Shawn.
Or why Feeny was in every single grade.
Your mother and I went through that with Mr. Feeny.
Yeah, our teacher from 6th grade to college.
How could that happen?
In an unexpected
but completely believable way.
The new cast had the tough task of trying to win over the skeptical older viewers. When interviewed, they had to let you know just how much they loved Boy Meets World.
You weren't around when it was on, but have you seen all the episodes of?
Yes, I've seen every single episode.
You have?
Yes.
So you consider yourself like a pro on the
I
show?
consider myself a Boy Meets World fan.
Did you ever see the original Boy Meets World?
I have. I've seen every single episode.
I know that you watched all of the Boy Meets World episodes once you got the role. What was your favorite one?
I still am partial to Corey's alternative friends. The first one where Corey and Topanga first kissed.
Are you a fan of Boy Meets World? Have you seen any of the episodes?
No, I'm not a fan whatsoever.
You hate it.
I hate it.
It's the worst.
I've seen every episode. I have them all on DVD. I am definitely a Topanga fan. I love Boy Meets World, and the best part about it was that it was such a realistic show, and it taught such great lessons.
Boy Meets World was like my go-to, like 8 a.m. before school.
Yeah.
Did I not go to school until 9 or 9:30? I don't know. But it was my go-to in the morning, like watching Full House and Boy Meets World and Fresh Prince. It's a show that I always remember just loving.
Did you study the old show?
I can't say that I grew up with it.
No, you did not. I can tell you didn't.
The night we got the call, I didn't like freak out because it hadn't really hit me yet. It didn't really hit me until after we filmed the pilot that I realized that it was like such a major thing, and that Boy Meets World was such a thing that was appreciated by so many people. And so it didn't hit me until like 6 months after, yeah. No matter what time those messages take place, you could put them in, well, I think you could put them in any time period and they would still make sense. Which is why I think, Boy Meets World has lasted and why these characters are so cherished. And I think we're trying to accomplish that with Girl Meets World. We're doing similar lessons, but with this time period, but like I said, these lessons can still apply to anybody. So I don't think we look at it as dated or anything like that. We watch it and we understand, why it had such a great following, and why it means so much to so many people.
And just appreciate it, because literally no matter how old you are, there's a really good chance you're going to go through one of these problems in your lifetime. So I think that Boy Meets World and Girl Meets World, it's just appreciating the lessons that they gave us.
Whenever one of the new castmates were sent out to do press, eventually somebody would be like, "You like Boy Meets World? All right, quick. Name every single cast member from season 5.
Can you name Corey, Shawn, and Topanga's high school?
John Adams High.
What was the name of the college that all of the students attended?
Pembroke.
Pembroke.
Oh.
Wait.
No.
Did we do a student government campaign in girls?
It didn't.
It's debatable. I'm gonna go both.
John Quincy. No, John Adams. Sorry, ours is John Quincy. I always get those mixed. John Adams.
John Adams.
Something Quincy Adams.
John Adams.
Also, what's your favorite episode? And what's your 5th favorite episode? And what's Shawn's sister's name? And they did their best to try to answer these questions, but some of these kids weren't even born when the show was on air. And others had just started watching the series when it hit syndication. The Boy Meets World fan base was so fanatical that it almost felt like they were doing purity tests. We're gonna kick this kid off the show if he doesn't know everything about Boy Meets World. And honestly, I think that might be the case for poor Teo. He didn't know a single thing, and now there's no Elliot Matthews.
Where does everybody live on the show? New York. Philadelphia. What? Yes, is the new show set in New York?
One of the best things that Girl Meets World had going for it is that it held true to its word. If you were on the original Boy Meets World, you had an open invite to come back. So you got to see characters like Harley Kiner come back.
I appreciate you, baboon.
Who is the bully who harasses Corey and all of his friends? Do you remember his name?
His name is... I promise you, I've seen like half the episodes.
So did Harley Kiner end up in jail? Well, no. He's actually the school's janitor. But Harley has changed. I mean, he's still got that tough guy exterior, but Harley, he's actually just a good guy. And he's kind of protective of these kids.
I was the other one. The picker honor. I'm so ashamed. Just look away.
He learned from his ways. And how did he learn to no longer be a bully and embrace becoming a better person?
Well, you know, I used to intimidate people, make them see things my way.
Then what happened?
I met a good kid.
Corey Matthews.
Hey, Johnny Baboon!
Did Griff or Joey the Rat become good people? I don't know. We never got a chance to find out. In my opinion, the show really kicks into another gear when Shawn Hunter comes back.
The Shawn-Angela relationship will resolve. Shawn's life will take a dramatic left turn.
Corey and Shawn are back. How great is this? It's the Boy Meets World reunion you've been waiting for. Yeah! Shawn's coming!
Corey and Topanga had a nice bow put on their story, and now we just get to see their everyday lives. Shawn's was always more open-ended. What happened to poor Shawn? Did he ever find somebody? Did he ever see Angela again? How did he do in New York? Cameos from old cast members are fine, but if this show didn't have Shawn Hunter, people were going to revolt. And Michael Jacobs knew this. Eventually, Shawn was going to come back and play a big role in the series.
When Ryder comes back, he'll be doing 2 episodes this season. There is an arc. This is the episode that told me we had a series. Because in the middle of this episode, Riley has an agenda for Ryder. She takes Shawn, his character, and wants to change it radically.
Wow.
So what was Shawn up to? He'd left New York, and now he was traveling the world. Sure, it was still Corey and Shawn forever, but Riley could tell that there was kind of a distant vibe from Shawn.
Why do you make Riley feel bad?
I don't mean to.
You see, Shawn had left New York the very same day that Riley was born.
When people get married and they have kids, sometimes they're old friends who didn't keep up. I start to feel a little out of place.
And this made Riley feel like Shawn didn't like her very much. They didn't have much in common. But after a little prodding, she finds out that Shawn does care for her.
I was the first person to hold you after your parents.
He cares about her so much that he can't be around her because it's too much emotion.
How long have I been away? 3 weeks. 13 years.
And it reminds him of what he doesn't have. Riley then gets the idea that Shawn could be a father figure to Meyer.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be for you.
Can you just be out there for me?
Yes.
Riley has it in her head that not only could Shawn be a father figure, but he might also be perfect for Maya's mother. It's kind of weird to say out loud, but it's a sitcom, so let's let that storyline pass, okay?
Let's you and me fix things between Maya and her mother.
Ryder Strong was apprehensive about joining Girl Meets World.
I went in because I already was moving away from acting, so I agreed to be in it if Michael let me and my brother direct. So we ended up directing a lot of the second season, and for me it was really just an opportunity to be for these kids, this sort of next generation, what a lot of the directors had been for us and for me, which was just, you know, helping them learn how to act and explore their voices and feel free and confident.
By the end of Boy Meets World, Ryder had already started growing out of the role of Shawn Hunter, and sitcom comedy wasn't holding the same appeal to him.
A big part of Shawn and Ryder kind of started merging near the end. Like my real personality was pretty angsty and into poetry and very emotional, and they started writing to that. And so when the show ended, I really just wanted to do something different. You know, it was just about being different. I think. So I remember always wanting to play like a psychopath, you know, like a killer, something really weird.
The appeal for Ryder was that this time around, he and his brother Shiloh would be able to direct a bunch of the episodes. In fact, in some of the earliest interviews about Girl Meets World, Ryder Strong wasn't even sure how big a role Shawn Hunter would even play in the new series.
How big of a role are you going to play in Girl Meets World?
Probably not a big role. I mean, at this point, no role. But
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. Like, I'm not, and it's not. Honestly, I'm just kind of waiting to see how it goes, like how the project turns out, and also no one's like officially asked me. You know, I've had lots of like conversations, but they are not quite sure what the show is yet. I don't think they only shot a pilot, so everyone's sort of waiting. I think the priority is that they make the best show they can about Corey and Topanga and their daughter.
But come on, the show would have faced massive backlash if it didn't have Ryder Strong involved. Fans were invested in Shawn's love life, so we needed to know how that story was going to play out.
Could you see Angela popping in?
Of course! I'm gonna do something, I don't know what, but we're all kind of talking about it. We're all figuring it out. We're all talking to Michael, and but the most important, we're all in support of the show. And, you know, we want that show to do well. You know, we want another generation to come up, and, you know, and if anything at all, we're just really proud that we had some kind of impact on a generation in the 90s.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what happened to Angela?
You and me, Feeny, Shawn and Angela.
Besides what are Corey and Topanga up to, the biggest question is, did Shawn and Angela ever meet back up again?
I wonder what she's up to nowadays.
In the second to last episode of Boy Meets World, Angela went off with her father. Did her and Shawn ever reconnect? Trina McGee was more than happy to return to the role of Angela.
She's not going to be married or have any children unless Shawn is there to, you know, procreate with her. You know, I think she's just trying to find herself and a leader right back home, you know. That's what I'd like to think. She probably traveled the world, did some writing, experienced stuff, and realized she probably left the love of her life right at home. The clique is definitely back, but the clique never left.
I'd also later find out that during the taping of And Then There Was Shawn, Trina was pregnant.
Trina, were you pregnant in this episode?
Big
You were?
time. Were you pregnant? It was really surreal playing a high schooler, college freshman, and I really would go home to 3 kids and pots and pans and dinner and breakfast.
Oh, and also because I like studying. You know how Shawn fell in love with Angela because he went through her purse and felt like they had so much in common? And one of the things that he found in her purse was a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie ticket?
A Van Damme movie ticket?
Well, I matched up the time that the episode took place, and that happened in late 1997. Now, 1997 was a slow year for Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, so the movie that Angela saw that starred Jean-Claude Van Damme was the critical bomb Double Team with Dennis Rodman. To fill in the younger viewers, we were given a quick synopsis of the relationship that Angela and Shawn had in the original series.
Who's Angela?
Maya's character feared that if Shawn still had feelings for Angela, then Maya and her mom would be left again. Michael Jacobs knew that he wanted to take a different approach to the Shawn and Angela story.
And the episodes that we filmed that aren't out yet, like Girl Meets Hurricane, which is one of my favorite episodes, yeah, it tells a lot about that relationship.
You got to check out the 3rd season of Girl Meets World, you know. Hello.
You guys are going to kill me for what we decided to do with Shawn and Angela.
Hey, Angela.
The notorious ladies' man later falling for Angela.
It was a lot of controversy at the time, you know, because we really didn't mention the fact that I was black and he was white.
But I will tell you that it is right, it is real, and you're going to have to watch the episode 6 times before you put the guns down.
Knowing that he wanted Shawn's story to go in a different direction, he made the call that Angela would let Shawn know that she was married.
He's a military man.
And trying to figure out if she would make a good mother.
You know that I have always been scared of being somebody's mother.
I felt like I learned more about Angela from Girl Meets World than maybe any of the other characters.
My own mother left. Really nice enough to give me my own exit. You know, the show before, my father comes and takes me away and I break, you know, Shawn's heart and everything. So, you know, it all evened out, you know. And plus, I don't like to cry on television, and I would have just bawled it out with them. So it was okay with me. You know, it was what it was, you know.
Sadly, we wouldn't get a cameo from her father, since Julius Carry had already passed on.
Military man, war hero, and he dies fishing.
I liked him.
Oh, he liked you.
Angela let Shawn know that if he has a chance for love, let it in.
let what we had make you ready for something.
This could be another thing that pissed off the Boy Meets World fan base, as Shawn and Angela should have been the thing that happened, and now some other character is ending up with Shawn just to force something to happen that, you know, the original audience may not have wanted. Maya's mother is going to be the person that ends up with Shawn. So how did that all happen? Maya is a deer, and Shawn is a hunter. I gotta think Riley was the hunter. Riley was the one who had the grand scheme of making Shawn, Katy, and Maya a family.
I have my eye on a much bigger prize.
And it was a well-executed plan. First, Shawn bonds with Maya over shared traumas and having similar personalities. The first time Shawn meets Katy is when Shawn believes that Katy forgot her daughter's birthday. So Shawn goes storming into the diner to confront Katy, only to realize that Katy was working overtime to provide for the family and get Maya a great gift.
Today is Maya's birthday. What are you doing here since first thing this morning?
Shawn forces Katy to let Maya know that she didn't actually drive her dad away. The dad left on his own.
Your mother had nothing to do with your father leaving, Maya, all right? All this time, she's just been protecting him for you.
You got left? I'm sorry.
As our series progresses, Katy and Shawn start spending more time together, and Shawn starts to open himself up to the idea of love again.
Are we okay?
And he starts to have a real paternal bond with Maya. So that causes Katy to question why Shawn has become so attached to Maya.
Maya adores you. And the deeper that this gets, the more it's gonna crush her when...
When what?
Her legs get cut out from under her.
I write about places. That's my job.
Can't let Maya get close to somebody else who just leaves.
And then wondering if Shawn has feelings for her or if it's a byproduct of his relationship with Maya.
Can we just look at her and smile?
Yeah, I guess we can.
But even Angela was able to recognize that, yeah, there's a connection between Katy and Shawn. So Katy works up the nerve to ask out Shawn. And the show has another cameo. One from a wise Chet Hunter.
Take a look at her screwball mother. Do yourself a favor and notice how she might be wonderful too.
And he shows up to help Shawn make a decision. Well, Shawn and Katy's date must have gone well. It must have gone real well. We weren't getting Shawn and Angela. We were getting Shawn and Katy. Shawn proposes towards the end of season 3. Shawn was finally going to have a family, one that he envied Corey having.
Once Uncle Shawn marries your mother, it's like we're gonna be related.
And of course, Mr. Feeny has to marry the couple.
Cut it out.
But what the heck? How is Jack not at the wedding? They never answered what happened between Shawn and Jack. Riley's plan comes full circle. As at the very end of the series, Shawn offers to adopt Maya.
You want to adopt me?
I don't know how I feel about this.
Making him her official stepdad. So there was a lot of meat still left on Shawn's story, but not so much with Corey and Topanga.
One of the things that was said, and I'll prove it to you, is not enough Topanga in the pilot. If it was Boy Meets World, if it was a redo of Boy Meets World, there would have been all Topanga and very little Corey. I need you guys to love the girls.
I mean, the parents are learning lessons, the kids are learning lessons, we're all learning something from that show. And I think that's one of like the main staples of Boy Meets World and Girl Meets World and our legacy is that you're never done meeting the world.
Sure, we're never done meeting the world, but this was the girls' time. Though at times I kind of wish this show had more focus on Topanga.
Tell us about Corey and Topanga.
What about him?
We are considering showing you Corey and Topanga The Lost Years.
There were a lot of times I felt like she didn't even leave the couch. She could have done a lot more on this show. When I went back to do a rewatch, part of what I wanted to do was track every time I saw Topanga on the couch. But that wasn't entirely accurate. She was a big shot lawyer, a super mom, and she did own that restaurant. But there was a lot of couch sitting.
Thank you for sitting with me, Topanga.
If this show had a season 4, I kind of would have liked to have seen Topanga out in the real world more. Maybe we saw what her office looked like, maybe some of the people she interacted with, or if they needed to keep the classroom set, why couldn't she have done some teaching? Are you telling me that she didn't have her license to do some substitute teaching? She seems like the type of character who would.
Corey's got a set. he's got the schoolroom set. I really want Topanga to have a set. Some of the complaints in the early reviews, which I've been reading.
Well, if she's just going to hang out at the couch, she could at least promote Free Willy, the animated series, like she did back in the day for the ABC Saturday morning special.
Giant whale, cute kid. Do I have to draw you a picture? I can't wait to see more.
So there were some moments that made this feel like one of those made-for-TV reunion movies.
Get ready, America.
Oliver!
The insanity is back.
I've had it.
Return with all your favorites.
That'll be $2.
Return to Green Acres. Next.
All your favorites are back in a brand new movie.
Here at sea. Maybe we can be rescued.
Rescue from Gilligan's Island. Bob Denver and members of the original Gilligan cast.
Opie's back and Barney too. With Gomer and Goober and Thelma Lou.
Old friend.
It's so good to see you. They're all back for all new laughs.
I've been out of town 20 years.
And they'll shoot the works when you return to Mayberry.
We're going to figure out a way to see absolutely everybody in this room, and even
And Mr. Feeny.
and yes, and the cardboard cutout there in the fourth.
The cardboard cutout's going to make a great appearance.
She's a done deal.
We were lucky enough to have writer Strong come back, who played Shawn on the original show. He plays Shawn in this show as well. People are going to be very excited to see him.
Ryder actually is coming back. He came back for a holiday episode. We had a bunch of people come back for that. We had Alan and Amy come back.
Yeah, and we are bringing back everybody from the series.
We get a lot of really great people to come back, and if we get to continue on, we hope that more will return.
And Michael, our executive producer, has said that hopefully everyone from Boy Meets World will guest star at some point, so that would be amazing. I can't say because I don't know, but Michael Jacobs, who's the executive producer of Boy Meets World and Girl Meets World, said that hopefully all of the Boy Meets World cast will eventually make an appearance on Girl Meets World, so that would be so cool.
How's Mr. Feeny?
Between Boy Meets World and Girl Meets World.
Unemployment.
After Boy Meets World, the series quit, we didn't see a lot of the kids at all. And then all of a sudden, like 20 years later or something, there they were, and they all looked the same to me. And both of us looked old.
We just shot a week with Maddie Lawrence, and it was a wonderful week.
Yeah.
And Maddie got to sit down with Wilfred L. again, and we rekindled that.
Is Mr. Feeny? I think he's my grandfather.
Bill Daniels makes an appearance again as Mr. Feeny, who's just an iconic.
Feeny's coming back, which is amazing.
Is he a good father, you poor, poor little girl?
I'm sure it was weirder for Ben and Danielle, but and Ben was saying it was weird to like be in the Pennsylvania backyard again. So yeah, but it was definitely weird for me to be there because I felt like I was almost like invading the Boy Meets World space because Feeny's there and everyone's there, and I go on stage and I'm like, hi, I'm just a 21st century kid. What's up, bro?
Well, it was pretty amazing just because we were there with Ben, Danielle, and Shawn, and you'll see that. And it's one of my favorite scenes that we've ever filmed, actually, so I'm very excited for that episode as well. And it was really cool to be a part of that, being the new generation and kind of being accepted into the old family. It's really sweet.
Are you hoping to make an appearance on Girl Meets World?
I don't know. I have to talk to Michael about it. I'll bring it up right in the panel in front of the audience tomorrow. See what he says. Put him right on the spot.
Jack, who was that guy I used to know? What's up, buddy? Jack!
I'd be quintessential Jack. Yeah, I'd walk in and probably be pretty clueless. Yeah. And just having fun.
So we're still friends? Because I haven't seen you in a really long time. Not a day goes by that your voice still isn't inside my head. No matter what I do.
Definitely not married. I can't see Jack married at this point. Yeah. I think probably he has a girlfriend that he's probably getting close to marriage but won't admit it, that kind of a thing. And I'm sure he would probably be obviously in touch with his brother, who was Ryder on the show, and he'd probably, get a kick out of seeing Ben and Danielle again. He probably hadn't seen him in a while. Yeah. I kind of see Jack kind of disappearing for a while.
I'd love to be the kooky aunt for an episode or two. I had a wonderful lunch with Michael Jacobs in Los Angeles, and we talked about that possibility. So, yeah, we'll see how it progresses.
The question is which Morgan, isn't it?
The one at the reunion, or?
I wanted to do this Olsen twins thing. Disney won't let me do it. Every other camera cut would be the other. We are going to see Morgan. We're going to see her soon.
Yeah, you know, we haven't all been in the same place together for a long time.
I don't think we've ever been in the same place together. No.
How's Amy?
We also got to see Rusty, who played Alan Matthews, Betsy Randall, who played Amy Matthews. So yeah, quite. Lee Norris comes back as playing Minkus.
What kind of advice do you think that Amy passed on to Corey and Topanga? Because they have their own child coming up in the spin-off, or the kind of sequel of sorts.
Gee, I haven't thought about that. What kind of things? Well, I think to tell the truth to each other, honor each other, treat each other with care and concern. I think that the writer, Michael, really wanted that theme to stay within the group. I think that's what made it work, was that there were some good principles.
How's Alan? And then it kind of occurred to me, maybe the older fans of Boy Meets World would have been happy with exactly that. That if I was to do a master cut of the entire run of the show and just took the parts that relate to the older fans, we'd have a good hour and a half, 2 hour made-for-TV movie. There were certain times when promoting Girl Meets World that it felt like the biggest buzz came from the Super Smash Brothers like, Eric Matthews has joined the party! You remember Minkus? We got a Minkus!
The show brings back almost all of the original cast. Lee's appearance is wonderful, and we'll see Lee again.
Ryder Strong.
Feeny. Alan and Amy. Minkus. Janitor Harley, who you may remember.
There definitely is a special guest that everybody that knows Boy Meets World will definitely be very happy to see.
We love all of our old Boy Meets World cast members and kind of, you know, encourage people to come back.
I'm most excited for people to see our holiday reunion episode because we had a lot of Boy Meets World people come back, and it's just continuing the entire story.
The GMW Twitter account made it known that if you were on the original series, you may get a call. You know how Mr. Turner had that friend Eli? Yeah, he even may come back. I even found this tweet from Danielle Harris, who played Harley Kiner's younger sister TK, and she even had a meeting about cameoing. Ah, to think, we could have had an episode where the Kiners reunited.
Whole Harley Kiner head and the whole Harley Kiner face. Says Harley on your shirt.
There were even a few episodes that feel like the setup to those made-for-TV reunion movies. Everyone's back for Christmas and hijinks ensue.
Well, the holiday episode that we have coming up, Shawn guest stars, Alan and Amy comes back. Yeah. Wow. So that one's coming up. That's a good one.
Everyone's back in town for their class reunion, and they run into old friends and old enemies. Topanga has to make a big life decision, and everyone she trusts shows up. Did they all stay in touch? Well, we would have been crushed to find out that Mr. Feeny didn't stay in Corey's life. So, of course, you have to have an episode where Corey and Shawn and Topanga go dig up a time capsule in Mr. Feeny's yard.
More people are coming back, hopefully.
Oh, yes, I'm so excited.
Yeah,
you probably can't say anything yet, though, huh?
I can't, but I can guarantee that you guys will be really, 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 really happy about that. Yeah.
And you can't say the show itself wasn't like Boy Meets World.
It's been such a weird deja vu journey into the past because it's like I get to work every day and I'm taking notes and I'm looking at Danielle and I'm talking to people on one level, and then there's another part of my brain that's like, wait a minute, what year is it? What time is it? And I'll be like getting yelled at, you know, in a fun way by our executive producer, Michael Jacobs. And I'm talking to Danielle. I'm like, it's such a, you have these like out of body experiences where you're like,
deja vu, what is going on? Yeah.
The people behind the camera, the people teaching.
But we have an incredible set teacher. Actually, he was the same teacher on Boy Meets World. So, I mean, he's definitely kind of been there, done that.
So your tutor is there all the time?
Yes.
Part of the crazy thing about going back to Girl Meets World is the kids had the same studio teacher. So it was like, Wesley was still there, and in the classroom had the same things hanging on the walls, and it was cool because, you know, a lot of us ended up directing.
This is our classroom. This is where I sit. This is where Corey sits. Amir will mostly work here, though.
This is our room.
There's different rooms that we split up the 2 rooms.
This is a really interesting wall. We have a bunch of pictures up here from when Wesley was a teacher on Boy Meets World.
If you have any Boy Meets World or Girl Meets World memorabilia or like story to tell, please share it in the comments. The people putting this show together, so many of them were from the original series.
We've done a lot on this new series to make it replicate and be as identical to Boy Meets World as possible. We've hired the same crew, a lot of the same people.
We have a script supervisor who works on the show with us, and he was in the original show Boy Meets World. He played the dad, and his name is William Russ.
Okay.
And yeah, he's our script supervisor on the show, and he's really great to work with. I don't know. Since I work with him every day, I would probably have to say him.
Oh, I'm just really proud of the stories and what Michael Jacobs has created, the environment. I think he's wonderful.
And I think it's extremely rare to do a series and 13 years later get a call to come back and do the spinoff.
I mean, everybody, honestly, you can't make a show without everybody. That's a question. It's a trick question because every single person in the show helps make the show. You couldn't have the show without everybody here. So the writers, the producers, the cast, the crew, the lighting, the grips, the ADs, every single person does their job to make it easy and fun for us.
A lot of the cast were now directing. The crew were members who worked on the original series.
Come with me as I give you a behind-the-scenes look on the set of Girl Meets World.
This is Geraldine, who is my assistant.
Extraordinaire.
Also, since Boy Meets World and before Boy Meets World.
Yeah. If I wasn't acting right now, what do you think I would be doing?
I think you'd be directing because you just recently directed us and you were such a natural.
Thank you.
Ryder, in the beginning, he was never reticent about the show itself. It was that Ryder has carved a completely different path for himself. Mm-hmm. And when he heard about this, it was the Al Pacino line in Godfather, just when I'm out, okay? But he was compelled by the show. He's going to be a regular director for Girl Meets World.
Wow.
He directed 2 episodes last season.
What is it like having people like Ben Savage and Ryder Strong come back and direct you? Like, how are they as directors?
I mean, it's funny because working with Ben as an actor is, I learned so many things, and then seeing him as a director was just, it freaked me out,
They are so professional, and it's been actually fantastic to see their techniques as directors because, they're very serious, but they're also so fun, and, some of our best episodes have come from Ben and Ryder directing.
And
Ben just recently directed an episode of Girl Meets World. And it was very important to Fred that he was there to support Ben, and it was very sweet to see because we were in the middle of our tape night, and Fred arrived and didn't want anybody to pay any attention to him. He hung back. He just wanted to be there to watch Ben shine.
And Ryder's actually directing a bunch too. Yeah. Has he directed any? Yeah, he directed about I think 6 episodes in season 1 or 4. I don't know, but he's doing a lot in season 2 too.
I think I want to focus on directing. I think I want to focus on writing, producing, directing, and staying in the TV realm. I think that's my home, and that's where I'm comfortable.
Danielle is directing this week. She's great. She's a great director. I love her.
A lot of us ended up directing episodes, but I directed a bunch, and I would go to Wesley about the kids. I'd be like, Wesley, what's going on with Sabrina this week? Because I knew that the studio teacher is the person who knows the kids the best because you're in school all the time, In fact, in some ways, like a lot of our day was just school.
A lot of them spend time on set. Ryder Strong directs a lot of our episodes. Will Friedle just wrote one of our last episodes that we shot, and he's guest starring a lot, and he is a comedic genius. There's so many laughs on set.
So how can you say that Girl Meets World didn't feel the same as Boy Meets World? Maybe they didn't always hit the same tone, but it's the same people who wrote the classic episodes.
This first fellow over here is Mark Blutman. He was originally on the staff of Boy Meets World. Next to him is Jeff Manel, also an original, and Maddie Nelson, also an original.
Yes.
The show's creator, Michael Jacobs, brought 3 of his children onto the writing team. His sons Aaron, David, and Joshua Jacobs all wrote some of the episodes.
And you even had access to the writer's room.
Guys, get up.
You guys are very busy.
This is the board where we write the ideas for the episodes. This board is all of the episodes that we're doing. We probably shouldn't even show that board. Yeah,
quick.
As their Twitter account would often leave kind of cryptic hints to what future episodes could be about.
If you go to this, Girl Meets Writers? Girl Meets...
Is that what you're saying to?
I don't know what it is.
He doesn't know what his own Twitter handle is.
GMW Writers.
He changed it.
No, I didn't. No, that's what it is. GM
GMW
writers.
writers.
Yeah.
GMW
Girl
writers.
meets writer. Yeah.
Will Friedle even wrote the episode where Jack returned.
So I wrote an episode of Girl Meets World, which was a lot of fun, but that was just more of they let me write the one where Jack comes back. But no, there's some cool Girl Meets World stuff happening, and there's some cool other stuff happening in the future. So can't say too much.
You used to come up and you used to visit the writer's room and you used to sit down and you'd want to know what was going on.
Yeah.
And now the same thing is happening with Rowan and
I
Sabrina.
know, they do it every single day. They're always like, all right, guys, quick, grab our lunch. We want to come up here. I'm like, they're probably busy.
Yeah.
But no, they just like doing that. Well, thank you for the tour of the lovely writer's room.
Do you find yourself, when you read these tweets, though, are you personally influenced in the stories you write because someone wants, Riley and Lucas to get together? Or now that you can get more face-to-face feedback directly from the fans, do you find yourself influenced, and do you girls ever feel like, oh, maybe that we should do it because the fans want it?
Well, I would be, but I'm spending much too much time on a Twitter account. And I know this way lies madness, but I've been reading everything. and
I like to say that almost overwhelmingly all of the reviews in almost all of the papers are very positive.
They are very positive, and I don't dwell on that. I dwell on the 10% that are negatives. And everybody immediately responds to what's going on, what they want, what they don't want. It's just amazing. And so every day I just read what everybody has to say, and the level of passion for these characters is extraordinary. It's the most rewarding thing
He's
in
more
the world.
addicted than we are.
But one person who didn't show up was Rachel.
Jack Hunter joined the Peace Corps with Rachel McGuire. She stayed, you left, and you joined an evil company, and you haven't been the same ever since.
And why was there no Rachel?
Jack and Eric's redheaded roommate in college. What was her name?
Rachel. Of course, Maitland. I love her. We met her, so she was really nice.
Is she maybe our special guest?
You'll have to see.
All we got was a passing mention of her, and it wasn't like Maitland Ward didn't visit the set.
Remember when we were kids and the toughest choice we had was which one of us was going to end up with Rachel?
Rachel! She was even on red carpets hinting that she would possibly appear in the future.
You said they're going to be doing Girl Meets World.
They are taping Girl Meets World.
They're taping it.
No secrets can be divulged, really, but it's really a fun show. I can say that. And
oh my God, I just love you.
Girl is adorable. She's going to be such a little star. Ryder and Rusty and Betsy, they were all in last week, so we're not supposed to say many details on anything, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, I've been there several times, and the girls are adorable, and the whole kids cast. They're going to really pop out at first, and then they'll incorporate people back in.
Are you back on Girl Meets World?
Well, we'll see next season. I'll keep my lips shut right now, but
That sounds like a good hint.
We know now that I've been in the Peace Corps all this time, and then Eric and I are still very close, and I haven't spoken to Jack. So that's the information.
That's great. So I'm not caught up.
Everybody's asking me if Eric and I have had a fling all these years.
Maybe.
We're going to figure out a way to see absolutely everybody in this room.
So maybe if the show went a little longer, we could have had the Eric, Rachel, Jack reunion. And Eric, if you know what all your friends are up to, tell me what Jason's up to. People speculated that Maitland Ward wasn't going to be featured because she had been doing risky adult content, and that thing just wasn't going to fly on the Disney Channel.
Are you two still friends?
You know what? I haven't seen her in a really long time.
Are you two still friends?
Yeah, we talk all the time.
Yes, I'm a former Disney star, so I was often typecast as being this kind of sweetie comedy girl, which is fine, and I love that, but I'm also this other person who likes to, explore her sexuality.
Break free of what you saw as this Disney image, which is,
Yes.
by the way, not a bad image
It's not a
to
bad
have.
image, but it was a younger image of me which is fine, and I love that, and I love that I have that history with Disney and the wonderful show like Boy Meets World.
Okay, Shawn's back. Feeny's back. Where's Eric?
You're not going to see Will the first year, and there are very good reasons for that. If I have anything to do with it, Will is very missed by us, and I am hopeful that you will get to see him.
Eric is kind of a big question mark. No
We're
brother.
hoping. We're hoping.
You need that crazy
If we
uncle.
get picked up for season 2, we would love to have him.
He said he's open to doing that.
Yeah, I think,
yeah. We don't
We'd
need to
love
get
to
him.
have
We don't
him.
need to get him on the phone right now.
I was gonna say.
You can make this a
Do
call-in
you have
show.
a Eric stick? we can bring him here.
You know, Eric, played by Will Friedle, the cool older brother, and then in later seasons became an absolute nut job. Yeah, him. We want him back.
1 second you're cool with Corey, and the next second you're plays with squirrels.
Eric definitely developed too. If you go back and watch the first season, they kind of didn't know what to do, and Will didn't know what to do yet.
There were questions at first if Will Friedle would even be up to appearing on screen. If you've watched the original Boy Meets World history video that I put out, you learn that Will Friedle developed a real phobia and anxiety over appearing on screen.
It took a while, but yes, they called first, and if anybody who follows me on Twitter knows that I have been dealing, since I was about 24, with a pretty serious anxiety disorder, which is one of the reasons I stopped doing on-camera acting. And then it came to the point where I woke up one morning and I said, anyone who deals with anxiety out there, there's a ton of us, where you kind of eventually, you look and you go, okay, it's gonna rule me for the rest of my life, or it's not. Right. I mean, I'm scared of standing at the edge of the cliff. I have to jump either way, so I might as well run and jump.
Right.
So I called Michael Jacobs eventually. He said right from the beginning, whenever you want to come, whatever you want to do, let me know. So we let them go the first season, and the second season came, and I said, look, the stars could not align any better for me to come back on camera.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with all my family, with
You're
Ben
safe.
and Ryder and Danielle. You're in an absolute safe place with the same crew. I have to go back.
My brother! Pangers! You're still here!
Yeah. Almost, it seemed like a second later, I was sitting in the makeup chair, and they were putting on the Plays with Squirrels period.
When Will came back, he really came back. His performance won over all the young cast.
Every take, he would do something different, and he would always catch us off guard.
Will's my favorite person. He's like in my top 5 favorite people because he's so positive, but yet he's so caring, and he's the funniest person you'll ever meet. He's so talented too. He's writing a few episodes. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that he's writing episodes, and he is in a couple episodes. So it's every time he's on set, I feel like everything's lighter.
Guest star wise, Will makes any episode like 10 times funnier, and he makes us want to be funnier. Like, he makes us want to try to be as funny as him, even though we won't ever be.
We're still like brothers to this day, and he is by far the funniest actor I've ever worked with. He is one of the funniest people I've ever known in my life.
He was always probably, don't tell the others, my favorite character on Boy Meets World. Will Friedle's comedic timing and the way he thinks as a comedic actor is so incredible, and it's so incredible for me to watch that because he just picks up on things that you're like, how did you find that in the script?
His comedic timing was still there, and the kids knew it. And that's not really a shock, because the old cast already knew how funny Will was. Will Friedle even gifted the famous Feeny call to Rowan and Sabrina.
I taught them how to do it. I did it one more time in front of the audience, and I said, that's yours. And that came from, I was doing an animated series called Thundercats. And the original actor who played Lion-O went to a convention, and they said, will you do the Thundercats ho? He said, I'm going to do it one more time, and then it's Will's, and I'm not going to do it anymore. And I thought that was so classy that I did the same thing with the Feeny call.
Huh? Oh yeah, the Feeny call. Can you do it? No.
Feeny. No, you have to track down Will Friedle and he'll do it for you.
This is with a little controversy, as on Pod Meets World. He actually was a little miffed at first that Michael Jacobs gave it to the girls without even letting him know about it, feeling as you kind of stole something that Will Friedle came up with.
The Feeny call will not get done by anybody other than Will.
But Michael Jacobs would admit that was kind of a bonehead move on his part. So what was Eric up to since they all left for New York? Eric's first appearance is as Plays with Squirrels.
Everybody look at me!
a very exciting week for all of us here at Girl Meets World because my long-lost brother, Eric, played by Will Friedle, is back on the cast.
Also super excited for Girl Meets Mr. Squirrels because I know that ever since season 1 started, everyone's like, where's Eric?
I've been bugging you about it. You tell me to be quiet.
No, seriously, well, I would never tell you to be quiet, but be quiet.
It was a wonderful experience, it really was. It was scary and awful and wonderful and incredible. It's like your first date.
Well, Friedle comes back and he plays Eric Matthews as well. That was his character from the original show, and it's hilarious. I'm really excited for everybody to see that one.
He's popped right back into his character. He was just as funny as he was back in the 90s.
Eric gets to come back and meet his niece, which is or niche, as he says.
Hello, niche.
Uncle Eric. Will came to set and just basically walked in like he was a family member. He had no problem slipping back into Eric and made it like the funniest week of our lives. So we love having him here. He's a part of the family, and I'm just so excited for everybody to see the episode.
It's being back, but it's not being back. It's being back, but on a different set. It's great. I mean, being with Ben and Danielle, we spent every day together for 7 years, so that's like going back with your family.
When we get back together, it's like no time has passed at all.
Look, I just want to thank you for believing in me.
And I think fans will be really excited to see him.
It's a heck of a lot of fun to come back.
Which is kind of a weird plot hole because Plays with Squirrels is a character he invented that only shows up in the alternate reality if the group never stayed friends, not as an actual character in the real Boy Meets World timeline. Eric has become the mayor of St. Town.
Who would do that? The good people of Stupid Town.
And he's now the guy you call when you want to resolve conflicts. At one point, a senator gets in trouble during his re-election campaign, and mysterious forces recruit Eric to be a joke candidate so that their senator gets re-elected.
I am running for senator of the great state of New York, and I need your votes!
A local reporter named TJ helps Eric's campaign.
I believe in you. I'd like to help.
When it's pressed what Eric would be able to do to help the kids, TJ reveals that he's actually Tommy.
Tommy? Hi, Eric.
You know, the kid that almost got adopted by Eric in the original run of Boy Meets World. And if you aren't touched by this scene, you're a cold, cold, cold person.
You grew up to be a really good person. Yeah, I learned from some really good people.
And Eric goes on to become a senator.
He wins. He becomes the senator from New York. Let me break that information. Yep. Eric Matthews is going to run the world.
He could be one of our country's leaders.
Yeah, we know.
So where are you going?
Far! Far, far away.
Going back on Girl was incredible. And then, of course, you say, God, this guy's ridiculous. He's making all these stupid decisions. What are you going to do with him? Oh, I know. He's going to be a senator. So it did come down to, like, of course Eric's going to be a senator.
And you'll see that episode coming up. It's a good one. And I'm telling you, at the end of it, you'll go, yeah, this could happen, and he's probably a better senator than most.
Oh, and by the way, how is Mr. Feeny and Eric's relationship nowadays?
I'm not talking to you.
I'm not talking to you.
Fine.
Double fine.
Okay, so if Shawn and Angela was one thing that needed to be answered if this show was picked up, the other thing fans of Boy Meets World always asked was, all right, what happened to Mr. Turner?
What is the name of Corey and Shawn's teacher who rides the motorcycle?
No, I know. I can picture him. He has black hair. Yes, I know his name. I really do.
I know that was the substitute teacher.
John Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Jonathan Turner.
He was such a huge part of the show for like 3 seasons, and then he disappeared, never to be heard from again.
The day Michael called me, he said, "Hey, you're not going to come back for the next season." I was like, "Oh, okay, why?" And he didn't really say.
Wow.
But he just said the network wants to go in a different direction, whatever. So I just moved on. I just said, okay, you don't want to bring me back. That's fine. And Michael was like, I really apologize. It wasn't me. It was the network, whatever.
Yeah.
So as an actor, you just go on to try to join another show. You try to get on something else and do something else and do other work. So, that was kind of an interesting thing because when he told me that, he said, you're going to play out the rest of this season. I think that was 96. So I was in the last episode that I was in. I can't remember if it was a two-parter or not, but it was the episode where Shawn joins the cult. I think my last scene was when I was in the cast in the bed. I was still under contract for the entire season, but they only used me for a certain number of seasons. So, I mean, a certain number of episodes. So when they told me they weren't bringing me back, I started auditioning for other things. So in '97. Because I assumed that my contract was up because it was 96, 97. So sometime in March of 97, my contract was going to be up. So I was auditioning for this pilot called Ask Harriet, produced by David Cassidy. And
wow.
I auditioned for it, and then I started getting closer, and I started getting closer and closer and closer. And it was really coming down to the wire. And I thought, I'm gonna book this show. And I get a phone call from my manager because I was going to the studio over at Columbia, and my manager said, "Hey, there's a problem." And I go, "What's the problem?" And he goes, "Well, Disney is having some issues. They don't want to let you out of your contract." And I said,
"Whoa,
hang on, wait, what?" I was like, "They let me go. They told me that I wasn't coming back. What do they mean they're not paying me?" So it's like, unless they want to, redo another contract and start sending me paychecks, they can't do this. So then there was going to be a problem. So I had to get on the phone with my manager. Then my manager had to contact the producers of Ask Harriet. Ask Harriet had to talk to Disney because Disney was kind of going, we don't want to let him out of his contract. So they finally agreed, and then I was out of my contract, and I was able to do the show.
So fans were beyond ecstatic when during red carpet interviews, people weren't shying away from bringing up Mr. Turner. And then we started getting on-set photos of Anthony Tyler Quinn. Now in other shows, when a major player leaves, they sometimes hold hard feelings towards the show. This wasn't the case with Anthony Tyler Quinn. He loved being on Boy Meets World, and always kind of recognized it as something special.
I always liked the concept that he really cared about the students.
Yeah.
That he really wanted to reach them, that he wanted to try to sort of see things from their viewpoint, as well as giving them his viewpoint and see if there was a way that they could kind of meet in the middle. They were starting to really tap into something that I thought was important.
Definitely.
With Mr. Turner really truly being almost like a father figure to his student. So a student is becoming much more than a student. In all humility, I felt like they did a disservice to the fan base by just dropping it and not really addressing it anymore. And the fans
happened
going,
so fast, Tony.
What?
So fast.
What? It's like what? So I felt like, I'm a fan too. I hate it when either authors or producers do that, and the character just doesn't come back, and you're going, what happened to that? What happened to this person? I loved that person. Where'd he go? As an actor, I was upset that we weren't going to be able to dig into that more, because I really had a lot of fun playing that.
In Girl Meets World, we meet a new teacher. Her name is Harper. Harper teaches comic books.
Didn't we have a teacher who taught us?
Yes. And rides a motorcycle. Mr. Turner was a different style teacher than Mr. Feeny, but they both really cared about their students. And this was the perfect way for the show to reintroduce Jonathan Turner.
He's not dead.
But when Tony returns, watch the levels between Ben and Tony, because he becomes student. And it's really an interesting episode. And that will answer your question. What is the dichotomy between Feeny and Corey? But there's another middle level, which was Turner. And watch what happens.
When Harper and Corey are fired, the superintendent of schools has to show up. And wouldn't you know it, but Jonathan Turner just happens to be the superintendent who had hired Corey. So we're going to get our questions answered. Mr. Turner is still extremely close with Corey and Topanga. He's so close that Riley refers to him as
Uncle Jonathan, and I told him that you had a lot more to teach us. Do you understand, Uncle John?
Real uncle, or you just call him that?
He comes over like a million times a week.
I withdraw my complaint.
He married the nurse who took care of him after his bike accident, and he still loves and cares for Shawn like a son.
Things happen for a reason. I married my nurse.
When talk of a continuation of Boy Meets World started happening, Anthony met up with Michael Jacobs. He hadn't even been in the loop at first, and he just kind of wanted to know what was going on.
I had no idea that Michael was going to do Girl Meets World. And like I said, this is one of those things where the show is so popular, and like you say, people are watching it, and everybody watches reruns and the DVDs, and people tell me all the time they remember me and they love the show and all this stuff. All of a sudden, I started getting all these comments and all of these likes and things, and I'm going, what is happening? I don't know what. And a lot of the comments and things were very non-specific. Oh, this is so exciting. This is going to be great. And I'm going, what are we talking about? And I was getting emails from people. Are you excited? This is so cool. And I'm going,
wow.
What are you talking about? And then somebody had sent me some, interview thing saying, we would like to interview you. And I go, interview me for what? Boy Meets World? And they go, we want to interview you for Girl Meets World. And I go, what? And they said, it's a new show. Are you going to be part of it? And I go, I don't think so. No, nobody. So I called Michael and I said, Michael, do you have any idea what kind of firestorm you've started for me? I said, I don't even know what we're talking about here.
And he had said that at some point he wants to revisit kind of everybody that, was a part of Boy Meets World. So I don't know exactly how that will take shape. But, if they asked me to be on the show, I would love to be on the show because, it was just such a great time working with everybody, and I'd love to see Ben and Danielle again.
Yeah, if Mr. Turner was to come back, what kind of role do you think he would play? You think he'd be like superintendent level at this point?
Well, I hope that whatever it is they do, I hope that they would serve the audience and the fans of the character and the memories they have of that character. I hope it would not just be some kind of gratuitous little cameo, because so many people have either responded to me on Twitter or Facebook talking about why was there never any closure, what happened to the character, and I know that they all have a lot of questions, so I hope they address those things. And because in reality, sometimes things on the network, at the network level, they want to change the show and take it in a different direction, and there's really no time to wrap up any kind of loose ends or storylines, and they just kind of end them abruptly and then just move on,
Well, Anthony got his wish. Mr. Turner was able to pop up, and we finally had the long-term storyline wrapped up.
And we were joking about it, and he goes, yeah, I'm doing this show, Girl Meets World, and I said, oh, that's great. I said, but everybody's asking me if I'm going to be a part of it. I don't know anything about it. And he goes, well, of course I want to bring you back, and it's going to be great. He said, but it's going to be like a while, probably after the first season. I said, oh, whatever. I said, that'd be great. It'd be great to work with you again.
Yeah.
But I was a little afraid to try to play that character again after 20 years because I was older, and I'm thinking I don't want the memory of it to be tarnished at all.
Yeah.
Are people going to think, you had lightning in a bottle before, but it's not working now? So I was really nervous about it. But Michael just kind of said, it's going to be fun. We're going to have a great time with it. So as long as we have fun, it's going to be great. So I was really happy to go back, and I really felt when they did the final episode that we did, when we had everybody in that same room and Shawn and I were able to give each other a hug, and that for me felt this was important to do because I want to do this for the fans of the show.
Yes.
To have this moment was important for them.
This was no glorified cameo.
I always regretted that I never adopted Shawn.
Girl Meets World was a show about friendship.
You're a tight little group, aren't you?
Yeah.
And that would be hard to put on screen if they hated each other behind the scenes.
These friends and the ability to go through emotional arcs with friends, feel one way about them, and then another way the next day. This is real life. How do we do it? Because we're losing the ability to do it normally if we rely on people literally reading our thoughts as opposed to looking at our eyes and reading how we feel.
But like the original cast, these kids were bonding over shared experience.
Even Peyton and Corey, who aren't here but play Lucas and Farkle, they're teenage boys, so obviously they're changing, they're going through things, and
even Augie's changing. Yeah.
We just have such great chemistry, and we've been together for 3.5 years now, so just all growing up together and growing as people and as actors has been a lot of fun.
A big vocal time between when we filmed the pilot and when we started filming the first season, and I think in that time we did get to know each other because we got to see each other out of set and like not when we were working. We just got to know each other as people, which I think really helped a lot. And then obviously spending every day with each other during the first season, we're too close at this point. We know everything about each other, which makes it fun and dangerous. Fun things that we like to do as a cast when we're not filming, well, we like to go out to dinner a lot. We go bowling every once in a while. Laser tag is really fun, and we like going to amusement parks.
We are actually, the whole cast, we all hang out off set. On set we have such a good time filming together. It's just, we're all like a big family together, so it's really fun. I love them, they're great.
They got in trouble together.
We went exploring the place that we shot. The pilot was at Sunset Gower Studios, and it's very old. So there's like a lot of different hidden studios that haven't been used. So we went up and toured those, and it was so much fun. And although we probably shouldn't have.
No, we shouldn't definitely not have.
Oh, Sabrina just texted me telling me that I can't talk if I'm on vocal rest. Well, yeah, I know that. I just don't want to do it. Sabrina, thank you. I think she just wanted me to mention her in this.
They studied with each other. They'd go to theme parks.
We go to movies, we go to Disneyland sometimes. Honestly, we could be in like the most boring place ever, and if we're together, it could be fun.
Six Flags.
Six Flags, yeah. Six Flags, sort of, because I get scared of the rides.
The only one that doesn't really like roller coasters is Rowan. So we try to trick Rowan onto roller coasters, Six Flags, Disneyland, bowling, movies, dinner, all that.
Wait, they're allowed to go to non-Disney parks? Is that allowed?
He just wanted. Oh, he had just been painted.
There doesn't seem to have been any on-set romances that I was able to find, though some people wanted to link Corey and Sabrina together.
On-set romance. Wow. These are some questions. No, not really. I mean, we're all just like so close, and we're just like basically brother and sister and just best friends, so no on-set romance, no. To get to know the person before you do it.
Just stick to the lip.
No tongue?
Don't go there.
Oh, like the one I...
Like the one you
it's
had?
awkward, and it's strange, and it's really weird because like you have to do it in rehearsal, and that's what's really weird.
Friendship. Anything more? No, nothing at all. Okay. Corey likes other people, so, he's got crushes, we all do,
The show wanted to tackle how somebody could be a friend, how friendships can be broken apart, and how growing up can change a friendship dynamic. So were Riley and Lucas the Corey and Topanga of this series?
Well, no one can really live up to Corey and Topanga, but, we're trying to carve our own path and see if people like it. I think I'm really similar to Topanga.
So some romance, some love,
romance,
some love on the show. Can you give us any tidbits?
I can give you a little bit. Me and Riley have a little connection.
Ooh, a romantic connection.
That's romantic
exciting.
Connection, yeah. Me and Riley have a little connection. Yeah.
The new Corey and Topanga?
No one can really compare to Corey and Topanga, but we're trying to carve our own way.
Well, those were going to be some pretty big shoes to fill. I mean, these two did look pretty cute together. Lucas was such a gentleman, and Riley is just such a starry-eyed innocent. Lucas was portrayed as a guy with a strong moral code, which makes Riley discovering that he had a history of being expelled from school for fighting so shocking. This guy?
I want to do this the right way. So first, I'm here to talk to you, sir. Now!
The guy who acts and walks and talks like a Disney prince? He's violent? That's someone that Corey has to chase away from his daughter? No! Riley and Lucas were tiptoeing around the idea of dating until Maya forced their hands to admit that they had feelings for each other. And eventually, they do have a first date. And a first kiss.
Riley and Lucas
finally got their heads off the screens and looked each other in the eyes, and Corey realized he created much more problems and then handed back the cell phones.
Yeah, they have a little connection going, yeah.
But does Maya have a crush on Lucas too?
No, it's actually the opposite, she does not like my country style.
And what you think you see between Rowan and Peyton, we're going to grow it, but we're going to grow it real.
They go on their second date. But, and then we'll find out what happens after that.
Well, exactly. They left off on first date. So now, in the first 5, one of the episodes, it explains how we transition more into, you'll see, but it explains the rest of that story.
And as things go, that's probably never smooth sailing, right?
Exactly.
The whole school was even drawn to this relationship, but not knowing how to be a couple makes their interactions very awkward.
I had a wonderful time.
You're welcome, Riley. I also had a wonderful time as well.
They eventually break up on good terms, but even after the breakup, Riley still has feelings for Lucas.
Riley hurts Lucas forever.
What's on the back of your notebook?
Riley and Lucas were just friends.
And was even hoping that Lucas was going to invite her to the dance. But he waits and waits. And that's when Charlie Gardner steps in. Damn, Tanner Buchanan, always falling for the wrong girl.
You asked Riley to the dance?
I did, because see, you didn't.
When Lucas has to choose between Maya and Riley, we learn that even the mere thought of hurting Riley is something that will put him into a rage.
Something's happening to Riley.
What?
But this show had another fandom. It was called Lucaya. It was because fans felt that Lucas kind of has more chemistry with Maya. That Lucas and Riley were almost brother-sister, whereas you could feel a real connection between Maya and Lucas. Maya is the first one to talk to Lucas on the subway. When Maya makes fun of Lucas, it's because she likes him. Every time Lucas gets taunted for his Texas roots, it backfires on Maya.
It kills me that I can't get to you.
Sorry, ma'am.
Lucas is proud to be a Texan.
I am so impressed with your rich Texas heritage that I am officially throwing out all of those old nicknames forever.
Wow. Thank you, Maya.
No problem, Bucky McBoing Boing.
No wonder he doesn't get upset when she takes all these shots at him. So does she hate Ranger Rick? Hate him so much that she goes out of her way to make songs about him? Or does she love him so much that she makes up songs about him? As Maya starts to become more like Riley, she starts falling more for Lucas.
He doesn't want to go out with me. He's not going out with me. He's never going out with me.
Though, even when she was in her rebellious phase, if Lucas was shown to be aggressive and a rule breaker, she'd make sounds that indicated that she was becoming attracted to him.
You're gonna be the one on the floor.
Yes, on a Disney show. Lucas was called out at one point for even letting Maya do all these bad things to him and giving her a pass.
There's also a possibility I may have called him Ranger Rick once.
Once?
Oh, yeah, Ranger Roy once. Ranger Rick is every day.
Like Lucas secretly liked being picked on. Like he secretly liked her too. Like they were at the dance together. Lucas would even defend Maya the same way that he would Riley.
Well, I don't want that from Maya. I want Maya to be happy.
Hi.
Hey.
So the show would become a love triangle.
Resolving the triangle. So, big stuff.
What is it called? Rucus? And Lucaya and Josiah and all of that you and Josh, right? Okay, so with all of the relationships we're doing, there is a method to what we're trying to do.
Even if the writers want to say that it wasn't a love triangle.
You won't decide, so I did.
Yes.
And I decided that we're just friends.
Yes.
That's all we are.
Yes. Yes.
Sure, when it was all resolved, it just went back to being more about friendships.
I think it's going to be really cool because a lot of people think that there's a lot of relationship triangles in there, and now people are going to see that it's really just about friendships and how good groups of friendships can be.
The whole thing, really the first season tells a lot about friendship, which is really, really cool. The friendship between these 4 characters, Farkle, Lucas, Maya, and Riley, is such a unique friendship that I'm really excited for people to see.
But let's not pretend that the draw for the fans wasn't a love triangle.
You know, they lead the way, and I'm tagging along with them. So anything they go through, I'm there with them. But,
Interesting.
Lucas, definitely, I do decide. So Gonna have to wait to see when, but I do. I pick someone.
Riley liked Lucas, so Farkle can have Maya. But if Maya has to force Riley to make a move on Lucas, she had to make Riley jealous. Maya and Riley would even go on a double date with Farkle and Lucas. So now we got our Rucus, our Lucaya divisions. Lucaya people would say that Riley has no real attraction to Lucas. It's a brother-sister thing. Rucus people would say, no, this is just how they are. They're overly cute, but they generally really are attracted to each other. When the gang goes to visit Zay and Lucas's home of Texas to see Lucas ride a bull,
You signed me up to ride Tombstone the Bull!
Maya has a meltdown and doesn't want to see Lucas get hurt while riding this bull.
Traveling to Texas caused some big changes in our little group.
Well, Riley is more about Lucas being able to succeed and make his family proud.
Come on, boys. Let's go ride.
Before that big bull riding event, Maya says that it's her or the bull. As Riley goes after Maya, Lucas stops her and says, hey, can you just stay and watch? Which she does. Lucas is able to conquer the bull ride, but Maya feels abandoned. Riley reveals that she's kinda always known that Maya thinks that her and Lucas are more brother and sister than an actual couple.
I know that you've thought that for a while.
And Riley agrees. But Lucas doesn't feel that way.
I told you what we are.
What if that's not what I think we are?
And at a campfire, Riley forces that issue. She reveals that Maya likes Lucas, and Lucas is the only one who doesn't feel that brother-sister thing about Riley. But later, Maya and Lucas argue at that campfire.
Started with Rucus, and then Lucaya kind of came in around that campfire. You know, I lose myself around campfire.
And then they almost kiss. Or they do kiss if they had actually gone with the alternate take that was shot that night.
That there's an alternate version that they filmed. A fan found a photo of the actors sharing an actual kiss and tweeted it to the show's writer's account. The fan asked, was there really a campfire kiss in the photo? And the writer's account replied, we shot the scene 2 ways. We felt the other scene was better for where the story was going.
Of course.
So in order to move on, Riley agrees to go out with Charlie Gardner.
Do you want to go bowling like Japan and France?
Maya and Lucas have an awkward date.
He needs someone like me to take him down.
And Lucas is just not able to accept that Riley thinks of him as a brother. And poor Charlie Gardner, he's just a good guy who's trying to do the right thing and literally every step of the way just getting his heart stomped on.
No, Riley's stepping back from Lucas because he just...
Okay. She ends up with Farkle.
At this point, Farkle has to step in and tell Riley to admit her real feelings. And if she doesn't admit those real feelings, Farkle will. And she has till midnight, New Year's, to admit her real feelings. And again, poor Charlie Gardner.
You deserve more.
Lucas and Maya have a nice moment before New Year's, but Farkle is true to his word.
Riley still loves Lucas.
And now Lucas wants to avoid all this awkwardness. And now it's gotten so bad that even Corey isn't chasing him out of Riley's room. Because if we know anything, lose one friend, lose all friends, lose yourself.
You have to make some decisions.
So Lucas decides that instead of having a love triangle, they just gotta be friends.
And I decided that we're just friends. That's all we are.
But that doesn't work either.
I guess we'll see.
I thought we stopped. I thought we were just friends. Still like him? Yeah? You? Yeah?
Any change?
No.
So now they're going into high school still being a triangle.
Triangle.
Huh. How would you like to be called?
A girlfriend.
And how would you like to be
The
called?
girlfriend, equally as much.
Zay and Farkle even run experiments to try to get an answer about if it's Riley or Maya that Lucas wants.
It is very possible for Riley, Maya, and Lucas to end up with different people. Who knows? You know, there could be new people that come in and take each other away. But, I don't know. It could happen, it could not.
And this leads us to another example of them brilliantly bringing back old Boy Meets World episodes and giving them a new twist.
We go to Sun Lodge, which is a place that they visited in Boy Meets World back in the day. So it's a little Sun Lodge, ski lodge cabin area. And I can't say much about it, but we do meet a new guy in ski lodge.
He can't run the ski club because of what happened at the Mount Sun Lodge when they were our age.
We're going back to the ski lodge. The same ski lodge where Corey and Lauren drama happened.
Dear Corey, if you would let it happen,
I think you and I could have a future.
It's not from her.
It's from Lauren.
What happened at the ski lodge?
A mountain girl kissed him.
I didn't kiss her back.
At the ski lodge, Maya realizes that Lucas and Riley were meant to be together.
Go find Riley. Tell her you love her.
I choose you. And I really want you to choose me.
Well, what else happened at that ski lodge? Girl Meets World had actually already brought up the issue of Lauren way back in the beginning of season 2.
Your father met a girl at a ski lodge, and she really liked him.
So this wasn't new territory by this point. Oh, hey, look!
Hi, I'm Evan, your friendly mountain guide.
It's Jason Todd!
I'm Batman.
As the girls are still trying to figure out how they feel about Lucas, Riley injures herself getting off the bus.
Who does that? Nobody.
So she's unable to attend any of these nature hikes. Riley hangs back at the lodge, and this is where she meets Evan. Or should I say Jason Todd works at the lodge. Riley and Evan end up talking to each other all night, which, you know, this all seems pretty familiar to Corey Matthews. Evan was kind of an instigator.
You would think that for 1 second we could talk about her and me, but you guys were all she wanted to talk about.
Oh, and he's also Lauren's son.
My mother says hello.
What are your feelings about Ski Lodge?
What were my feelings about Ski Lodge?
Because I had a lot of feelings.
To revisit the set that Boy Meets World, you know, originally created, and to have all these new characters and all these new feelings involved. And I think it showed what our show is all about, which is friendship.
Alright, it's taken me a while to figure out where I wanted to place this subject into the video, but the love stuff didn't end with the Lucas and Maya and Riley. Maya also had the hots for Uncle Josh.
Uncle Josh!
I'm not your uncle, Maya.
Even better.
Now, as you remember from the end of Boy Meets World, Alan and Amy had one more kid, and you saw him in the final episode of Boy Meets World.
What was the name of Corey's younger brother?
Joshua.
Oh,
Joshua.
point girls.
He comes back in Girl Meets World.
My son Danny, who's sitting right there, he played this character in the finale, which is that little boy, Joshua Matthews, who Corey talks to in the end. And he's part of the series.
How is it possible we're brothers?
He's 16 years old now. So the agendas of the old series met and clashed with the agendas of the new series.
But the Uncle Josh stuff gets weird, because Maya is very attracted to Uncle Josh.
That's my uncle, Maya.
Sweet, I would be your aunt.
And based on the Boy Meets World timeline, I don't know how old Uncle Josh is, and the 3-year age difference is very weird. And if it had been reversed genders, people would be even more creeped out. And based on the episode where Josh is born, he was born in 1999, and he had to have been 3 to 4 years old in the last episode of Boy Meets World, which by the time the show started airing in 2014, he would have been 16, 17, 18, somewhere in that window, and Maya would have been 12 to 13.
Boy, you grew up gorgeous.
Ugh.
I'll go to the party with you, Josh.
Still too old for you, Maya.
3 years. What's 3 years in the history of love?
So let's talk about the character of Uncle Josh. Uncle Josh, according to this show, is 16 years old. He's no longer the little boy that you saw in the old show. He's portrayed as a fun-loving, wisecracking uncle to Augie.
There are 2 grown men in a girl's bedroom window, and nobody thinks that's weird.
He has an extreme closeness to his older brother, Corey.
My brother! My brother! My brother! My brother!
And even does things to go out of his way to make his brother proud of him.
I don't know that you would drive from Philadelphia to New York, not even looking if you got into NYU, just so you could open your acceptance letter in front of your older brother because you love him and you want him to be proud of you.
He's shown to be the kind of guy that will do the right thing even when he really doesn't want to.
I'm gonna walk them home.
So it kind of makes me wonder, when Josh was growing up, Feeny was still living next door. How much influence did Mr. Feeny have on Josh? Maya is shown to have an extreme attraction to Uncle Josh. Yeah, Josh Saya was a thing. And it's weird.
You do understand I'm too old for you.
I do, Josh. I know that.
Good.
But I'm in it for the long game.
Like, super weird.
It's the age difference. 3 years older. Your dad married your mom. He's like 20 years older.
You're my chaperone.
I invited him.
I
love you.
Maya is 3 years younger than Josh and will not leave him alone.
He's just a fantasy. You don't go out with a fantasy. You only think about him all the time. What's the matter with you?
And this would be written up in every publication if this was gender flipped. And Josh does everything in his power to nicely let her down and not be a jerk, but also not proceed with this. He lets it be known countless times that the age thing is a major issue. And it's not like the writers were oblivious. The writers knew that the age thing played a major role in what they were doing. One of the standard gags is Maya would pursue Uncle Josh, be turned down, and you'd be made to feel like, aw, poor Maya. Josh, just go out with her.
Unfortunately, we are still unable to make you not 3 years younger than me.
The other research. You're 3 years older than me in this too. That's even gonna matter when everybody else is dead?
Okay, maybe not if everybody else is dead.
Wait a minute. So you're saying when we get back to real life, all I gotta do is get rid of everybody else?
There was even an episode where Josh is going to a college party to hang out with girls who are also about to go in college or his own age. Maya and Riley go to this college, and Maya stalks Josh, gets upset when she sees Josh talking with girls his own age. And then these girls decide Josh is the bad guy because he really should be going out with Maya, and that he's not allowed to date any of the girls on campus because Maya wants him.
And we did this great episode. I think it's a little bit later in season 2, but we've already shot it. And you see this really good dynamic between the two of them.
At least the writers made the point that nothing would happen between them until she's a full legal adult. Even some of the characters on the show question, does Maya love Josh? Or does she really just want to be part of the Matthews family?
Not so little anymore, Maya. I guess I have to stop looking at you like that.
Uncle Josh was played by Uriah Shelton. And Uriah Shelton could have been in even more episodes, but Uriah had a few controversies during and after Girl Meets World ended.
I love her relationship, her little crush on Corey's brother.
Oh yes, Uncle Josh.
Is he coming back?
He's coming back, but he's in China right now. So not Uncle Josh, but Uriah. But he's supposed to be in a couple new more episodes. So I'm guessing you'll see something there.
Maya and Josh have a heart-to-heart at the ski lodge, but their heart-to-heart could have actually happened during the New Year's episode. It didn't end up happening because Uriah missed a ton of episodes after getting into a motorcycle accident. This motorcycle accident would put him in the hospital for almost a month. According to this report, he was thrown through a large concrete and rebar fence at 60 miles an hour. So it's a good thing he wore his helmet. He lost 6 teeth, had a broken femur, and had to have 30% of his large intestine removed, and his liver was lacerated. So he went on to announce that he was making some major life changes, and he was no longer going to street race. Also, Uriah and Rowan Blanchard would have ideology clashes. You see, Rowan was an outspoken activist and into a lot of different causes.
Uriah had used social media to show his interest in anti-feminism, which is the opposite of Rowan, whose social media is basically dedicated to her interest in feminism. Apparently, when fans were telling Rowan on social media to quote, "end Uriah," Uriah said she simply responded saying his actions just aren't worth her precious time. Rowan has no problem voicing her opinions, but she doesn't want things to go any further than this, since, well, to her it's just pointless.
When the show ended, Uriah was quoted as saying that he only stays in contact with Peyton Meyer. Uriah also appeared to have kept tabs on Sabrina Carpenter's music career, and he attempted to mend fences when he sent a text to Rowan to congratulate her for the success of Girl Meets World, but the message wasn't delivered.
Cancelled, Uriah tried to send Rowan a text message, but it came back as undelivered. It seems that there was a strong possibility that Rowan had changed her cell number, but had neglected to tell Uriah about it.
As for Rowan doesn't necessarily like me. We've had a lot of differences. She doesn't like me. I don't care. I mean, I don't have anything against her. She's a very, passionate girl. She definitely wholeheartedly believes what she does. It was reported that the set of Girl Meets World made the cast members feel safe enough to express some of their beliefs.
She spoke with the writers if she didn't like something, and they made her feel heard and respected in a way that she hadn't on previous sets. She also spoke about her activism in real life, saying,
"If I can post about a protest and get more people to go out protesting, then I feel like I've achieved something."
Rowan took this to the next level.
That's where I got my voice, was through the internet and through other teenagers making it okay to speak up. I definitely didn't receive that information from adults or from school or anything. So it was from teenagers who were like, you can speak out, and here's what this word means, and here's what this word means, and we're going to engage in conversations. And that made me feel like I had an accessible point into that.
During the show, she freely stated her political beliefs,
Why should we care about the elections when we don't get to vote?
announced her sexual orientation,
Back when she was 14 in early 2016, Riley made a big announcement on Twitter. She told her fans and the world at large that she was a member of the LGBT+ community.
and addressed a whole bunch of feminist issues.
What's wrong here is that you're a sexist pig.
This young actor is also becoming an important voice for her generation outside of Hollywood, speaking about the lack of gender equality across the globe at the United Nations.
I'm speaking at the UN Women Conference on June 27th.
Say it with confidence, girl.
Nervous. No, you guys have no idea how nerve-wracking that is.
I wrote an essay about trying to kind of get myself to stop apologizing for everything. The response was really great, and I think that's because all women can identify with that. Like that feeling of, I can't take up space, and like, if I do, I'm sorry.
She became one of those celebrities that used their celebrity platform to spread their beliefs.
I pledge allegiance!
Comrades of John Quincy Adams, unite!
She would go off to speak to women's conferences and speak at the United Nations.
I'm addressing the issues. Nobody cares about the issues, Rouse.
After the show, Rowan would also speak out about things like the Me Too movement.
I think the system of auditioning, because it's inherently usually all men producers, a man director, a man casting director, you're like a young girl going alone into a room of 15 men, that essentially your job is, I'm going to convince you why you should hire me. And it's like that inherent thing feels so slanted. That's one of many, 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 many things that I feel like we just constantly normalize.
She talked about having to take action against uncomfortable situations she saw and experienced on set.
Somebody I worked with inappropriately touched somebody else that I worked with who was a minor. I reported it privately to our showrunner after the set had wrapped. I found it very disturbing. The person who was touched was obviously disturbed. I talked to the showrunner after set and I said, I do not want my name attached to this because I know how that'll go for me. Diva doesn't want to work with anyone, blah, blah, blah. Like, you just know how it goes for you. So I just said, I do not want my name attached to this, but this happened. And I want this to be dealt with because I don't feel comfortable witnessing that on the set. The next day, nobody talked to me and said that I was trying to ruin this person's career.
One thing that I try to put out on all my social media feeds would be, tell the truth, ladies. Trust in your sisterhood. Because that's who you can rely on at the end of the day.
And who was it that produced Spy Kids 4? Ew. It's not like Girl Meets World was shying away from tackling real-world subjects, but they weren't doing it as in-your-face as Rowan Blanchard was. And all this activism must have burnt out Rowan Blanchard, because these days she's quoted as saying, I'm not an activist anymore. I won't call myself that anyway. I would say that I'm an actress. I read books, so I'm smart. But I'm not claiming the mantle of activism anymore. Yeah, she just goes on Instagram and promotes outfits and style nowadays.
Because I think fashion is an open thing. Wear whatever the heck you want because it's your body and your outfit.
Now to the young actress and activist, proving you can be a game changer at any age.
I know who she is. She's all right.
Okay, Copper.
Girl Meets World needed to feel like Boy Meets World, so we needed to match the same aesthetics, while making it modern day. The paper plane that was all over the intros and transitions, that's coming back.
The O in the world is a globe, and the airplane, everyone loves the airplane.
And we're gonna need a catchy theme song.
I write a lot of my theme songs for my shows. And
You wrote the song?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I tried to write one. And I wrote it with my writing partner, Ray Colcord, who does our music, who does the interstitial cues. And Ray's done every major comedy, and he's done all of mine, and he's terrific. And we wrote a theme, and it was in competition right up until we heard this theme. And what happened was Disney called me and very gently said, we think we've got you beat. And I said, oh, cut it out. You crushed us, killed us. And the song is fantastic. We're very happy. I'm about lyrics. And the lyrics of the song, its melody is catchy and wonderful.
And for as maligned as this show seems to be, it did rack up quite a few nominations for awards. So how was a typical episode of Girl Meets World made? Well, because it was a ritual that came from the early days of Boy Meets World, they'd all throw their hands in a circle before the show was made.
One of my favorite things is probably our pre-live show taping tradition.
Yes. One of the things that our cast does before every live taping is we all gather backstage and we all sort of put our hands in a circle and we scream as loud as we can.
Yeah.
And that's a tradition that Danielle and I have been doing since we were little kids on Boy Meets World. And it's just a great way to kind of like let each other know that we're all on the same team, to release some energy, to just get pumped up.
It's really cool.
Tuesday night was the live night.
We've gotten to expand our audience, like our live audience every Tuesday night.
Let's talk about our first day on set.
Our first live audience was the coolest thing on earth.
So it started out with like 100. I think now we're at like two.
Are we at 4 or are we at like 250?
We could be anywhere. All I know is that it's a lot more, and we're just lucky that we've got the fans to fill those seats and the people that want to come watch our show every week and grow up with us. It's really, we're very thankful for that.
And they filmed mostly every week.
We have live tapings usually every week, but every once in a while we won't have one, just if it's a particularly difficult episode to shoot in front of the audience.
They said that the audience provided the excitement, and that's what keeps show days hype.
The audience is so fun because you get to hear their interaction, you know what I mean? You get to hear where the laughs are, you get to hear where like the emotion is, so it's cool. It's so cool to interact with the fans and get to talk to them and hang out with them, so I think the energy is a lot more up.
One of my favorite things about a live audience is figuring out what they're gonna laugh at. Sometimes they laugh at the smallest things that you're like, I didn't even realize that was funny, but you know, I know Ben feeds off that so much.
Riley and Meyer have something going on that is antithetical to the original series. And we have a live audience. And the live audience tells us if we're doing well. They were rooting for the girls.
Wow, that's fantastic.
The cheers and screams when Ryder appears, when Alan and Amy appear, when Rusty and Betsy appear.
If they needed any help, just do what Danielle Fishel is doing.
I know what it was like to be her age and to feel the amount of pressure, and Ben certainly knows it even better than I do because he was the boy.
When their show wrapped up, they would try to stay and greet the fans.
Yeah, we do meet the audience after. We try to meet everybody, but sometimes we have to be out by a specific time.
It's really early, and there's a lot of people outside that come before we do. They get here before we do on show days. Crazy hours. So we have a special show that we want to do for not only them, but you guys.
Show days started very early in the morning.
We usually come in at 7 on rehearsal days.
As Disney almost made their shows run like a boot camp.
And, you know, it's up at 4:40 a.m. and home at 7. And school in between there, homework, reading scripts, memorizing for, 6 months out of the year for 3 years. It's just a lot of work.
If you did a Disney show, you were trained for life on how to act on a set.
And it taught me that discipline, which obviously as an actor, you have to be on your own case about what you're going to do. So, no one's going to do the work for you. So it's all on your own. And it's however much work you want to put in. And Disney gave me a good jump of how much work that's going to be.
And luckily for the cast, they had some old pros to look at.
Hey, welcome back to the set of Girl Meets World.
It's the cast and the Raiders! Yay! This is at Craft Service, where we eat food every single day.
Being on the Disney Channel made Girl Meets World part of a Disney Channel cinematic universe. During their Halloween episode, Allie Dawson and Austin Moon from Austin and Allie show up.
Hey, Allie Dawson, take a picture of me with Austin Moon.
And Riley and Lucas show up in character on an episode of Best Friends Whenever.
Girl Meets World, Rowan Blanchard and Peyton Meyer guest star.
Oh, let's get out of here.
In the Monster Spectacular Best Friends Whenever.
They're also part of the TGIF universe.
Which one of you is Riley's friend Moesha?
If you want to learn about the full TGIF universe, there's a video in the link that Jeff and I did. Oh, and even though Reginald VelJohnson showed up on Girl Meets World as a cop, this isn't a Carl Winslow cameo. And we had cameos. Strange cameos, but cameos. Herbie Hancock, Perez Hilton, The Band Shepherd, Maddie and Tay, Mark Cuban, Jane Lynch. This kid's related to Giannis Cespedes. Now, every season of Girl Meets World was based on an arc, an overarching lesson that was to be played out throughout the season.
The stories this year show not only the value of friendship, but the necessity to place trust in other people.
Season of Boy Meets World, you know, they were definitely kids, and we're kids. We're in 7th grade, so we're going through what 7th graders would go through. We're going through first crushes, you know, school dances, cafeteria work. We're going through getting Fs on papers, art class, paint fights, lots of stuff.
New school, new people. I didn't think I was going to survive.
You know, season 1 is always like discovering, you know, just the basis of your characters. Yeah, setting the characteristics.
You know, season 1 was really about establishing our characters and like introducing Riley and Maya and all these characters.
The broad base of the first year is about friendship. I think that friendship is extraordinarily important in life. And what we're doing, we're going to do thematic seasons.
One episode could be about balancing your friends with your family.
But there's gonna come a day where you start to prioritize friends over your family. We just gonna accept boys?
It happened. She's gone. She was nice. We had fun, but we still have him.
What makes a loyal friend?
To sometimes be betrayed by those people and make a decision. Are they your friends? Do you want them back? What happens in friendship that makes friendship so worthwhile? As I keep saying, real. And you'll see that this season.
Younger kids would see that while you may want to only spend time with your friends, you should never neglect your family. Season 1 did have growing pains. The creators, the actors, the actresses on the show all admit this.
I think that season 1 was good. I think that we well represented Boy Meets World. I think that it enhances the little legacy that we found out that we had. They trusted it. We introduced you to the girls, which I thought was the most important thing to do in season 1. It was about friendship. You accepted and embraced the girls. You accepted and embraced their friends. I will tell you that Rowan and Sabrina, as well as Peyton and Corey Fogelmanis, are wonderful, but let them arc, because they grow over this season. You won't recognize them at the end of the season.
It's been such a great experience. We just finished filming our 20th episode. We have one last episode to do, and it's crazy how much we've all grown in these past 20 weeks, and that you guys haven't even seen yet because the show hasn't aired yet. But it's been so much fun to really get to know this cast and just love them like a family.
I think people are finally realizing that this is its own show, and we do possess the same things that Boy Meets World does. But it wasn't necessarily pressure, it was more just anxiousness. If
you're a tried and true Boy Meets World fan, you know our big lesson from the show is that people change people. That's our big lesson from the show, and that was a big theme from last year.
They had to establish the new cast, kind of get a feel for what they wanted to do and what they wanted to accomplish.
And you just talk without raising your hand, and these two just do whatever they want?
Pretty much, yeah.
And I would say that a lot of people who have a negative opinion on Girl Meets World really only focused on season 1, which admittedly even Michael Jacobs calls just good. I feel like they probably saw episodes like 1961 and pieced right out.
I can't wait for viewers to see Girl Meets 1961. It's one of our, we did like a kind of a flashback episode where the kids played their great-grandparents. And I just think it's one of the best performances that the kids put out. I'm really excited about it.
Well, one of the coolest episodes we did is we did Girl Meets 1961. In this episode, Ryder directed, and we went back in time, sort of. Like, we played our grandparents, great-grandparents, which is really, really cool. And you got to see us kind of go back and, like, the 60s. It was really cool, and the sets for that were awesome.
This was too kiddie. This was Disney Channel. I wanted Boy Meets World, not this. To which I say, you do know that there were episodes like this during the original Boy Meets World.
We did a lot of time travel episodes. We went back to the 40s, we went back to the 50s.
If season 1 was about friendship, season 2 would be about growth.
This season is about growth.
What's the secret of life?
What us does for them.
People change people.
People change people.
People change people.
Our greatest allies are the people right next to us.
Maya has quite a change in season 2. I can't tell you like what and how she changes, but you'll kind of see. Maya starts to come into her own.
Coming up with my character, well, he's maturing, as does everybody, but they're in 8th grade now, and I think he's just starting to value, he valued friendship from the beginning, but he's just starting to learn more and I don't know, we're growing up. Our characters are 1 year older, so we're starting to cover a little more mature topics, and I think that's really cool.
And you guys think you're ready?
Born ready.
I'll get there.
It's a tougher world. Ben knows it. We talk about it all the time. And how they can succeed in this world is with friendship and growth. And that's what the first 2 seasons were, friendship and growth.
And how kids can do the right thing growth and maturity-wise while still staying friends. Each of our young actors were very excited about the episodes for this season that would feature their characters maturing in different ways. Riley would learn that she's not the center of the universe.
The episode I'm most excited for is probably Girl Meets Gravity, because I just feel like something really surprising happens in that episode, and we get to see how everyone reacts to it, which is really, really cool. And also, Corey's Riley and Maya's teacher again.
She'd understand things like death. Maya would confront her father.
Yes, absolutely. Her mom, her dad. You'll see a lot of new stuff coming up. I don't even know what's going on.
It's called Girl Meets the Forgiveness Project, which you guys get to meet Maya's dad, which is really exciting because you've never met him before.
And she doesn't necessarily have like a father in her life, and that's definitely a huge part of her background.
You know his name, but you don't know his face, and you'll see how Maya confronts him.
And we really explored that in the episode, which is something where I feel like obviously a lot of shows today for kids my age are afraid to explore it, but it happens in real life, and I think that's something that, you know, it's really cool. That makes us unique.
Farkle would have an identity crisis, and we learn who Lucas really was before moving to New York. We even learn that Augie has a religious side.
Does anyone here believe in anything? Anything at all? All these shining elements of a force that bond us together? I like to think of that as a part of God refracted.
I said a prayer last night.
Just like you're afraid there are certain things that can't be explained by science.
Some things are just personal and private, and that's okay too.
And surprisingly, religion was something that Girl Meets World actually just tackled. And this was the season the writers were able to tie in Boy Meets World with their current storylines, as opposed to just doing quick callbacks.
Maya will be receiving the Griff Hawkins Totally Cool Award.
5 new nights, 5 crazy episodes.
There will be many twists and turns that no one will see coming.
Girl Meets Secrets.
Tell me what you did.
Girl Meets Clones.
I saw a goat give birth.
Wait a minute.
Girl Meets Teachers.
You don't get to tell us what to do anymore.
Get out.
Okay, but that was the last one.
Girl Meets History.
Mr. Matthews, Mr. Hunter, we meet again.
Girl Meets Family.
Everybody look at me!
Ow! My brother.
Girl Meets World. All new.
Everything's happening.
All week long.
Yay!
Girl Meets What in the World is Happening. Season premiere week starts Monday, May 11th at 8:30 on Disney Channel.
The storyline started maturing.
Now that they're established, we're able to kind of play more and have more fun and have more intricate storylines.
And you see like all the dynamics between all of our characters going up. Like we never used to get to do like a lot of like storylines, like the boys would never get to do a lot together, and like it would just be a lot of, you know, we have a lot more friendship stories. We're doing something really special this week, but we can't tell you anything about it.
Oh man.
So you'll see it soon though.
Favorite episode? I would say it's in season 2. It's called Girl Meets Secret of Life. Or you know what? I would like to change that. I'd say Girl Meets Texas. I loved going to Texas. I thought it was fun.
My favorite episode to shoot was probably Girl Meets Texas. Because it was really cool that we got to shoot that on location. But my favorite episode message-wise, I don't know, there's so many.
Well, they need to watch season 2 because it keeps on going from season 1, and there's a lot more exciting stuff coming up, and I can't wait for you guys to see it.
I think everybody should tune into season 2 because we have a lot more lessons coming, and we are covering more mature topics because of it's season 2, so we're growing up, and it's just going to be really cool.
Why should people turn into season 2? Because it's going to be the most baller season that we've ever had so far. You're going to see us all grow up, and a lot of fun little triangles and circles and surprises coming, and great guest stars.
Season 3 was when they went to high school, because, as this book mentioned, they have mastered middle school.
The moment they've all been waiting for is finally here.
Who's ready to learn?
High school.
Yeah!
In real life, the kids were almost out of high school already.
I'm almost out of high school in real life, so I've gone through the scary
You've been
parts,
there, you've done that.
But acting like,
you know, it's cool to see all of the new storylines that we have for our characters, because you see how much it develops once you get into a new place, and how, you know, places that you're not comfortable with can really change up your life, shake it up.
But on the show, they were going to be the big fish who were in a small pond, now going into the bigger pond.
Will their new life change their old relationships?
Our characters realize that we're not the kings of middle school anymore. We learn that we need to stick together to get through this huge world. And that's just one of the things that we learned.
This is not how I'm gonna live my high school life.
It's kind of like just the whole picture of moving from middle school into high school. It's kind of like I think everyone is nervous going from 8th grade into 9th grade into a whole new system because you're around adults. And you're with,
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing because Sabrina's hanging out over there.
I had a feeling.
She was so wanting to crash this, I could tell.
I knew it. No, but just the whole transition from 8th grade into 9th grade. You're with like grown adults now, seniors, and it's just crazy. It's nuts, but it's fun.
And these fish were massive. No, I'm pretty sure they're from the 90210 school of 30-year-olds playing 16-year-olds.
Who misses middle school?
Despite it being high school, their hijinks continued, where they had another paint fight. And in real life, that paint fight actually caused Sabrina's hair to become purple.
Sabrina's hair was accidentally stained purple from paint used in a scene the day before.
That's our season of growth. Next, a season of feelings. How they affect us. How we learn to control them or not. Feelings like missing the good old days. Feeling abandoned. Feeling lost.
We're new here, Riley. You need to show them who we are.
And these kids were missing the good old days. Lucas wasn't the superstar jock anymore.
Do you know what's on our permanent record?
Glitter and smiley faces if we try again.
Losers!
Farkle wasn't the smartest guy in the room. And Riley and Meyer run into girls that mirror their friendship, and those friendships fell apart.
You know what's crazy? I forget as soon as I stop filming them. I completely forget what we were filming and what the episodes were. But you know what? I think it's gonna be really cool because a lot of people think that there's a lot of relationship triangles in there, and now people are gonna see that it's really just about friendships and how good groups of friendships can be.
Well, we're wrapping up our season 2 right now. Our season 2 finale airs March 11th at 8:30 on Disney Channel. And yeah, so our characters are wrapping up their time in middle school, and we're moving on to high school, and we're shooting season 3 right now.
By this point, the show's ratings had fallen from about 5 million for the first episode to a comfortable average of 2 million. The highest rating obviously coming from the pilot episode. Now, it was said that Disney Channel would have renewed for a season 4 by middle to late end of season 3.
Season 3 of the show was confirmed on November 25th, 2015, an announcement that came fairly late into Season 2. And just like the second season, Season 3 also has episodes set to air late this year and early next year. With that knowledge in hand, there's a definite chance that all of us could be worrying for nothing, because best case scenario, Disney Channel does the smart thing and confirms Season 4 later this month.
And some people online were speculating that Girl Meets World just had too old of an audience, that other properties on the Disney Channel make them way more money in merchandise.
But the show is still one of Disney Channel's most watched shows. The real problem is, ratings for Disney Channel as a whole have been going down in the last couple years. Now keep in mind, many Hollywood actors and notable crew members on popular shows do get steady increases in their salaries as time goes on. Thus, it can get more and more expensive to keep doing a show starring the same actors over a period of many years. Now yes, Girl Meets World does make Disney money through commercials, showing it overseas, and legal downloads. But the show doesn't make Disney much more additional money versus their other franchises. Keep in mind, many of Disney's other shows over the years have had their characters on products, such as backpacks, t-shirts, lunchboxes, and more.
In fact, after only a couple of years, Girl Meets World didn't really have that much merchandise. There were a couple books to sell, but that was it. Books like this one. Though come to think of it, Boy Meets World doesn't really have that much merchandise either. And I need a Plays with Squirrels, and a regular Eric, and a Shawn Funko Pop. Why did we just stop with Corey and Topanga? Where's my Mr. Feeny Pop? I have a Mr. Feeny autograph. Where's my pop?
I'm here with the cast of Girl Meets World.
Hi. Want to see a brand new episode before it airs on TV?
Well, you're in luck. A brand new episode of Girl Meets World starts right now on Watch Disney Channel.
They usually start filming, I want to say late February and early March is when they start recording for the new shows.
So we only have about a couple weeks before the writers start getting new ideas. If what I mean is if the show is going to be renewed, Disney Channel is going to make their decision within a couple weeks, maybe a week or two, and let Girl Meets World know, like Michael Jacobs know, because, he needs to start coming up with new ideas for this season.
But we've been successful, and we hope it'll be a long, healthy run.
Unfortunately for Michael Jacobs, 3 seasons was it. Ryder Strong would hint on his podcast that the show looked like it was going to be coming to an end.
Before 2016 ended, Ryder Strong hinted on his podcast that unfortunately the demise of Girl Meets World was nearing, but nothing was confirmed until just now.
On December 29th, 2016, the GMW Twitter would let fans know that Disney was making their decision about a season 4. Now, there were some online publications that were saying that the reason the show hadn't been renewed was people were sick of dealing with Rowan Blanchard. Sabrina Carpenter would respond to this rumor with an Instagram post. Everything was fine, they're friends, but then it became official. Girl Meets World was canceled.
Late last night, the writers of Girl Meets World confirmed the end of the show by tweeting out, quote, "It is with incredible pride in our work and complete sadness that things end that I report to this wonderful audience that our show is over."
And it wasn't the fake kind of cancellation that they pranked Rowan Blanchard with.
Some of the kids played a prank on Rowan, the girl of Girl Meets World, and when we came into school that morning, we had our teacher draft up a letter from our executive producer saying the show got canceled. And so when she got in, she was like, "Oh, like, what?" And Sabrina was crying, and we were all like, "Oh my God, like, this is the end."
It is with incredible pride in our work and complete sadness that things end. That I report to this wonderful audience that our show is over. I just officially got the call and would like to thank this audience for its incredible love and loyalty. Please watch our January episodes. We leave you with 3 incredible souvenirs of a show we couldn't be more proud of. As I look back, I can tell you with absolute certainty, the cast and writers are overwhelmed with the incredible support of our audience. You've always been the power. We just tell you stories.
The House of Mouse also released a statement regarding the end of GMW, where they thanked the cast, the crew, creative team, and more for all of their hard work.
The show's cast would also start issuing out thank yous to their cast and crew. And of course, the fans.
Rowan wrote a lengthy letter on Instagram in which she thanked the creator of the show as well as the fans who tuned in. She wrote, quote, "I will never be able to put into words my gratitude for Michael Jacobs, the creator of our little world, for bringing all of us together. By all, I mean us and you. Being on Girl Meets World is the most significant event in my life thus far. It changed absolutely every aspect of it, and it takes up most of the life I am able to remember. I am above all humbled to know I belong to such an extraordinary generation. What an honor. I love you. I love this cast. I love this crew. I love Riley. I love this world we made. I love that it is now your world." And like Rowan, Sabrina also shared her message via Instagram by saying, quote, "To the family that was created on our set between the cast and crew, thank you for giving us the ability to make mistakes and to grow. I felt so safe in that bay window. Thank you, Disney, for giving this show and these characters the chance to see the light of day. I know I feel very lucky to have given life to Maya Hart. MJ, without you, I wouldn't know most of what I do. To everyone that watched our show and felt something, thank you. To everyone that grew up watching Boy Meets World and decided to give our story for a new generation a chance, thank you. And to the little girls reading this, you can do whatever you put your mind to. You're gonna meet the world now, and I think you'll love it."
Cheryl Texera called it a special chapter in her life. Amir Towns felt blessed to know what they'd left the world. Uriah Shelton said that this show helped a lot of girls and boys.
And I think, we're all sad about Girl Meets World, so I think we're all mourning still. Oh, yeah.
Augie shared a positive photo with a heartbreaking emoji in the caption, while Ava thanked Michael Jacobs and the writers and creators of the show for the life-changing experience.
The company line is that, Disney, it had sort of flatlined as far as Disney ratings were concerned. That being said, we were still the highest rated show on Disney. Disney is notoriously, they keep their Disney Channel shows very cheap, and they make them very cheaply. Yeah. And so they have agreements with different contracts, so they never want to go over 100 episodes. But also, I think Girl Meets World started to get older for them. Their goal is to really keep an audience until, you know, they want 6-year-olds to be able to watch their stuff and stay with them until they're 12. When they get over 12, they start phasing out, you know, the audience. And so I think they were worried that Girl Meets World would get into high school and dating and things that Boy Meets World was able to deal with because you know, we were on a network, we were on ABC, and Disney was worried about the letters that they would get.
And now it was time for the kids of Girl Meets World to find new jobs.
We just wrapped up our season 3 of Girl Meets World, and just waiting for that to air, and then I'm just gonna be hanging out for the next couple months, and then hopefully get a new job and get ready to start working again.
I left the comfort zone of this little blanket that I was wrapped up in when I was on Disney and entered the big kid world, where people are a lot harsher. She also said that she wouldn't have it any other way.
We hope to make a great show that had an effect on people and that helped people or inspired them or even made them laugh for a minute.
I think it's really cool as an actor to move on from different genres, like, because I've been working from 5 to when I was 9 years old. I've been doing comedy, and I've always wanted to try different things. So trying drama, action, horror, it's also exciting to me.
Yeah, it was just interesting to sort of play this antithesis of my character on Girl Meets World, because Wrinkle in Time was the first job I did right after wrapping Girl Meets World permanently. So,
because it is not your typical Disney Channel actor. This is somebody who really has a career beyond Disney Channel.
I just shot a film last month called Squad Goals, and it's like a high school murder mystery. So that was cool. It was nice to play around with something that was very tonally different from what we were doing on Girl Meets World.
Looking back now, Sabrina says she trolls herself daily when people tag her in clips from Girl Meets World.
I'm honestly really happy with the way we ended the show. I think we ended at a high point in terms of character development and everything for our characters, so I'm pretty happy. But I don't know. I don't know. I think we ended it in a good place, yeah.
After the show ended, Sabrina Carpenter, she followed through with her musical aspirations.
Sabrina, you have to perform here today, so we're gonna have to get you over to the stage really soon. What are we gonna see from you? Yeah.
What are we gonna see? Music.
Yay. So, eyes wide open on iTunes.
Through the run of Girl Meets World, Sabrina Carpenter had been dabbling in music. She'd wanted to make her own music since she was a little kid.
Yeah, just kind of went from there, and now that I'm 16 and I can make an album and have people take it a little bit more seriously than I could when I was 12. I definitely wanted to do that.
And often on Girl Meets World, Sabrina Carpenter was given the chance to show off her singing abilities.
Nobody's a pop star. It's definitely not a singing show.
Once I had a dream, never seen.
Hot feet sizzling through, oh what will I do, like skilly bop a pop feet.
They call them Huckleberry Bond. I kiss your green face, but it feels like you're light years away.
Yeah, that's her singing the theme song to Girl Meets World, along with Rowan.
What was really cool is that Rowan and I got to do the theme song, so we love that.
Do you believe the Girl Meets World theme song is better than Boy Meets World?
I don't believe that. I think they're different. But I literally sang the Girl Meets World one with Rowan. So I can't say I didn't like it, but I probably like Boy Meets World better.
And the song just really allows it to float. So we're very happy with the song. I hope the audience is.
And nowadays, she tours the world with her music.
I'm working on Girl Meets World Season 3, and I'm hoping to tour this year. And I have Adventures in Babysitting coming out, so I'm trying to make my album in between there.
Sabrina even blended her Girl Meets World past with the music.
So tell me about your music.
But I'd say that on the weekends is when I would mostly spend time doing my music.
Do you guys want new music from Sabrina?
I saw a tweet that said that she recorded something special for you guys.
I'm very excited.
Is your music going to be fitting into the show in any way?
I can't be a singer right now, or I can't do acting if I want to do singing. But, you know, it's all It's all what other people say.
Oh, and guess who rapped on one of her tracks? Amir Towns. And Amir and Sabrina still hang out.
Miss Hart, shall we dance?
And Sabrina Carpenter even inspires other people's music. I think you might have heard this song. Yeah, your brand new girl may be referring to Sabrina Carpenter.
You found a new girl and it only took a couple weeks.
So I feel like the most inspirational thing for me will be for someone to literally just throw me off the rocker for a second. There's so much going on up in this head that like I know the people are there. I know they're living their life. I know they're, doing whatever. So it doesn't usually help me to like dispose of them from my existence. But I get how that can help as well.
Fans weren't just gonna let Girl Meets World die. They sprung into action. They had to figure out a way for this show to have its 4th season.
Because the show has only been on for only 3 years, and I do not want it to end after only 3 years. It would be nice to be back. It would be nice to see them on for at least 6 more years with Freeform, the new ABC, quote unquote.
Girl Meets World means a lot to me. Like, I never knew that a Disney show could be so meaningful.
Girl Meets World, or the producer of Girl Meets World, is talking with specific networks to try and save Girl Meets World, and so he's basically just trying to talk with certain networks like Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, or whatever to save Girl Meets World.
If you guys know anything about what's happening right now with Netflix and Girl Meets World and Disney, then let me know, please, in the comments.
Yeah, I guess I just want to say thank you so much. When they were kind of making the decision, everyone was campaigning so hard on Instagram, and your guys' dedication was so awesome, so thank you for all of the time that you spent on there. That was really cool.
There were more stories to tell. The fans wanted to show that there was still interest in Girl Meets World. Fans were hoping that Freeform or one of the streaming services would give this show new life.
What are y'all looking at? You! We've been watching this thing for the past 2 years.
Want to see how it ends?
And Disney is still unsure whether to renew Girl Meets World with the 4th season.
If adults are watching it, well, maybe you should move it to like Freeform or something. That would be logical, wouldn't it? But no, they're ending it. They're canceling it.
Write a letter, then decorate the letter, then turn it into a paper airplane. You can make as many as you want. 1 to Netflix, 1 to Hulu, 1 to Disney Channel.
Does not mean that Girl Meets World is going to be picked up by Netflix, but let's keep an open mind about it. It could happen. This is what I know so far, and I'm going to talk about it right now.
Nowadays, if this had happened, Disney Plus probably would have picked it up, but back then their best option was Hulu. Hulu at the time had been streaming all the classic TGIF shows and felt like the perfect destination for this show.
Netflix, tag Disney Channel, tag Hulu. Get the word out there as much as you can.
The other place, and I think the better fit, was Freeform. Now, Freeform is the exact place you'd go for high school and teenage drama. This would have allowed for a wider array of storylines, allow them to get a little bit edgier with their material, explore a little bit more with their jokes and their comedy, while tackling things that later seasons of Boy Meets World did. In the grand scheme of things, Girl Meets World only got 72 episodes. If Boy Meets World had only gotten 72 episodes, you never would have gotten 400-pound men and 16 candles, the dramatic Corey Topanga reunion from A Long Walk to Pittsburgh. You never would have seen And Then There Was Shawn, which is considered the best episode of Boy Meets World.
On to number 1. And the number 1 best Boy Meets World episode is And then there was Shawn from season 5.
You never would have saw Plays with Squirrels. You never would have met Jack. Never would have met Angela. You never would have met Rachel. And you never would have had the classic I love you all, class dismiss. We don't even get a Feeny call. The first Feeny call happens in episode 74. So who knows what Girl Meets World would have evolved to. So the writers had high hopes for this show. They were talking about following the girls all the way to college.
Cool, and I'd love to see the girls, or all of us, go to college or something if that could ever happen, but that'd be awesome.
And we didn't even get year 2 of high school.
The show's creator, Michael Jacobs, announced that the show's attempt to land a spot on a new network has officially failed, following the show's de facto series finale nearly 5 months ago. The news was announced via the Girl Meets World writers' Twitter account just yesterday, stating, "I wasn't able to find a new venue for the show. I'm sorry. We brought our best and hope we made you think and feel. Until next time, thanks." Many talks were underway between Jacobs and multiple TV networks to pick the series up where it left off due to the uproar of disappointment expressed by the audience. But the show, in turn, failed to land a new home.
While this cancellation came as a shock to the show's many fans, it should be noted that almost all Disney Channel shows are on for 3 seasons, and if they're super popular, out of the box, really surprising, then sometimes they get a 4th.
Season 4 would have shown that what drew Farkle, Lucas, and Zay to Riley and Meyer was the deep friendship and respect they had for each other, and their relationship was the guide in how to meet the world, especially our current world. Because to find love, friendship and respect must be at the center of it. Corey and Topanga always knew that. So, as you all meet this world, we wish you friendship, respect, and love.
Well, would they do another Boy Meets World reboot?
I've learned enough to know that you literally never know what can happen in this business. And every day's a ride, a roller coaster. And it's always exciting. So I say never say never.
Do we do a sequel? Maybe? The B episode, part 2 of the B episode?
Yes, bring it back, yeah.
I mean, people have asked. That's a question that happens at the panels. Someone suggested that this could even be about Eric this time.
Can you be bought? Oh.
You know, that could actually kind of work. Like, part political comedy because now he's a mayor, but also what if he finally found somebody and started raising a family? That way you could see what the kids from Girl Meets World are up to now that they're probably just leaving college.
You and Maya still best friends?
Better than
Absolutely. That is speculation.
Speculation is non-scientific.
We can't learn anything this way.
Still bring in the Boy Meets World crew.
You and I still together?
I hope so.
Maybe expand on Jack, because Jack only shows up for half a second in Girl Meets World. Maybe finally answer the Rachel question. There's a lot that they could do. And there's still interest. They had another Corey and Topanga type reunion for Panera Bread.
That's me.
Right here.
Calling all Boy Meets World fans. Ben Savage and Danielle Fishel have reunited in the cutest rom-com ad.
That's me.
Right here.
No way.
No way.
From the people who brought you When Broccoli Loves Cheddar and 3 soups in a salad comes a story of romance, laughter, and heartache.
Did you just take the last slice of pizza?
I didn't think you'd want it.
I wanted you to want me to want it.
The short film was even directed by Ben's brother and fellow actor Fred Savage.
They didn't call them Corey and Topanga, but come on.
Just when you thought Valentine's Day couldn't get any cheesier, Panera Productions presents.
Will you just hear me out? Because when you know what you want for lunch, you want that lunch to start as soon as possible.
Ben Savage and Danielle Fishel.
You had me at pepperoni.
They also revealed that the series finale of the show will air on Friday, January 20th, and will showcase a huge Boy Meets World reunion.
They're going away. Why do people become friends if it's not going to be forever?
They grew up by a bay window
Promise me we'll always be together. We'll always be together.
that opened to a world of possibilities
I like a boy. I like the same boy.
and built a friendship that was a force of nature.
Thunder.
Lightning.
Next Friday,
They just named me the head of our London office.
it's time to say goodbye.
What if none of us are ready for this?
Be here for the Disney Channel event
How can I pretend that this isn't happening?
We need to face this, Rouse.
where two worlds will come together for one big decision.
You've always given us our best advice.
I'm sure you'll choose wisely.
Time to say goodbye to Girl Meets World.
Time and distance have no power over us.
Next Friday at 6 on Disney Channel.
I told them that I needed some time to think about it. I told them that I needed to talk it over with my family.
We need to face this, Rouse. It's the end of Riley and Maya.
You're telling us to go.
I told you to go to Yale, too. Why didn't you?
Listen to your heart. Your heart is what's going to tell you what to do.
You're actually leaving.
No matter whatever happens to me in my whole life, you will always be my first girlfriend.
This is my bay window. And I'm not leaving it.
So after you've met the world for a while, the best thing that happens is to find out just where it is you belong. We did.
Time and distance have no power over us. You and I are together for as long as we live. Thunder. Lightning.
All of us at Boy Meets World and Girl Meets World have loved bringing you these stories. We hope we have taught you to dream, try, and do good. Class dismissed.
I did keep one thing. Yes, I took the Matthews couch. Yes, I snagged the couch. I know, right? I'm gonna be laying on the Matthews couch every day.
So the outward appearance is that everybody stayed friendly enough.
No, we actually hate each other.
No, don't ruin it for everyone.
On Pod Meets World, they make mention that many of them haven't seen the kids since the show ended, but they all still say nice things about each other.
Oh, we are still friends. Definitely not like we don't see each other all the time. We're both filming and doing things in different places. But yeah, I was talking to her recently because we're both living in New York, which is really, really sweet. So that's where the show was set, so that's like cute.
I would just add that I think that was one of the most important and meaningful parts of doing Girl Meets World was that we were able to bring people back. Mm-hmm. And it was really kind of a chance to sort of relive your childhood, which, you know, not many people get that experience or the opportunity to do something like that. So I think for me, when I look back on Girl Meets World, the best part was that you got to act with all these people again. And that's a very, very rare thing to do in Hollywood. And to do it as an adult was just such a special feeling for me to have the chance to work with everyone again.
I'm fine. I mean, that show ended when it was supposed to end. It feels like it's been a solid amount of time now, and I'm happy to be doing other things.
Do you still keep in touch with anyone from the cast?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, those people I all grew up with, so it definitely feels like we'll have a bond for life.
I mean, that was my childhood in every way, shape, and form. I grew up on that set. I grew up around those people, and luckily they were very kind-hearted, intelligent people that definitely gave me the ability to experiment, and I definitely credit a lot of what I do now and where I am because of that show and that character that I got to play.
Probably just the comfortable environment. It was a really nice place to grow up, and then especially because there were so many kids on the show, we were all kind of going through everything together. We were taking a lot of the same classes in high school at the same time, so we always had each other. So I think probably the safe environment, it was a great place to grow and like learn and just grow, like learn together, yeah.
Do you still keep in close touch with some of the other cast members?
I do, yeah, we see each other a lot. We go to movies and stuff whenever we're in town, yeah.
And they were great, though. I would have gone crazy at that age with that kind of communication with the fan base. But no, all in all, it was a very positive experience. The kids were incredible, and it was like time travel. It was like you kind of got a chance to go back and be. Like for me, it was about trying to be the adult that, there were a lot of adults that were hugely positive influences on our set, and I just wanted to be part of that, for this new generation of kids. It was really fun.
There's a group chat, and of course, I'm always very happy for them. I'm always wishing them the best. And I think, it's interesting when you start off as kids with people, because it's like you're just kind of connected throughout your lives. So you can go 1 year, 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, and it's like you're always kind of connected to these people that you grew up working with.
Goodness. Well, we were always in school because we were all still doing school when we were on the show. So a lot of the times, like a lot of our most fun times were spent in our classroom, just going off. We had some of the best conversation, which I think was the thing that I loved about the cast. Is like we were all just such a family together, which was really fun.
I think we're hanging out on television and some of us in real life too. It's all good. We love each other. It's all good.
Oh, being on the show was so fun. It was really nice to work with all people my age, because then you get to form this nice little like sorority of friends that you see every day, because you wake up at 5 in the morning to go to work, but it's all people that you love.
I want someone to grow up 20 years from now and be my age and say, like, how did it compel them to live a certain dream? Because you always said to me during the pilot, you're like, compelling is always more important than comedy in life or in writing. And I thought to myself, like, I was compelled because of Boy Meets World to go down this road and do Girl Meets World. And I didn't know I was going to get to that path, but I followed the path of TV because of that show.
And seeing the real life friendships that form amongst you guys and the way you have been a support to each other, and to no matter what has gone on, you guys have always come back to each other and made each other the priority. And that's been something that's been really special for me to watch you guys do. And I feel really, truly honored to know all of you and to call you all friends. And I really look forward to seeing what the future holds for all of you.
I've been homeschooled since the 6th grade, so I always say that Girl Meets World was like my high school experience, or whatever I can have access to, because it was 4 years with the same people every day. And it was, I don't know, it was like we had our own little microcosm of the world, and it existed just there. And it was like summer camp in a way. It was like training camp for the rest of the world. I don't know, that experience was really grateful. It was in my really formative years. I started working on this when I was on Girl Meets World, so it's kind of it all goes full circle, yeah.
It's like a real friendship. We do enjoy hanging out with each other, but it's like any brothers and sisters. If you spend like every day with them like we do, we get tired of each other, but then like we leave and then we come back and we see each other and we're like, we missed you so much. It's we never stop having fun with each other, and especially, with Ben and Danielle on set. They're some of the funniest people.
When the show was going, they all seemed to have been hanging out. They had an extremely close-knit set, and Rowan and Sabrina were portrayed as people being as close of friends as Maya and Riley.
So that's why I'm lucky to have Sabrina, because we're best friends.
Sometimes co-stars don't like each other, but is it great that you guys are friends and it makes it easier on set?
Makes it a lot easier.
It does make it a lot easier.
We get to have more fun with each other.
Yeah.
We bonded like through music, and then I got your number and I texted you in the casting room and I was like, hey, I see you. Aww.
Favorite part about having such an amazing cast is just that. They're amazing, and it's fun to be around them.
Sabrina Carpenter said that set was a safe place, and seems to have a lifelong connection with Danielle Fishel, being a bridesmaid in her wedding, and still texting back and forth with her.
Like on social and...
No, I'm not right now, but like we're literally in the middle of it.
This is like my adopted mother. I was in her wedding, fun fact. So that was like the first wedding I was ever in. I was a bridesmaid. Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking. That was one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done, was walk down an aisle. I don't know why. But yes, definitely still friends with her.
Rowan says that her and Sabrina are still friends, something Sabrina confirms.
Oh, do you and Rowan have any inside jokes? You guys stay in touch still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any inside joke? I mean, we have inside jokes all around. They're probably just really weird, if anything, because I knew her since she was 11.
Yeah.
So we like went through puberty together, which means there's a lot of like weird inside jokes.
August Maturo says that his mom and Rowan Blanchard's mom are still best friends, so he still sees Rowan from time to time.
But we do stay in touch. We don't get together that often because COVID and we're all busy, but it's always good to text them every now and then, We all have a group chat and we all talk in it all the time, and they're all so amazing. And like I said before, we're all just family.
Him and Ava actually still work together on projects and film TikToks together.
This is the first time we've actually posted us hanging out, but we do hang out a lot.
Peyton Meyer just continued starring in films like He's All That, acting alongside Tanner Buchanan again. And at one point, Peyton Meyer had a sex tape accidentally leak out onto the internet, where fans would then film themselves showing their reaction to this video while the Girl Meets World theme is playing in the background.
I've been waiting for a day like
this to come struck like.
So ever since Peyton Meyer from Girl Meets World, you know, his video went completely viral all over Twitter. Everybody saw him doing something with his girlfriend, all right? That's that. This poor man has been canceled everywhere. I've seen articles and comments from fans saying that he should never be in another movie. People want his accounts banned on Instagram and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous.
Will Friedle, Daniel Fishel, and Ryder Strong started a podcast where they rewatched the original run of Boy Meets World. While Rowan Blanchard gave up on the activism,
it's crazy. It never ceases to shock me how many people are online and how much of our lives take place online. Now it's just kind of something fun for me. I try not to take it like that terribly seriously anymore.
Which I love. It looks like you're having fun with it.
I hope so. I hope that's what I'm giving off. It makes me happy that that's reading.
Corey Fogelmanis has now taken on that very same mantle. And like Rowan Blanchard, he also came out as identifying as queer. And you can get cameos from Amir Towns. And in those cameos, he will make reference to the famous cookie incident.
And don't take people's cookies. You know, I have grown a lot, but I still hold on to certain things, to certain traumas that are still there. And I think that cookie thieves never get the girl. You know, that's just me being real.
You know, the one where Riley goes over and eats the cookie that was sent to him from his grandmother. And that is the full story of Girl Meets World.
I never want our daddy-daughter story to end.
Either do I, Dad.
It doesn't end. In any good book, you turn the page and there's another chapter.
Was it the worst thing ever? Absolutely not. Were fans right to be upset that they didn't get Boy Meets World? Kinda. This show was cut off at the legs before it really had a chance to become iconic. I came to the conclusion that a lot of the hate that this show got was from unrealistic expectations and people who really only tuned in for the first 5 episodes. Which, if you did that, yeah, I get it. You saw an episode where Riley became like an anime girl, and you probably thought, Disney Channel, I'm never gonna get what I want.
Your adventures were my adventures. Not very long ago.
And if you would have done that, you would have missed out on some classic Shawn and Corey jokes, some great Topanga lines, the return of Eric, solving Angela's disappearance, the Turner mystery. There was a lot to like about this show. And then as it went on, I started forming like a genuine affection for the new characters, even Farkle.
I think if anything, it's just being a good person and how to respect the people around you and be grateful for your cast and your crew. And I think it's more that than anything, because I grew up on the show around a lot of people that also grew up on sets, and just kind of learning how to remain a sane human being and be thankful for what you have was what I took away from the show.
It's hard to pick one memory, because it was all so amazing and so great, and it holds a special place in my heart.
Somebody like recognizing me and just being like, I don't know what to do. Now, I don't know, when it happened, it's just nice to meet people who are kind enough to like verbalize their respect for you. I mean, that just makes me feel really happy, especially when I meet young women who like grew up with me and things like that. That just means a lot to me.
And most importantly, this show is for you guys.
If you like this video and you have a suggestion of the next show for a super massive deep dive on, leave it in the comments. But personally, I want to know how you felt about Girl Meets World. Did it eventually win you over? Were you one of the ones who gave up too fast? Or did you give it a legit shot and just still couldn't get into it? Like, click, subscribe, and there's a whole list of stuff that I've referred to in this video.
And we're back here on the set of Girl Meets World.
This was a lot of fun.
Yes, it was.
We hope you enjoy getting to know us.
And checking out our set.
Thanks everyone for hanging out with us.
Remember to keep on watching Girl Meets World on Disney Channel. See ya!